Stormzy's rise has been nothing short of historic. A working class kid from Croydon who helped transform Grime from an underground movement into the soundtrack of English culture. But while Stormzy became the face of UK rap, he also became a target, facing relentless criticism, public feuds with legends of the scenes, and accusations that he'd outgrown the very genre that made him. And after huge criticism surrounding a deal with McDonald's in 2025, some fans have decided to call it a day with Stormzy in general. Born on the 26th of July 1993, Michael Ebenezer Quadro Amari Ogu Jr. grew up in South Norfolk with his mom, brother and two sisters. He began rapping at the age of 11 and would clash with older rappers at his local youth club. Known as the naughty kid, he would frequently argue with his teachers, leading to getting kicked out of college.
When you get kicked out, they don't get kicked out for anything crazy. So it's a weird crazy, and then it goes from this and go back. For the chairs on the street. Worst thing, and I just go back for the chairs. What is this track? But it's not the behaviour.
He performed well, achieving 6 bass stars, 5 B's and GCSEs. At A levels, he achieved A, B, C, D, E, and earned an apprenticeship in mechanical engineering in Leamington Spa, leading to a job in quality assurance for 2 years at Oil Refinery in Southampton.
That was quite a big thing for you. That's why it's what it is. And then I'll do this apprenticeship and then to go to school. 71 kids, they were like this. Taking myself seriously. I think that's the biggest one. It's taking a job to package it.
At age 16, Stormzy started to release freestyles on UK rap platforms like Link of TV's Behind Bars and SBTV Bars in 2010. At age 19, after releasing Freestyle, he released his first project, 168 mixtape, while still working at the Oil Refinery. During a week off, he recorded the entire mixtape, leading to the name 168 for 168 hours in a week. In November 2013, he released the first Wicked Skengman. It was a freestyle series Stormzy Brown. He got bigger the more episodes he released. In 2014, he released the Dreamer's Disease EP on the 7-track show, leading to Stormzy scooping the best product to the Mobile Awards that year. This was when things started to take off and more people started to take notice of Stormzy, but 2015 was when everything would change. Firstly, he dropped his first single, Low Cost, on tape, featured his mom on the 17th of May 2015. He released a video.
Shut up, man.
Shut up video.
Shut up. Shut up. Shut up.
Was released, it blew up fast.
Right.
He won Best Grime for the second year running at the 2015 Mobile Awards. And at Anthony Joshua, Stormzy performed Shut Up live as AJ's entrance music. After the performance, Stormzy was undoubtedly one of the biggest rappers in the UK, not just in the grime scene, but he had just performed at one of the biggest sports events of the entire year in football. This led to the single entering the top 40, being the first ever freestyle to achieve this. And peaking at number 18, which led Stormzy to launch a campaign to go for the Christmas #1. Although it didn't get #1, it peaked at 8 and he'd officially hit the mainstream. In 2016, he went prepared for the majority of the year and started to prepare for the release of his debut album. After a year's hiatus from social media, he returned in February 2017, releasing Big Philly Boots and announcing his debut album, Gang Signs of Pride. Gang Signs of Pride, released on the 24th of February 2017, debuted at #1 on the UK Albums Chart, becoming the first grime album to achieve this. The album blended grime with gospel and soul, redefining the scene. He also took part in the Artists for Growth campaign, featuring on the charity single Bridge Over Troubled Water to raise funds for the residents of Greenwood Tower. With the success of Gang Signs of Pride, he won British Album as well as British Bell Solo artist in the 2018 awards. It was also these Brit Awards where he delivered one of the most iconic moments in UK rap. During his performance of Blinded by Your Grace and Big for Your Beauty, he switched the lyrics to deliver a verse directly aimed at the then Prime Minister Theresa May, asking her where the money was for the victims of the Grenfell tragedy. Reports after the show confirmed that Stormzy did not tell producers that he was going to change the lyrics. Even senior executives at ITV were blindsided and only realised what was going on while it was broadcasting to millions of people. Politically charged moments in World history, sparking a national conversation. The government was forced to respond publicly the next day about the victims of Grenfell and the funding that they were provided, with a 10 Downing Street spokesman stating May had no performance on Wednesday night and said he was not aware of any plans to reach out to Stormzy. The PM has been clear that what happened at Grenfell was an unimaginable tragedy and should never be allowed to happen again. She is determined that public inquiry will discover not just what went wrong, but why the voices of the people under Grenfell was an unimaginable tragedy which should never be allowed to happen again. She is determined that public inquiry will discover not just what went wrong, but why the voices of the people of Grenfell have been ignored for so many years. Number 10 said £58.29 million have been provided by the government so far in the though the total sum was what had been committed rather than what had been spent so far. If there are any concerns being raised about that, we will of course look at those. Wherever there is more that can be done, we will look at that too. In 2018, Stormzy began laying the groundwork for projects that would define his legacy, partnering with Penguin Random House to create abstract Market Books, a publishing brand designed to give opportunities to underrepresented writers. He also featured as a special guest on the X Factor, continuing his breakthrough into the mainstream media. In April 2019, he released his first #1 single, Tossy Bop. A song which included first #1 single, Tossy Bop. There's F. Boris Johnson, the new Prime Minister, a chant which would bring around the fields of Glastonbury as headline performance that summer. In June 2019, he became the first black British solo artist to headline Glastonbury Festival's Pyramid Stage. During the set, he wore a Stamford vest designed by Banksy with the Union Jack hanging across the front, being a statement about the knife crime issue in the UK. Stormzy's Cambridge Scholarship also launched in 2019, funding black students to attend Cambridge University. Stormzy was now the most famous UK rapper of all time, breaking into the UK mainstream media, and that will only continue for the promotion of his second album, Heavy Is the Head, releasing on the 13th of December 2019. Heavy Is the Head was a nod to the phrase Heavy Is the Head that wears the 13th of December 2019. Continue for the promotion of his second album, Heavy Is the Head, mainstream media, and that will only continue for the promotion of his second album, Heavy Is the Head, releasing on the 13th of December 2019. Heavy Is the Head was a nod to the phrase Heavy Is the Head that wears the crown, a statement that he was now the king of the scene, and with that, he held a lot of responsibility and expectations. The album featured artists like Ed Sheeran, Burna Boy, H, and Headie One, and songs like Crown, which peaked at number 4, Own It, which became his second #1 song, and Lessons, a song where he directly addressed his now ex-girlfriend, Maya Jama. In August 2019, after 4 years of dating, they publicly announced their breakup. At the time, media tabloids like The Sun and the Daily Mail speculated that the breakup was caused by Stormzy cheating, specifically linking him with singer Georgia Smith. However, Stormzy later admitted he had made mistakes, specifically linking him with singer Georgia Smith. He had made mistakes, not treating her with the respect she deserved, but was never unfaithful. They later reconciled for a short time, but have now ended for good. The album was widely praised for the vulnerability and mix of grime and radio-ready singles. He debuted at number 2 on the UK Albums chart and was certified platinum. The album also earned him multiple award nominations, including at the 2020 Brit Awards, where he won Best Male Artist and Best Album. To kick off 2020, he announced a massive world tour for the Tickets sold out almost instantly. However, the tour was cut short due to the pandemic, but luckily he was able to fill this time with one of the most explosive feuds in UK rap history. In early 2020, grime veteran Wiley took shots at Stormzy online, accusing him of selling out by working with pop stars like Ed Sheeran. So that he dropped a diss on Stormzy, which really thing makes one of the Chick was waiting, even tweeting, hurry up, FFS, AMT, but still, Stormzy never responded. Now, why did Stormzy roll up to Chick's yard when a quick Google search for the topic was directed at There must be more to this behind the scenes. Stormzy not responded, made a lot of grime fans disappointed, and took a lot of attention away from his beef with Wiley. If you want to see a full breakdown on the entire grime beef, make sure you leave a like on the video, subscribe to the channel if you haven't already. It's completely free, it will help me out massively. Thank you. In 2021, Stormzy returned to festival headlining with Brendan in Leeds, where himself and Dave performed their track Clash, which peaked at number 2. His Cambridge Scholarship Programme expanded to collaborate with HSBC to support even more black students entering higher education. In September 2022, he returned to music with a 7-minute music video which featured multiple famous faces like Jose Mourinho, Louis Theroux, Usain Bolt, and more. On the 25th of November in the same year, his third album, This Is What I'm Being Released, with a much softer, soulful and experimental sound. It leaned more into R&B and gospel and was a lot different to his last 2 albums, but it still debuted at number 1, making history as the first UK rapper to achieve 3 number 1 albums. He was also made the cover of British GQ in 2023. He was nominated for British Album of the Year as well as British Artist of the Year, Best Hip Hop. In 2024, he ended up with Chasing Status to Police Blackburn, his 4th UK number 1 single. Stormzy had proven because despite the numerous beats he had, numbers-wise and money-wise, he beat everybody. He's the most famous UK rapper ever in the UK. Maybe not worldwide, but most people of any age in the UK know of the name Stormzy because of his Glastonbury headline performances and his multiple TV appearances. But in 2025, this fame will come back to bite him because although it would be one of the most successful years of his career, it also made him a public enemy that never had on the phone. In January 2025, he pled guilty to driving a Rolls-Royce Wraith while using the phone, leading to a 9-month driving ban, 6 points on his licence, and a fine of £2,000. In February, he launched the Milk McDonald's, the Stormzy campaign In that post, I spoke about respect for Palestine, oppression and injustice. The stance on this hasn't changed. Brands I work with can't tell me what to do. Don't tell me what to do, otherwise I'll do my own research on all brands I work with, gather my own information, form my own opinion, come to my own conclusion before doing business.
So many people who felt oppressed just felt like you represented them that day. And I think that moment actually really points you being like the outspoken person, the person that's going to speak up for all the wrong things that are going on, and people felt like you really had a voice.
A month later, in March, he won the Brit Award for Best Hip Hop Grime Act, despite only releasing one song, a drum and bass song in the year before. But he made sure to show admiration to the other nominees in his speech.
Firstly, I say thank you, Jesus. Secondly, big up Jesus, Davis, my brothers. Listen, I don't want to tell anything this award should be bankrolled. I don't think any of it should be bankrolled. Not controversial. Sometimes I think it doesn't let people be their moments. I think Central was the rap artist of the year.
Because at the end of the day, whether he deserved it or not, he's not the one making the decision. Premiering on the 12th of June 2025, Stormzy took another left turn in his career, released a short film, Big Man, on YouTube. Backed by Apple, produced through his own murky films, Stormzy played a character on YouTube. Backed by Apple, produced through his own murky films, Stormzy played a character called Tensman, a former rap star figuring out life after the fame dies down. The reviews were solid, and the film even got showcased at the British Film Institute. On the 25th of June 2025, Stormzy was awarded an honorary doctorate by the University of Cambridge in recognition of his work promoting education, such as funding scholarships and backing murky books, and investing in his community, including transforming AFC Croydon Athletic into a local hub. Stormzy hasn't had the most plain sailing couple of years, but whether you're a Stormzy fan or not, you can't deny his impact. The first grime artist to headline Glastonbury, having numerous records and being one of the most successful British rappers of all time. And while there have been some controversies over the past year, what I've seen is that a lot of Stormzy fans have forgiven him for his McDonald's deal, but a lot are still holding a grudge. His comment section goes from fire emojis and love hearts to people calling him a sellout. Either way, his impact on UK music and his journey from the bottom all the way to the top has been exactly what I called it at the start of the video. Historic. We driving on. Hey, you're not going to know those kids are. Are you crazy? Wait, you actually don't know who those kids are? No, I just
Ladies and gentlegrams, in today's episode of Lawry in Gentleland, rap battles stupidest student, fluent in fraudulent Tony Montana stories, granted by ghostwriting glory, goaded at glazing the gavel when he loses a rap battle, bunch of beef like a cattle, but the petty petition padre probably needs a paddle because he's barely staying afloat. Flopping and dropping duds, Iceman songs getting dragged through the mud, hackers leaking the crud, and the Crody can't catch up buzz. Embarrassing. Let's break this mess down, see if the Iceman
for this world.
around, but first drop a like and subscribe for the content about the Canadian clown. I studied rapaholics. Alright, lovers and gentlegrams, so I studied rapaholics. Alright, lovers and gentlegrams, so I figured it out, alright? Everyone's talking about Iceman 3 being the big red button that was about to destroy the music industry and Kendrick Lamar. We're getting all this crazy secret imagery of mysterious Pinocchios in the Iceman episodes, and I think I cracked the code on why Drake is so obsessed with Pinocchios. It's because when he fell into his true passion of acting on SNL, he didn't really fit in, so he was trying to make a funny catchphrase involving Pinocchio, and everybody hated him for it. And as you can see, that's why these Pinocchio people in his Iceman episodes represent revenge, because Lawry never fit in even when he was an actor. No one liked his Pinocchio catchphrases, so now he's dropping the red button on everybody.
Get out of here.
And for all the Obi hoes who have been saying Kendrick is milking this battle, Kendrick would never be where he is without dissing Drake. On that same episode of SNL, which aired almost a year after Drake dropped Back to Back, he was still milking that song while tapping into his Degrassi acting roots on SNL. Alright, but enough about the petty Pinocchio petition from Padre.
Stuff coming
As
in.
we know, Drake has been very busy dropping many songs over the last year and a half in an attempt to erase the world's memory of the brutal takedown the tiny Tupac twin had taunted him with. He's gearing up to drop what's probably the most important album of his career. And even though he's been releasing single after single, his fans still spread the narrative that hip-hop is boring, and it's because Drake is not active. Now let's debunk that, because it plays into the grander picture of why things are looking very scary for Drake in this upcoming album. So as of the day of this video, there are only 4 rap songs on the global Spotify charts, and this is the lowest in 9 years. And really what that means is this is the lowest in history, because the Spotify charts only came out 9 years ago. I'll be honest, this is a scary sight, because if the labels see that hip-hop is no longer the most dominant genre, they're not going to invest in the superstars of the next generation. That's why you're seeing so many more country songs on the chart, or Latin songs. The labels are strategically investing into the Bad Bunnies, the Taylor Swift, the Morgan Wallens of the world. And because those are the artists turning the largest profit right now, the music industry wants those genres to be the most popular, because that means those superstars will only get bigger. It's kind of like how 7 years ago, hip-hop was the biggest genre in the industry, and you had a lot more of these smaller artists popping up, right? Like the Trippie Reds, Lil Uzi, Lil Pump, whoever, all these artists were popping up left and right. But as a result, because the mainstream consumer got more used to hearing hip-hop music, superstars of hip-hop got bigger as a result. That's when we saw Drake's mainstream peak. That's when we even saw Kendrick Lamar at one of his most commercially successful eras with his Damn project. Same thing with Kanye West, Travis, J. Cole, etc. I say that to say, because it's now the Taylor Swifts, the Morgan Wallens who have overturned the Drakes in terms of the most streamed artists today, the music industry has an incentive to push the genre of music that they make. Because then their biggest players, their superstars, will only get bigger, and it'll give the opportunity for a lot of smaller acts to emerge. That's why we don't see as many newcomers within hip-hop like we were seeing back in the 2016 XXL freshman days. I say all that to say, it's very scary that this is the lowest amount of hip-hop entries we've seen on the Spotify charts in history. Again, means there's less incentive for the record labels to build up and invest in these superstars of the next generation. I mean, look at this. 5 years ago today, there were 56 rap songs on the Spotify charts. Today, there's only 4. And while this is a dark look, it does indicate that a shift is happening. Because of those 4 songs on the global Spotify charts today, the lowest in history, 3 of those 4 songs belong to Kendrick Lamar. Take a look at this. As you can see, right, no other artist besides Kendrick Lamar has an entry on the global Spotify charts today. Playboi Carti has a feature with The Weeknd. Drake has a song on that 9 years ago. But the only artist with hip-hop releases on the Spotify charts today is Kendrick Lamar. So when they tell you it's not the God era, tell them the Drake era is still incredible there. That was trash. Just like this Iceman. And hey, it might get canceled. So I did the math, since you don't have to. Since his beef with Kendrick Lamar ended, Drake has released 38 songs officially on streaming. That's not really a immense amount of weeks, which we're going to touch on shortly. Not one of his songs inside of Kia has had a lasting impact in the top 10 of the Billboard charts in the last year and a half. And if you don't think this is making Drake mad, then you probably also don't think he lost a rap battle. A stunning rap battle. But speaking of that rap battle, I'm sure you remember 616 in LA. Oh, right, that was the biggest question we had from that song. Is Kendrick rapping 18 million notable wives and your search husband? There's a street smart, you would know that your entourage was only a hustle. 100 people that you got on salary, half of them wanted to you're finally ready to let them ever. Let's see. Have you ever thought that Obi Ho is big? Both Kendrick and Drake made allusions to the fact that there were leaks in each other's camp. Drake emphasized being a lot of information. Then he also said that once they get information from slutty clowns. Meanwhile, insinuated that OVO had been feeding him information, and ever since this beef had been formed, we have seen an insane amount of music leak out of Drake's camp, which is unprecedented for this battle. That's what makes it very weird. Drake was never known to have a bunch of songs leak. He wasn't a really known. 1,000 songs were just randomly dropped on the internet. Kanye West spans paid thousands of dollars to buy songs off of hackers who stole his music. This never happened until the battle, but it started happening with the first diss song from him. This is going to play an important role into how suspicious anticipated songs from that album has just leaked, and there's a lot of unanswered questions we gotta get to the bottom. That's how you do songs. Number 30. We'll do that shortly. First, let's go back to questions. Everything that has come out of Drake's camp since this battle has been very suspicious. If you guys don't remember, Kendrick Lamar dropped like that on March 22nd, 2024. Said African Greece just been essentially kicking off the battle. First one off the bat was J. Cole, right? Drake was still on tour. He was caught off guard. He was completely silent. J. Cole stepped in, and then was very quick. That's what made his way out. He dropped the moment to speak for Drake.
I'm sorry.
And suddenly we get this mysterious slew of several AI diss tracks, or at least AI sound diss tracks. We don't know what's real and what's fake. We get this one song called Highway, which features AI Drake vocals back in the chorus that says, Hi Whitney, why don't you call me Highway? Could it be real? Could it be fake? Who knows? And then we get this Push-Ups demo track. No one knows how it leaks online. It has a bunch of different parts. The official finished version that Drake ended up putting on streaming platforms. But the way that Drake is rapping this song is extremely melodic. His delivery is very monotonous, almost like he's just reading these lines off of paper. And something's just off with the entire cadence and vocal delivery as a whole. It's like someone basically rapped the song, wrote the song, rapped the song, then slapped Drake AI vocals on top of it, and then you get this final product. It's hard to remember Push-Ups after the wave of diss tracks Kendrick released about 17 days later, but at the time when Push-Ups mysteriously leaked online, people liked it. The reception was good. That's when Drake decided to release it officially onto streaming platforms. But the official version sounded like it was really Drake rapping it, with real emotion behind his voice. Could it be that he and his team had leaked the song online to test the waters, see if people liked it, see if it was good enough to kick off this battle, and then once he got the stamp of approval from the public, that's when he published it officially? Or was there something deeper to it? Did he have a team of ghostwriters write the song, put his AI vocals on top of it so he can hear what it would sound like when he actually rapped it, and then he went in the booth and recorded the whole thing? We know he played into the AI narratives a couple of weeks later when he dropped Taylor Made Freestyle and used Tupac and Snoop Dogg AI vocals. Is it possible that he never wrote or recorded this Push-Ups track to begin with, and it was AI the whole time, and he leaked it online to see how the fans liked it before he actually officially stamped it? Well, that's what Glasses Malone is. Glasses Malone, if you guys didn't know, is a close affiliate of Kendrick Lamar's, but has also worked with and was signed to when Drake also just came into the game and signed with Lil Wayne and Cash Money. Glasses witnessed Drake's early come up, witnessed his recording process, to see what goes on with Drake making music behind the scenes. His theory is that the writer had leaked Push-Ups, and that original song that had leaked was the writer recording the song, and again, slapping on the Drake AI vocals and putting it out to the public to see the reaction.
Like, to me, I understand why we take that. This is why I wanted to get perception. I really think why we the first version of this. When I listened to it, they wrote the song and made it in the AI, they pitched their voice in AI. So they use his inflections and then they pitched their voice. Drake's voice using AI. So they sent it version. They wrote into it, covered it, and made it finish the bridge and that bitch. That we
don't know for sure that this is true. When you guys go back and listen to that song, do you think that was really Drake recording the song, or do you think it was AI? And if it was AI, did Drake even write it, or did someone else record it and just put his AI vocals on top? And regardless of all that, why would he leak it? And if he didn't, how did it leak? It's important questions to ask because Drake's camp has never seen anything like that before, especially when the stakes are so high. This is your first response to this massive rap battle that J. Cole just dropped out of, and somehow your camp is so loose. That the songs are just dropping on their own? Unfinished demo versions nonetheless? Very fishy. Then we get 616, where Kendrick talks about OVO working for him and the people around him being out to get him. A couple months after the beef, we get more leaks. However, unlike Drake, a bunch of you guys have been telling me you've been Anita Max winning some free cash from playing mobile games. So I want to put all you guys on something that almost seems too good to be true. All right, let me give you a little glimpse into my life. When I'm not making this content for you guys, I have a disgusting addiction to my phone. My daily screen time is higher than Drake on that album cover, higher than Snoop off the edibles. So if you guys suffer that same addiction as me, I want to put you onto something that's going to change your life. Freecash.com is a program that partners with mobile games that are looking for more users to play their games, and they will literally pay you to play their games for free. All you gotta do is sign up using the QR code you see on the screen or using a link in the description of this video. You make an account super easy. All you gotta do is put in your email, create a password, verify your email, and then you're good to go. And they got a bunch of games. My favorite is the Monopoly Go, because we're always on the go trying to make some money. Once you make an account, you just click the game you want to play, follow the directions that they give you. The directions are super easy. Usually you just got to download the game and start playing. So it's about time you put that phone addiction to good use. Again, use the QR code you see on the screen or the link in my description. Create an account and you can start making more than $150 just to play a game on your phone. So in August of 2024, Lil Yachty goes on Kai Cenat's live stream and plays this song called SOD. It's a song with him and Drake. At the time, there's rumors that Drake and Lil Yachty might have had a falling out because Lil Yachty had emphasized that Kendrick Lamar had won that rap beef.
Kendrick clearly had a lot of hits, and you felt it in every song that he dropped. Because Drake dropped great records, but also let's be fair, Drake was deemed a loser in this battle before it started because people don't like him. Even if Kendrick won, I don't think people are going to stop listening to Drake. But I said to Drake, I told him, I feel like I don't feel like you won a lot.
A couple weeks later, Drake ends up leaking that song on his own, but it doesn't feature Lil Yachty anymore. He leaked it with about 6 other tracks on his 100 Gigs website. So you see this pattern of Drake now putting music onto the internet, not on streaming platforms, without his label backing him, randomly removing features. Almost like he's so unsure of what the public is actually going to like and is scared to release these songs officially and then they flop. So he just throws them on the internet and sees the fans' reactions, testing the waters, testing the ice. The label ends up forcing Drake to put these leaked songs onto streaming platforms. They end up flopping. But the interesting part here is that there's a little bit of a sneak diss in the description of the songs. You can see it clearly says, sift through Drake's data dump for 3 new songs, or just hear them here. This data dump, Drake dropping all these songs on his 100 Gigs website, was obviously a way to protest the label, right? To show them, look, I could just independently drop these random songs and they'll still catch a buzz. This was before he sued the label, but then putting them on the streaming platform with that description was obviously the label's way of telling both Drake and the world, hey, Drake is trying to, outmaneuver us, go behind our backs. Let us remind you, the label, right? For 3 new songs, or just hear them here. This data dump, Drake dropping all these songs on his 100 Gigs website, was obviously a way to protest the label, right? To show them, look, I could just independently drop these random songs and they'll still catch a buzz. This was before he sued the label, but then putting them on the streaming platform with that description was obviously the label's way of telling both Drake and the world, hey, Drake is trying to, outmaneuver us, go behind our backs. Let us remind you that nobody here is bigger than the program. Then we get another mysterious leak from Drake, No Face, featuring his longtime collaborator, Playboi Carti. But that song also gets forced onto streaming platforms, likely by the label, but when it does, Playboi Carti's no longer on there. The second Drake song that just randomly dropped on the internet, leaked or got onto his website without the label involved, and once it makes streaming platforms, the featured artist is no longer on there. First Lil Yachty, now Playboi Carti. What's going on? It's obvious Drake is fighting the label, right? Apparently, this album is his last album on Universal Music Group. So, it's a very important album for multiple reasons. Number 1, whether you want to believe it or not, Kendrick Lamar in the last 12 months has dethroned Drake in terms of being the biggest rapper in the mainstream. I showed you guys the stats before, but there's even more. These are the last few tracks that both rappers have released over the last 12 months. Look at the first week streams for the Drake songs versus Kendrick's. You can see that Kendrick's first week streams for his music is wiping Drake out of the water. If that's not enough, remember he dropped an album this year with PND, Some Sexy Sleepy Songs for You, that had the massive hit Nokia, right? Well, as you can see, in 2025, Kendrick Lamar's GNX album, which came out in 2024, not even in this year, has outsold Drake's album that came out in 2025. And it came out all the way at the beginning of the year, in February too, right? It had plenty of time to rack up all the sales and beat out GNX. It still has. Whether you like it or not, one artist is putting up much bigger numbers than the other. And I mean, we could see that on tour as well. Drake and Kendrick Lamar are both on tour. Kendrick is doing stadiums in the same cities that Drake is performing in. Meanwhile, he's doing arenas. Stadiums carry around 40 to 80,000 people. Meanwhile, arenas carry around 20,000. Kendrick is doing double the venue size as Drake right now. I say all this to say, this Iceman album needs to blow the numbers out of the water to show the world that Drake is still the numbers guy. Because that's the one thing he can hold on to, right? He's showing you he doesn't care about American hip-hop culture. He's dissing American rappers, saying that UK has the best rappers, better than America.
The best lyricists in the world. Nobody says, nobody can out-rap London. Nobody. No disrespect to America, no disrespect to my country, but nobody can out-rap London rappers. This is the best album. This is what I'm starting from.
He's been dissing all of American hip-hop media, from Joe Budden to Rob Markman, sitting down with Bobby Altoff, calling all these journalists who want interviews with him losers.
Me essentially like just recognizing somebody that I never met in my life that I thought was really interesting and I wanted to have an interesting conversation with. It pissed off like so many, like all these losers, these like, you know, like story journalists, like this guy and that guy who like feel so entitled to this interview about, and Drake never does anything for like this type of media, and it just like made people so angry.
Ultimately, he's not out to prove that he's, you know, the best MC in America right now. He's trying to prove that he's the biggest pop star in the world right now, and that he's one number one single away from beating Michael Jackson's record for the most amount of number ones from any artist in history. He's suing his frickin' label over the fact that Not Like Us racked up tons of streams and broke every record that Drake held for the most amount of streams on Spotify. He's trying to reclaim his title. He's fighting harder than he ever has in his entire career to prove to the world that his numbers are still intact, he can still go number one, and he is still the biggest rapper in the world. Not the best, the biggest. This Iceman album needs to prove that.
Spicy.
What it also needs to prove is that he can step into renegotiations with his record label and expect a higher payout. That's also why this Iceman album is so important, because Drake was obviously in a $400 million deal with UMG. He recouped that amount, and they were up for renegotiations, and that's why he's suing them, because he's basically implying they tried to ruin his reputation so that when he comes back to renegotiate his contract, they can give him a smaller amount while still owning a large portion of his back catalog, because his back catalog, all of his old albums, are what's profiting the most. And UMG knows, or at least this is what Drake is trying to say they're doing, is that they want to ruin his reputation and his brand. That way, when he's like, hey, I want to sign a new contract with you guys, they could be like, all right, but this time you're not getting 400 mil. You're getting like 200 mil, because your brand is not where it was when we first signed you. That's why he's claiming they put all these bots and fake streams on Not Like Us and had Kendrick do it at the Super Bowl, because it was all a big conspiracy to ruin his reputation so that they could give him less money when he comes back to renew his contract. He needs to prove with this Iceman album that his brand is still as valuable as ever. He's still untouchable when it comes to the numbers. That way, he'll be able to get what he wants out of the label, which is a bigger contract. So he's got a lot to prove with this Iceman album. That's why you're seeing him drop these random songs all across the internet before he releases them to streaming platforms to get a feel for what the audience wants from him. Drake makes tons of different types of music, right? He's got 100 different accents. He's singing, he's rapping, he's dissing, he's yapping, he's capping, he's being a phony Montana mob boss.
You know, yeah, man. Papaya. Man, for real, man. I see y'all boys outside when I see y'all, man. For real, man.
So he's got to figure out what people want to hear, right? That's why we're getting a slew of music, 38 songs plus all the leaked tracks. He's got to figure out what the people want, what resonates, and he's got to deliver. Immense pressure. But the leaking didn't stop there. In the turn of the new year, 2025, when Drake finally drops his official lawsuit against UMG, a mysterious text had leaked between him and this, I believe, sports promoter, some guy, where Drake is trying to defend his lawsuit, the morality behind it, how he's saving the industry, and how it's not snitching. His justification is, me and UMG's lawsuit is like if Nike was funding a campaign about LeBron James cheating on his wife, not Adidas or Reebok. Nike, the company he's been with since he started. My situation is not no street stuff. Everybody before me that tried the label was too eccentric, so they wrote them off as crazy, and they never had to pay for their sins and mistakes. I'm going to change that and make the building a safer place for every artist moving forward. The first time a DM conversation from Drake had ever just randomly leaked online, everyone thought it was fake, so Drake played into the narrative. He told DJ Snackademics that this DM was fake. DJ Academics reported that to the world, and then it ended up being true. So, of course, Drake was lying to Academics. But comparing his lawsuit and the defamation of Not Like Us to Nike making a campaign about LeBron cheating on his wife, that's kind of a weird, random comparison, right? Well, a couple days after this text message leaks, or maybe it was a couple days before, we get another leaked Drake song, the Fighting Irish Freestyle. This was the first time he was actually rapping and reflecting about the beef. But the energy wasn't directed towards Kendrick Lamar. It was directed towards LeBron James. It was called the Fighting Irish Freestyle. That's the name of the high school basketball team that LeBron played for. Drake had a tattoo of LeBron James in his Fighting Irish jersey on his arm. And in the song, he makes insinuations that he could tarnish LeBron's public image, that LeBron is hiding a secret. Talking about family, well, I'm not the cousin to visit. God forbid we gotta tarnish your public image. All that brother talk as if I really discovered a sibling. Aside from the title being a reference to the team LeBron played for, we know this was likely a reference to LeBron James because LeBron was at Kendrick's pop-out concert. And at the beginning of the song, Drake rapped, "The world fell in love with the gimmicks. Even my brothers got tickets. Seemed like they loved every minute. Just know this stuff is personal to us. It wasn't just business." So that's weird, right? We get leaked Drake text messages about LeBron cheating on his wife. We get a song insinuating that he could tarnish LeBron's public image. Leaked. This wasn't necessarily Drake who put this out. We have no idea where this actually came from. But the mysterious leaks don't stop there. We get leaked text messages between him and an ex-girlfriend where he talks about being on quote-unquote slave to Live Nation mode. Live Nation is the touring company Drake was under, where he did around 85 dates on his It's All a Blur tour in 2023. That is tons of dates. Drake is calling himself a slave to the touring company, likely in an attempt to recoup the $400 million he got from his label.
I wouldn't be honest. I wouldn't be being honest with you if I didn't say that, like, oh, if I told you, yo, let's go for dinner, or I'm at the post up, come kick it, that I wouldn't be nervous. I'm just nervous. It's just kind of a result of your actions, you know. In the past, no matter how long ago it was, it just makes me nervous. I just don't know what's gonna happen to me as a result of like getting close to you again.
Again, no Drake text had ever leaked before this beef. It almost seems like someone was out to get him and tarnish his public image, like he said in that Fighting Irish Freestyle. The leaks didn't stop there. We get more leaked Drake DMs with DJ Academics' Big Mac minion, Grand Wizard Chad Guy. That's really his name. And he's the one who runs the Propaganda Academics TV Twitter page. I don't know if you guys know anything about that, but it's a video for another day. But take a look at these DMs. These are strange DMs. Drake is talking about some very weird things that some person has said. Him had said. We're talking about some very weird things that some girls around him had said. There was some other DMs with this same account where Drake was talking about, LeBron dancing to Look Like Us because he was having fun with his basketball dance. And this DJ Snacka Diddler Big Minion was sending Drake a bunch of things related to the beef, like Whitney's birthday or the Not Like Us music video. And Drake would just subtly react. A couple months later, we get 3 more leaked Drake songs randomly popping online. We're now into almost 10 Drake songs since 20 months ago. Conversations with Drake. Is it him testing the waters, doing the matters, or if there's someone out to get him? Well, speaking of testing the waters, remember how I said there's been a lot of pressure on Drake to deliver the goodness that he's on, right? The stakes are very high. No pun intended. I said that I thought Iceman would in a creative way to messed up very suspicious because usually the song in its first day will get the most common streams and then it slowly starts to down. But hey, maybe people didn't know about this song just randomly. Maybe it took a couple days to gain some traction, right? We did Drake the benefit of the doubt. Let's see what it does the next day. Surely it's gaining that momentum. All of a sudden, it makes its random debut 3 days after its release onto the charts. But surely it's going to start to rise, or at least stay within the same numbers, right? September 12th, it came randomly onto the global Spotify charts for its first day, 3 days after it was actually released. Next day, it dropped 107 spots and got 1 million streams. That's 1 million streams less than it had before. Averages randomly gets 100,000 streams on a random day and then suddenly drops 1 million streams in the following day. Are you following what I'm saying? started with Apples, right? The first 3 days of its release, this new song was not one day, 3 days Apples released randomly, it pops up with 3 million streams. The next day, it falls over spots on the charts and loses 3 million streams. The day after that, it falls off the charts completely and has 400,000 less streams than it did the day before. Do you see how suspicious this is? This is almost like his team plugged in a bunch of bots onto the song to see if it would, start gaining the traction if some more eyeballs were on it. But those bots didn't work, and so the song started organically falling off the charts to Drake and losing an insane amount of streams. Probably because on the first day, those streams were not organic to begin with. Say we want about Kendrick Lamar using bots, but we've never seen one of Kendrick's songs have a massive streaming day, and then all of a sudden the next day it falls 100 positions and then just falls off the charts completely. What the hell is going on? Is this Drake panicking because he thought this would be a massive hit, but he didn't end up being hating the song, so he tried to mod it to inauthentically make it look like a hit, and then all of a sudden it just disappeared and this can't think of anything aside from his main bots. If you guys can think of one, drop it in the comments. So again, a lot of pressure on this guy's career. None of this is mistaken. He's desperately trying to very weird people to now we're seeing one that's which is now from Scott into an elevator and doing something good. DOB was very excited about what Drake was planning for this season. And it's been great in this very creative way. So what's next month? Give you a bunch of these beats that you're going to be rocking. Drake had actually recorded the full song to that beat over the computer, just like the slew of other lead tracks recorded from over. This song ended up finding its way onto the internet without Drake's approval. Allegedly, less again is the direct estimate the song's being. So the story behind this thing, it's pretty weird, right? You guys know this. They're just crypto. Basically, it's just one coin that is attached to the brand. Usually because the brand that it's attached to is big, the coin ends up getting a bunch of hype, it ends up going through the roof, and the owners of the coin take their profits, and everyone is left with a bunch of loss. Have you heard
How did you guys let me win?
You guys can do some research on that.
I want to
So
know.
I say that most of them are launching.
You were right there.
Because that's loading, not loading.
Oh, did you guess that?
There's
Did you
another
guess that?
It's basically a website now that just put me points out where you can buy. So stick with me. Unfun recently launched a streaming platform. Why that's substantial is because Unfun is the website you can buy its platform. So now they have a live stream on Twitch where creators can go on and live stream and likely they have their own games. So they're promoting their movements on the Unfun streaming platform that we live stream on that website. But on that same website, people can go on, watch a live stream, and then buy the Bitcoin on the same website and the stream is promoted. Drake was very big into the whole, streaming world and stake things like he just did started playing this big Drake record with the same instrumental from the Iceman episode that all the Hobie Hoes were pumping out as the, this great beat that Drake was meant to kill. Release Drake. So the Drake sings, guys, this record is very much to talk. Drake spoke on it, we'll touch on it shortly, but the lyrics of this song are not much, but more bars for DeMar DeRozan and LeBron James, who were both on that concert. Was on to victory. In the song, he raps, I sent them a south because I wanted you shipped to the king. This is in reference to former NBA player DeMar DeRozan, very close to Drake. why did the King get us a ring? In 2018, DeMar DeRozan was traded from the Toronto Raptors to the San Antonio Spurs. Greg says here we must have continued to score at home. But why did the King get us a ring? In that same year, Kawhi Leonard ended up getting traded from San Diego to the Toronto Raptors, where he ended up getting a ring while playing for the Toronto team. Remember how Kendrick rapped on Not Like Us? Why T-Rose came home while being reserved to beat T-Rose is a nickname for DeMar DeRozan was in the Not Like Us music video. He also used to play for the Toronto Raptors. Kendrick is saying I'm glad he came home because I'm playing for a California team. Drake used to be friends with them. He's very glad about that. So, he continues rapping. G-Class is from San Diego. Next thing you know, he was doing great. Again, Kawhi Leonard came from San Diego in 2018. The Toronto Raptors won the championship. DeMar DeRozan playing underwhelmingly on the Toronto Raptors. He ended up getting traded back to California when Rose came home. Greg flips out to say they're bragging about how you went back home. What are they on? We threw you away. So why did you get us words? Because why? For why? We got a word. Not sentence. A word on San Diego. Kawhi was sent from San Diego to play for the Toronto Raptors. It's actually a good play of words. A good break back. I don't mind the song at all. I just, laugh every time he's crying out. He hated it. He felt with his friends. And avoiding the good part, which is kind of the ball. Now, how do these kids get this league, right? Do you understand the league tactics, the 2007 ramifications, gates of pain, beats, music, natural, there wasn't someone who actually wrote the song who officially sent you the league. That's why it's special that, Drake wasn't the one who actually gave these guys the song to play on the last show, right? Drake is claiming that he has no idea who these kids are or how they got the song. But very suspicious meme coin start tinkering with the law even further by illegally playing music that they don't rightfully own. But Drake does seem genuinely confused who these kids are and how they got the music. He calls into his favorite show, Aiden Ross, and basically says, I don't know who they are, how they got the music, and he ends up flirting with Aiden Ross on this phone call. It's like really weird the way they talk to each other.
You know what? I say so fast. Because that's how you talk. You talk so sassy.
I'm saying that, bro.
That you don't
even know who those kids are. Are you crazy?
Wait, you actually don't know who those kids are?
No, I just don't know.
Well, can I get the song through? When you get home.
I'll say soon.
Okay, pull up on me after tour. Hi, Drake. Love you, Drake.
Back about the outcome, spicy stumble bug. We're there with the song. It's by this is the road avoiding any smoke with the ball. How is it that there are so many different ways of raising and private conversations all the nights in public, all of a sudden sing this battle? I'm not even talking about all the records that we right after the battle. We got and one quick jumbo jump off all the fucking parts. Those red records runs and 10 songs that have leaked out since this battle ensued. It goes right back to Kendrick on 616 in LA saying the wires in your shoulder should puzzle you. You were trying to talk to your brother, your entourage is early to hustle. There's either one or two things going on. Someone with Drake's camera sabotaging, or it's purposely leaking his music himself. So, get the reaction and know what's the right music to drop on streaming platforms and officially snap. But the latter doesn't really make sense because it ends up dropping the big parts of streaming platforms almost like he's doing that while people like to be rock. The song is such a song that charts. If anything, if he's the one who does music to try and see, fans' reactions, he would be officially releasing these songs that actually get good reactions from the fans. But the leaks don't stop there. The crypto freaks claim that they have more good music that they're about to release. There's emotions of their business for the rest.
You gotta get to this. You gotta get a more piss.
horrible to go up the overall thing. One of the breakers back this past month. I did a whole video on that. You guys can check it out. Like, so it makes you think maybe Drake just done it all. See what you like. Start from scratch. That was the next stick. Now what's crazier to me is the fact that Drake is talking about building Aiden Ross and Aiden Ross. Real Drake of this, you know what? This is the Aiden Ross.
Why you jumped it out the man? This dude.
West voice, West warming, West healing, West yes. So, you know, you're and another dude is raising the size of your, you know, flag cross. You really be flirting with him like that? I don't know. And then we have the biggest Drake lead riders, DJ Snipers, who had seen
Academic.
It was actually supposed to be a song featuring Rest. Rest is a Canadian rapper who has been with tons of these little videos with Top 5 Presso. Their beat. The Presso was supposed to be on this song. This verse actually Academics leaked it. Academics also claims that there's a Drake music video being shot in October of 2024 for the song No Face, another one that featured Playboy Cardi, then mysteriously didn't feature Playboy Cardi. Drake shot a music video for that song. Allegedly, he had told Presso that he was going to shoot a music video for the song that they went together. But when the music video came out, the song this whole thing is like really strange, very mysterious. We don't know where these things are coming from, but it does seem like it's Drake trying to basically burn the house down, right? In protest of UMG, very weird, mysterious ways. It's also releasing a bunch of weird music like Love on Delilah, which is basically a troll middle finger to the labels to show I'll do what I want. The whole 100 gigs thing was him showing labels I'm just gonna do whatever I feel like, rap music the way I want. Prove to it. Meanwhile, doing all these unique roll-ups, right? Doing the 100 gigs thing, doing the ice punch, beats, and mix music and samples, this and that. Teasing what is most definitely the most pressure on a solo album in his entire career. But meanwhile, everyone hates the music, and it seems like Drake is just dumping it all on the internet as an excuse to basically start fresh, start a new roll-up, telling everyone, hey, that was just a teaser for what's really to come. Maybe this is the end of the very underwhelming Iceman era, and we'll get something bigger in this final album of UMG, so we can prove to the world that it's still the biggest beyond the group. Well, let me know what you guys think, and I'll catch you in the next one. I study albums. You know what? Kendrick said, I'm married that.
Look at
That's
this.
not
Look at
if you don't stop,
This is
you
funny.
keep it to 50.
Look at this.
That's some flavors. That's some flavors.
Oh, come on, man.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, from the last year of the race, backwards bruised and bent, the world seemed as divided as it could get. From politics to culture shifts to petitions printed over a scalding disc, he samurai who wouldn't miss on everything his words predict was inevitable bomb. The party is dead, so knock out the like and subscribe buttons and put them to bed. 9/11, 2024. Kendrick Lamar releases a cryptic Instagram post, a picture of two beaten-up black Air Force One shoes accompanying the song. This wasn't just any song. This was the first scrap Kendrick Lamar released since his historic
That's hard.
This song emphasized that Kendrick Lamar was on a bigger mission. It was big news in the hip-hop world when Kendrick Lamar surprised released a new song on the evening of September 11, a 5-minute untitled track released simply with a picture of these shoes, a pair of black Air Force Ones. Boom, well shot. Internet shoes, big brown shoes came from an eBay listing based in Melbourne. Their shoes, which were quickly snatched up for $70, were now a piece of hip-hop history. Once they figured out what was going on, Converse canceled the initial order. They're now trying to sell the shoes in an auction format starting at $5,000. And since they own the image, they say they plan to sell t-shirts with them. At the time, the song felt like another entry into this long tradition of cryptic, layered storytelling. But looking back a year later, the song reads like a prophecy. Kendrick wasn't just rapping about a party, he was diagnosing culture, dictating rock hip-hop, and as we know it. Over the next 12 months after this song's release, the party really did begin to fall apart. We saw the crumblings of empires within the industry, giants like Diddy, Lil Durk, or Big U being entangled into RICO cases, facing multiple decades of bars. We saw Young Thug lead a RICO case, get released from behind bars, seemingly making it his mission as a free man to tear down D1 artists that was grossly on Thug's record label, Gun, focusing more on street politics than music, and getting exposed for tearing down nearly everyone within the music industry that he has collaborated with in the past, sending a shockwave of division amongst a once heavily unified Atlanta trap music scene.
I feel like I'm saying the best
Thug affects himself in the process. Some veterans like Lil Wayne tried to sneak this spotlight and downplay the accomplishments made by Kendrick when he wasn't chosen for the Super Bowl halftime show. And later in the year, we saw he truly didn't deserve any title. We saw Argentine battle censorship on his own record label before jumping ship. And of course, we saw La Rihanna initiate an unprecedented form of censorship through legal filings related to his battle with Kendrick Lamar. All of these issues stemming from division, feeling like you no longer over the pulse of the culture he once did. But even outside of his vision, Trump affected the presidency, the political climate reached new extremes, and violent flashpoints. Charlie Wilson's nation shook this chaos appears exactly what Kendrick Lamar seemed to be pointing at within this song.
Oh, wow.
And the age of love, always standing for substance versus a culture. Party Guy wasn't just a song, it was a warning. Kendrick might have not known it, but he saw it and predicted exactly where the state of society would head. I think it's time to watch that Party Guy. This stuff got too wicked to apologize. It's different, get loud, disqualified, even kill the killers. They like the innocent lives and start voting. It's really that time. You could tell just by the first focus that Kendrick's incentive after the battle was to build hip-hop from the ground up. There was no turning back, no apologizing. Work down the entire village. We think he's specifically referencing his overall mission when challenging Drake for the massive rap battle they had just months before this song was released. I will touch on Kendrick Lamar's intentions with the battle and everything that transpired throughout his lifetime later in this video, but ultimately, this was bigger than Drake. This was bigger than a rap battle. He would go on months later to an interview where he discussed his intentions by challenging one of hip-hop's most successful figures, ultimately was to bring the spirit of competition back.
You created this massive cultural award-winning anthem out of a battle rap.
My intent from day one was that the nature of it as a sport. I think a lot of people would figure out to the side and didn't see that grit, you didn't see that bite anymore.
Well, what are you competing for exactly? 2 years before this, Kendrick Lamar had stripped himself of this savior complex, letting his audience know he wasn't here to save the culture. He had to work on himself before he could fix the environment around him.
Kendrick made you think about it, he was not your savior.
And his battle with Drake was breaking down the boundaries and cultural norms within hip-hop at the time in order to fully destroy the standard and rebuild it from the ground up. But again, before we dive too deep in the battle, an important line in the first few bars of this song truly stands out. We even kill the killers because they like taking innocent lives.
What we're doing is using our brain to get out of ghetto any way we can. So we tell these stories, and they tend to be violent. Because our brain tends to build violence.
Think about what has intoxicated not just hip-hop culture, but society at large, really since the turn of this new decade. The new decade that Kendrick Lamar has been more silent than ever, only speaking through the music. There's a reason why she catches on later in this song, and guys listen to this insane sequence. According to the Center for Homeland Defense and Security's Data 12 solution database, before the world was open quality from 2021 to 2022, secured at the highest number of school records since records began in the year 2000. The Kaiser Family Foundation analysis found that student exposure to school movies had nearly tripled since the year 1959. With most of that increase in over years, 2020 to 2024, these are truly terrifying numbers. And aside from just exposure rates, violence in general has been on a terrifying rise. From 2021 and 2022, seeing record highs for firearms within the U.S. 46,728 firearm-related deaths in 2023, and 2023 didn't even have highest total of firearms-related deaths ever reported. And this rise in gun violence has been directly reflected in music. One of the biggest anthems of 2021, Back in Blood, was All Guns in Revenge on Your Enemies. Lil Durk was deeply in the song when he got the news that his childhood friend and longtime collaborator, King Von, had tragically passed away from violence. Shiesty has been incarcerated since 2022 on a federal firearms conspiracy charge. And now in October of 2024, about a month after this was released, Lil Durk himself was arrested by federal authorities on a conspiracy to commit unaliving for hire against Rhonda Wong, a man who was the president of the organization that led to King Von's passing 4 years ago. He was the most promising rising talents within this new generation of hip-hop have now either lost their lives or it's not just musicians, it trickles down and is only refueled by social media discourse, which acts like the slide for long swept the internet following King Von's passing.
They used to say they also mention a song like they be saying slap I think they totally be doing about that song fire.
Lots of internet personalities like DJ Academics, Ab22, Trap Lawrence have paid careers off documenting the violence, crimes, and deaths plaguing hip-hop culture in America at large. This cultural reset isn't just about not impacting race, it translates to the grander, darker picture that was painted and plagued societal norms more heavily than ever over the last few years. And I'm not saying this is what Kendrick had in mind when rapping his bars, but it translates into the exact series of events that we witnessed after this song was released. Why recently these guys think they can see the future first? What? These arms, the circus is well at work. Just wrap that man down. That'll do everyone solid. It's luck, but not luck. Sometimes it's all violence. If you relate luck, the graveyard is a company just as well passing to choose F Big Three. It's just Big B. It paints a bigger picture of harmony in the world. You can see what is going on in society. You want people to follow you, to respect you, to you as a leader. You gotta let the world know why you are that's your skill set, your moral compass, to the words you speak, the more important actions you take. And the line of Sam being drawn from what Kendrick's trying to separate himself against is very clear in his bars. Why reason with them if they don't see the future first? Why aren't people clients in the circus and volleyball? So that social media has made it to where you can build a career off of being a client. There's a reason why the term brainwashing has been popularized over the last few years. More consuming times in lucky. If you create lucky without giving truth to the youth, the brainwashing just calls the casket to choose. I don't think that statement was better emphasized than when we heard how Young Thug was speaking on Kendrick Lamar himself while he was locked up in the bars. Young Thug wanted to do everything he could to sabotage his artist Gunna's career over street politics. He planned to release an album the same day as Gunna and wanted to get the entire industry featured on it. When he found out Morgan Wallen was beating him for the #1 spot, without even knowing who Morgan Wallen is and what he stood for, he still wanted to get him on the project. Without even respecting who Kendrick Lamar is and the moves he makes, he still wanted to have Kendrick Lamar on. Kendrick ultimately rejected the request. Young Thug went on a rant complaining about how Kendrick Lamar will never be the one leading the culture, basically because he doesn't parade in gluttony. He doesn't collaborate with other artists. He's not outside, not necessarily putting these different rappers on the same way Drake does, like the Little Babies and Savage and running back, yo, Young Thug himself. His trials and tribulations, and how these struggles can create a flawed individual who is a constant work in progress.
The guys is doing Kendrick's album, but what's that relationship been like coming collaborate with him? Me and Kendrick, we got a lot of little things in common that people probably don't understand. We gonna do something, we do it. No, Kendrick from the streets for real too.
This is, as Kendrick puts it on Watch the Party Die, giving truth to the youth, giving real perspective behind what many would deem as subject matter too violent, too negative. There was real intention behind it. He's not out here trying to keep his name relevant by catering to the ADHD consumption cycle of keeping your name in the news cycle 24/7, collaborating with every single artist, hopping on every single trend. There has to be a meaning behind it. Meanwhile, with Young Thug, while incarcerated, we heard a slew of jail phone calls he had, talking crap about tons of people he's collaborated with, tons of people he's wanted to do collaborations with, not just Kendrick Lamar, but basically everyone from the Atlanta hip-hop scene over the last 10 years.
When Drake was stupid, I just take the stupid condolences, like, yeah, bro, sorry for knowing, you know, I'm here for you, bro, whatever you need, just like something stupid, instead of giving it some wisdom.
What?
Really trying to just say some crazy stuff on the phone.
Hold on.
You still genuine, you know what I'm saying? You got to say something like that, and then you come right back 2-3 weeks later, like, yo, let me get this on. Instead of you know, like doing a whole real procedure, calling them every single day, calling them every day, just figuring it out, getting with it. Like, hey, where you at? I'm gonna get on a plane and come chill with your bro. Like, you using the fact that you Drake as a weapon now. Ain't nobody getting that mess but goddamn Pluto. He did. She probably gonna kill some of your babes, for sure. She probably gonna abort some of your babes, for sure. 100%. He got told that bitch, man, we went to Dubai one year, he told that bitch to Dubai with a 100 baby mama. No, I know for sure she don't have no abortion. The crazy part is when I became a superstar, I stopped nothing when I became a superstar. I started being like, bitch, I know they're gonna try to trick me. Destroy nothing when they become a superstar. I did the best thing. Like, I'm 38, 39, all the kids grown. I'm just straight young shit and nothing more. It's really fire, but it ain't. It should be just like one of the girls like Bob Marley, you know? Bob Marley. Well, yeah, I think most of them. But he was more like a real father. Pluto got to like settle down and really just be with all the kids. People weren't looking at Bob Marley like, you got 15 kids, you got 25 kids. I'm like, Bob Marley got like 25 kids. People weren't looking at him like he was bad because he was like a real father. He was just like super there and just doing things super that being whatever the best he could be. So women, he wasn't like disgraceful for women. Women wanted to have his kids. Pluto is like, you pushing the peak. You gonna have your kids, but you still gotta be like 100% locked in with the kids. You like 100% locked in with the kids. That's the wrong way to go.
And as a result, it's created a spectacle, a circus, an entire landscape that now has to be rebuilt. Instead of being able to simply celebrate Young Thug's release, enjoy a new chapter in his career, because of the gluttony, the pillow talking, the gossiping that he engaged in, he's now forced to face the consequences.
I just don't got no twins. I don't got no friends. I just look. Who I be with now?
What would have been the point for Kendrick Lamar to argue with Young Thug? The same thing goes for Kanye West. The same thing goes for Lil Wayne. Why argue with these clowns if the circus is well at work? We saw what transpired with Kanye West over the last 6 months. Why reason with these guys if they can't see the future first? Kanye West could have went down as the most legendary artist of the 21st century. A multi-decade-long legacy built on classic albums and an emphasis on authenticity. A legacy that'll be hard to remember so fondly thanks to the horribly hateful things Kanye West has said over the past few years.
Why I say was
It reached a tipping point about 6 months after Boston was released when Kanye West burned his entire heart out, possibly creating a generational trauma for his family and children by crapping on their mother's entire family, exposing traumatic events that happened to him and his cousin when he was a child, crazy mustache, calling Jay-Z and Beyonce's kids and not really because of all the process. The Super Bowl didn't just have Lil Wayne show up, it also had Kanye West show up. He tweeted out things like, bro, Kendrick Lamar cannot rap. Wayne got way more like bucks. Kendrick doesn't have a I'd say I wish I said that. Kendrick and Tyler, the Creator, are the two most overrated so-called artists. These are the most secure. Not all of these artists are the circus as well. Kendrick could have done stuff like this. Kendrick was never king. Maybe king of the West Coast, but never king of the world. He never was. He's a good kid from a bad city, but Lucy Grange went too far with his Kendrick stuff last year. And this year, the all-done industry has ruined King of the Underground's album. That rap all over the place. What I'm saying is not about Kendrick, he's just a pawn. The album before Not Like Us tanked. Lucy sent out. Why reason with these guys if they can't see the future first? A lot of these guys who have jumped out the gate to expose who they truly were out of jealousy, out of hatred, out of fear of not being in that top spot, simultaneously expose their true colors and their shortcomings in the process. Look at Lil Wayne. A couple days before the song was released, Kendrick Lamar was announced to be the Super Bowl halftime performer for the 2025 halftime show in New Orleans. Lil Wayne somehow felt entitled to that position, so instead of congratulating Kendrick Lamar or staying silent on the issue, he decided to go on Instagram, feeling like this was something that was robbed from him and left him to throw.
itself, but not being mentally prepared for a letdown. For a kid mentally putting myself in that position like somebody told me that my condition. It made me feel like shit. This happens. And I felt like shit. Changed when I dropped. That's the way for the guy. But it wasn't just Lil Wayne went on a months-long campaign, making his entire Carter 6 album, his first album in 5 years, the 6th installment in one of the most legendary hip-hop series of all time, making the entire world about how he was snubbed for that Super Bowl song. First, he had the opportunity in the Cetaphil commercial. Cetaphil, you guys didn't know, is cream for sensitive skin. And the entire plotline of the commercial is that we're all a little sensitive.
Hey, you still there?
Oh, this is so sensitive. He was emphasizing he won't be at the Super Bowl because he's got bigger things going on, aka the Carter 6. Owen was asked before Kendrick was even announced as the performer on why he feels like he deserves that slot. He said it because he's going to work so hard. The Carter is an all-time high, and he will be a shooter for that performance. So
come on, man.
Carter 6 mustn't get out of this work, right? Yeah, for the opportunity to get a promotional interview with Rolling Stone, he did some of the music that was supposed to be on the tape. In this interview, it says, for one Carter 6 song, Lil Wayne tells the world they could have had some real music that he returned from, but instead, they got rap. He's talking about the NFL. They ended up, he says, after playing another song. Essentially, after previewing his Carter 6 music, again making it about the entire Super Bowl debacle, Wayne is saying that they could have had real music, like the stuff he's previewing on the Super Bowl stage, but instead they got Kendrick Lamar straight rapping. Why reason with these guys if they can't see the future first? After all this talking, after Lil Wayne saying that the music would be so undeniable that they would feel like idiots for not having chose him, he ends up finally releasing his long-anticipated Carter 6 album in June of 2025. The most memorable moment on that track is Elephant Songs, and the album was trashed so hard that his daughter had to come out and declare the most memorable moment off that track list was Elephant Songs, and the album was trashed so hard that they can't see the future first. During this talk, after Lil Wayne saying that the music would be so undeniable that they feel like idiots for not having chose him, he ends up finally releasing his long-anticipated Carter 6 album in June of 2025. The most memorable moment off that track list is Elephant Songs, and the album was trashed so hard that his daughter had to come out and defend for
that's the truth. The reputation of the fact that you can get into it, that can even distract them. But the fact that you can't get into it, that can even distract them. That was the worst. In games, and all this type of stuff is
What purpose would it have served Kendrick Lamar to respond to any of this mess? The truth ends up revealing itself. But it's not just about individuals exposing themselves for their own insecurities. Sometimes the lifestyle catching up to you. If you're afraid of the level without giving a true you, the graveyard is perfect. Just tell us what acid and shoot. They can't hold it. What are you doing? You probably forgot that just a couple days after the song was released, literally died. Just like Kanye West, Diddy at one point was one of the most influential and legendary figures within pop culture, elevating hip-hop to a much more mainstream global level than we had ever seen before his time. But sadly, due to the lifestyle he lived, the empire, the legacy, all came crumbling down, leaving him all alone. This was a dark warning to anyone engulfed in the toxicities and vanity of the lifestyle within Hollywood. When you overindulge in that gluttony, when you take advantage of your lives, everyone so taken away from you at a moment's notice.
we saw the curtain peel back behind some of the most disturbing stories we've ever heard from a rapper. From the horrible abuse that his girlfriend Cassie had to endure, to allegedly lighting Kid Cudi's car on fire, to the freak-offs. I mean, this even had DJ Academics warning Drake to stop living that Hollywood lifestyle and take the advice that Kendrick Lamar was giving on this song.
Drake needs to learn from Diddy and Jimmy, because Drake is like 38 now. And you know when Kendrick says watch the party down, you gotta stop the party after one. Right? If you don't stop the party and keep it till 50, you see where Diddy's at. At some point, we ain't saying get married and have kids, but just exit stage left, I'm gonna guess.
And speaking of Academics, I think these next...
You see where Diddy's at. At some point, we ain't saying get married and have kids, but just exit stage left, I'm gonna guess.
And speaking of Academics, I think these next few bars apply to him.
Left, I'm gonna guess.
And speaking of Academics, I think these next few bars apply to him. Influencers talk down because I'm not with the basic stuff, but they don't hate me. They hate the man that I represent. The type of man that would never deride because I want a favor. The type of man that resides in patience. Long before this beef, and of course after, we've seen Academics get exposed for who he truly is. Was it all in the hopes of getting a favor from Drake? The radio personality pushing propaganda or salad? Let me know if you think the was a casualty. Ever since the beef emerged, these little videos spew out propaganda on a daily basis. So disrespectful and disgusting to the point where when Academics actually showed up to one of Kendrick's concerts, Kendrick's people ended up pressing Academics with speech and dispute.
West crack like this.
Drake is there as a friend or a source of exclusive information for Academics. The biggest thing in this industry is that Academics saw it all really fall apart. He was misfortune, things, disgusting questions. I'm not going to get into exactly what he said within that interaction, but it's interesting to observe different personalities, different ethical standards of the entire end of internet and hip-hop culture. So that Drake is smart. Again, Drake gives Academics so few cosigns for public acknowledgments, you would think he doesn't even know who Academics is. But Academics has essentially made a big part of his brand being Drake's cheerleader. And because, like Academics has said, a perk to be Drake's cheerleader is that Drake trusts him to feed exclusive info to Academics so he can be the first one to report it to the world, even though a lot of the times that quote-unquote exclusive info is Drake just lying to Academics so he can manipulate the narrative in the media. With all that, Academics himself has seemingly created a within internet culture in general, between legacy media and new media. And we're seeing Drake fuel that divide even further by dissing hip-hop journalists like Rob Barker, by going on a podcast like Bob Calvin, and speaking about who's are storied, accomplished journalists, not just being interviewed from them, but instead pioneering streamers like this. Drake makes us see Aiden Ross.
Yep, that's
So I say all this to say, the people in the media that Drake has been championing, he has separated himself from legacy media, old school journalism, and instead, the people he believes should be carrying the next wave of media, Aiden Ross, X-Juice, and DJ Steps. We just looked at the actions and things that all three of these characters have done or said over the last few months, not to mention all the propaganda that each of them. Actually, X-Juice, he doesn't even know Drake's music, but Aiden Ross, that specifically have pushed for Drake ever since Watch the Party Line has been released. Influencers talk about it's kind of basic stuff. They need the type of man that never theorizes himself with Drake, the type of man that decides the patience of illness rules. Every single that because of what Kendrick Lamar did, and that we means Drake, you effectively have to
guys, that's the fucking
People like academics data runs and say things like rap is dead because that same formula that worked for almost a decade where you receive playlist type albums with bloated track lists, no real meaning behind the subject matter, tailored for parties and TikTok. That formula isn't as efficient anymore. People are looking for something bigger. And that could be thanks to the statement Kendrick said with the battle, with the party doctor, with the element of competition he wanted to bring back. And obviously they're not programmers, they're not programmers. Ultimately, like that made overanalyze and this is going to be like bad. They'd be like and again, everything said on Watch the Party Live, all of these lyrics came before all these comments academics or Aiden Ross made about hip-hop being dead. Influencers like that because it's not with the basic stuff. The basic stuff is not. People are tired of living in love. When academics started this lyrics, maybe this little chat with that 13-year-old kid, he was pumped rich, then took a couple of weeks off to YouTube. When he came back, first, he doesn't have that same sort of influence. 8 comments were up, was burned on him. So, what did he decide to do? Well, not comment on hip-hop, that's for sure. No, but back like academics, they don't get paid or brand less built off the competition with hip-hop. There were Joey Batman versus West Coast. How much to say about Kendrick's GNX here, but what brought it back with the relevance? Hip-hop was getting cancelled before that incident in 2014. These two major things. And it didn't evolve after all that key-writing, after all that propaganda he's pushed. When things got dark, it wasn't great. But also very insightful. Another column in this 2025 circus Kanye West. Kanye West, at the height of his social media all of Kanye West's raw thoughts, opinions, and perspectives in this very unstable moment within his life. Academics was sure to be the voice that could represent this circus the best, because that's what his brand is about. Controversy, clickbait, sensationalism, propaganda, and gluttony. Can't forget about that. And the second piece to Academics making his big comeback was, again, not talking about hip-hop, nothing hip-hop related, but instead speaking on the controversies that hip-hop artists and figures have been roped into. The Diddy case. He spent every waking hour during that multi-week-long Diddy trial covering every aspect of the case, documenting the death of the party. It shows you what the priorities are of that side of media and content creation, what they obsess over, what they create a brand around. And boy, was Academics happy. Diddy got pretty much a slap on the wrist. In a matter of how much now he'll back before you make separate gas. He makes no, we're not gonna roll that. No, we're not gonna roll. No gas, get the going out of here, gas. Yeah, my boy was he definitely not the gas. Yeah, there ain't no shit no. That's the way it's legal now. Not Diddy. Try to beat the case. Because they're trying to against it. Hatred these this was Posey and has built a Kendrick Lamar. It's not related to Kendrick Lamar himself. It's related to everything that Drake isn't, that Kendrick Lamar is. Man he represents, right? You think all these Drake fans wanted their favorite artists to go on historic runs, dropping some of the worst music not only ever heard in his career, but ever in a post-battle environment, like Walk on Delilah, BBL Drizzy, Beat Your Padre, Tool Maza, the list can go on forever. 50-plus songs since this battle ended, barely any of them have left an impact. Meanwhile, every group that makes it again, it's new songs, it's population, it's putting up full numbers, highest selling album in 2025, JX, album came out in 2022. Most watched Super Bowl show of all time, most popular headline stadium tour, most watched Amazon Music live event last year. Kendrick is looking at songs going outside their intended. The numbers and the momentum and the impact speak for themselves. That's what Drake fans are doing. So they use the body excuse. They use the excuse industry is junk, therefore down. Deep down, what they're really upset about is that Drake is carrying himself, utilizing this song lyrics and compromising freedom of speech with unprecedented lawsuits over violence, losing that and dwelling for a year. Teasing for that pieces, but instead, we get Aiden Ross live streams or Iceman live streams for specific censorship and heat, alienating himself from respected journalists and American media as a whole, claiming that UK rap is better than as a way to Kendrick and shift the attention onto his antics. And then it comes out that the artifacts are logical fit. I say all this to say, what Kendrick said, influencers talk down because it's not the basic stuff. They hate me, they hate the man that I represent. All the streamers, the Aiden Rosses, the Academics talk down on Kendrick Lamar. He's opium, he's years on Twitter, crazy every single day, hoping the success that Kendrick has had. They're not mad at him. They're not side represents and how that voice has been and more ever since Kendrick dropped Watch the Party. Meanwhile, the other side of the it's hard. You looked at Diddy, you looked at Kanye, you looked at Young Thug, Drake, Lil Wayne, DJ Academics. I mean, aside from Diddy, these are all people who have caught crowds that Kendrick represents. In the 6 weeks story that has been released, Kendrick has stayed silent. Drake has publicly spiraled online and crashed out in his fragile office. Drake fans are not mad at Kendrick Lamar. They're mad that Drake is not as silent as Kendrick Lamar, not moving as much calculation or attention as Kendrick Lamar. But that's the difference. Like Kendrick said in this song, they can't see the future first. Why reason these guys if they can't see the future first? And that translates far beyond just the scope of hip-hop, right? A lot of the division we're witnessing within society, a lot of the tragedies that have been occurring, the immense gun violence I spoke about at the beginning of this video, it all stems from the fact that people are parading and collecting and not thinking of the future first. Like he says later in this song, their spirit is insecure. I see a new earth filled with beautiful people making humanity work. Let's kill the followers that follow up on Pop and Molly's work, not these degenerates that's failing to acknowledge the hope that we're trying to spread. Film this stuff in high res, aka you don't stand up for the change that I'm trying to make, then you're on the other side. There's a clear line in the sand. We're watching that part of the party. That followers that follow up, not acknowledging obvious degenerates that fail to acknowledge the hope we're trying to spread. He emphasizes at the end of this one, bars that essentially everything needs to be broken down to be rebuilt. Everything wrong with hip hop, everything wrong with society, everything going on with internet culture needs to be completely destroyed for people to take charge, lead the way, and set a new standard for what should be displayed to the youth. A guy changed
I told you, stupid ass. Oh my god.
It ain't too many realists us. A lot of people on the side who is lived tomorrow. Today, our news died. We're going back to Kendrick Lamar, emphasizing the world he is not the savior of hip hop, of the world, of his culture, of whatever. He's trying to save himself. And he emphasizes this in this song as well, saying they wonder why we're not confused to rock. The more visible you get, the more spiritual is tried. There's people who lose everything if this quote-unquote party dies, right? Everyone is incentivized to push their agenda as the right side, as morally righteous, right? You see that in politics, you see that in media, you see that in music, you saw that in this rap. Both Drake and Kendrick wanted to show the world why their opponent was less noble and essentially a worse person than the other. Kendrick Lamar always got out by showing the world that Drake, what he represents, is quote-unquote not like him. And at this point in time, September 11th, 2024, is when Kendrick declares that that entire other side that has been pushing toxicity onto the youth must be burnt down. The party must be killed. Their spiritual people in that. Again, people like Academics, people like Drake, they have direct incentive to keep that party going because that's what pushes the profits into their pocket. It's very challenging to start an entire spiritual revolution, right? That's why Kendrick emphasizes they wonder why I'm not used to drop, why I'm not incentivized to consistently training on the basic stuff. Is strong. The more we're out there, the more we're trying to lead that revolution, kill off, and restart from scratch. The more the spirit will be tested. The more people will try to take them down because they're incentivized to teach them wealth that we're trying to destroy. We're living in one of the most polarized, violent, emotionally charged times in history. So actually incentivized to push and from our side, we're people and have never been so violent with their thoughts, and their ideologies and beliefs. And it's led to incarcerations, public outbreaks, beats, then the one man who wanted to kill off this party has been very busy over the last year and a half, uniting his city, breaking artistic boundaries, avoiding circles, caution, the narratives, and propaganda. 12 months ago, he predicted it all. So let me know what you guys think. Now, I'll catch you in the next one.
What I love about Drake is he cares about me. He cares about me winning. You don't find many people like that.
From being great friends and making hit songs together.
Yo, Khaled, you know, if I learn one thing from you, why give him one? You can give him another one.
Red Drake life.
And Drake even gifting DJ Khaled an OVO chain.
He blessed me, man. You know, he gave me the good in the hole, and it represents the best OVO.
To Drake now, telling DJ Khaled he doesn't want to work together anymore.
This is what Drake got to say. Must be Drake Bell.
Oh, man. So I didn't realize they was that far.
The longtime duo of Drake and DJ Khaled were no longer friends, and this beef has caused DJ Khaled
Like, that's been his whole movie. I got two Drake songs. I got two Drake songs. And you don't have two Drake nothings.
But the question is, why did Drake abandon DJ Khaled? The story begins in 2009 in Miami, Florida, where young Drake would first meet DJ Khaled, and little did they know, they would mark a page in history forever. It begins in 2009 in Miami, Florida, where young Drake would first meet DJ Khaled, and little did they know, they would mark a page in hip-hop history forever. But the funny part about Drake and DJ Khaled's friendship is that before 2009, DJ Khaled actually ignored Drake for years.
Drake told me a long time ago that he used to hit me on MySpace, and I didn't know how to work that MySpace stuff. So I'll say myself.
In the late 2000s and early 2010s, Miami made its mark on the game as both DJ Khaled and the Boss, Drake's real-longtime friend, turned enemy, would release countless hits during this era, like Hustlin' and All I Do Is Win. But the bigger theme at play at the time was the amount of talent they would collaborate with, like Kanye West, Jay-Z, Drake's mentor Lil Wayne, Jeezy, Fat Joe, a young French Montana, and even getting legendary singers like T-Pain, Akon, and Neo on the hooks of these songs. This era was truly a great time of hip-hop in my opinion, but little did Drake and DJ Khaled know what was coming next.
Drake life. You know, winners work with winners.
Drake and DJ Khaled would end up going on an insane run for the next decade, collaborating on smash hit songs like Fed Up, I'm On One, No New Friends, For Free, To The Max, Popstar, Reese, and even Staying Alive in 2022. Their relationship seemed to go beyond just business, as the two seemingly had a close friendship with one another for over 10 years, although many think the love is a lot more tilted to one side than the other.
If Brad was in sports, this got to be Michael Phelps or Usain Bolt.
My life is spelled kind of like D-R-A-K-E.
How do you spell Toronto?
D-R-A-K-E. The voice special now. Hold on. Look. Some days I got it all figured out. Y'all, listen, the boy different.
I like what Drake like.
You know, Drake got that one. I like what Drake like.
Did the Drake folks come in now? Did the Drake folks come in now?
When you work with Drake,
If you're
You
blessed to even work.
right, you even, thank you. So you talking real talk. You're best to work with Drake. If he sends you something, it's unbelievable. It's facts. I'll fight it.
But in September of 2023, Drake was seemingly ready to be featured not just once, but twice on DJ Khaled's upcoming album.
Hey, yo, Drake man, you know I got 2 Drakes in the can. Bastard. You know I got 2 Drakes, 2 champagne copies on my... No.
Drake also confirmed his collaboration by bringing DJ Khaled out to his Miami concert just months after that video was made. And at this concert, it appears Drake said yes to Khaled's proposal. And as you can see, Khaled was so excited to have Drake on this album, he also posted several pictures of that night with his son and Drake. But if we dig even further, as recently as 2024, DJ Khaled posted on Instagram several times about having not just one, but those 2 Drake features on his album. And he also did an exclusive interview in April of 2024 with the outlet Distractify. And once again, he said he had those 2 Drake features on his upcoming album. But he had a lot more to say than just that. He quoted that their friendship is way bigger than music. And we're real brothers. I don't have to talk to him for months. It's like we talk every day. That's how connected we are as friends. Drake got love for Khaled, and Khaled got love for Drake. Little did DJ Khaled know, although we have love for Drake, Drake didn't have any more love for Khaled. On Tuesday, February 4th, 2025, DJ Khaled officially began his rollout for his long-anticipated 14th studio album, A Lamb of God. But this wasn't just your average rollout. 14th studio album, A Lamb of God. But this wasn't just your average rollout. DJ Khaled released a blockbuster 7-minute album trailer directed by Ivan Rivera that had DJ Khaled in the middle of an intense heist. In it, Khaled's doing everything he can to protect the files for his upcoming album, which of course, he made sure to note featured a pair of Drake songs.
Wait. So much to Drake songs.
As robbers and team didn't hold his handle from his briefcase throughout the entire video. And DJ Khaled went so all out for this promo. One of these robbers was actually the one and only Mark Wahlberg.
That is
But if we put ourselves back in the
That is so
timeline
dumb.
of the day this was posted, excited with this is people seem to really the following day, DJ Khaled's world turned upside down.
Like, that's been his whole rollout, is I got 2 Drake songs, I got 2 Drake songs. You don't have 2 Drake nothings.
Drake ended up posting commenting on Khaled's Instagram saying Drake who? Drake Bell? In response to Khaled again reminding us he had not just one, but those 2 Drake features. This truly would have been a nightmare for DJ Khaled, as his upcoming album and his 7-minute cinematic promotional video seemingly were in trouble, as Drake was letting him know, I will not be featuring on your album. And trouble is exactly what DJ Khaled was in, as in response to this, he deleted the entire existence of this promotion for his new album, including the 7-minute video. And as the internet does best, a lot of people had things to say about this. Whatever I like Drake like guy did all that writing for nothing. A DJ Khaled album without a Drake feature doesn't even sound real. No more Drake singles. Just have a Drake feature anytime. But with all that out of the way, we now have to answer the big question. Why did Drake abandon DJ Khaled?
So I didn't realize they had gone that far left.
When we look at the possibilities behind the Drake and DJ Khaled beef, there are a few reasons Drake may have started it. As we go through them, they get a little complex, so stay with me. The first reason this beef may have began is Drake is the only name to watch this video. He's just told DJ Khaled, but it's for more than one reason. As you may have seen throughout the years, DJ Khaled hasn't been afraid of showing his love or readiness to work with Drake. But if we dig even further, this readiness may actually just be desperation. DJ Khaled wants his partner Drake Khaled begged him to do so.
The last 4 or 5 songs by Drake taking it. Make Drake
But the alleged desperation from DJ Khaled goes even further. In 2017, DJ Khaled and Drake was the same This is a potential story.
Remember I told you there was an artist that was so desperate to get a song out with Drake that Drake took 95% of the song? Tell me if I'm lying. Khaled, Drake, anybody else. Don't ask me how I know. Drake owns 95% of the publishing on this song. That's a fact.
Now, if this is true, it would mean DJ Khaled has been begging Drake to work together for a while, and this skit actually might have some truth to it.
Khaled, man, like this guy's off his rocker. It's like you give someone everything you have, and they're just like, another one, every 5 seconds.
But in Khaled's defense, Drake has worked with him and even given him an OVO chain since then. Not to mention, Drake even brought him out to announce the 2 features at his concert in 2023. So obviously Drake still liked Khaled enough, despite Khaled being allegedly annoying and desperate to work with him. But this leads us to the second way Drake might be annoyed with DJ Khaled. Many people have joked about Khaled relying on Drake for features for a long time. But when the rap civil war of 2024 began, those memes became a lot more real. Drake's era of him versus everybody began, and Drake himself even alluded to artists using him for features during one of his songs on 100 Gig. Became a lot more real. Drake's era of him versus everybody began, and Drake himself even alluded to artists using him for features during one of his songs on 100 Gigs, No Face.
Niggas got lit off the features I skated
Oh
on. I got
my gosh, man. Can't just-
Face.
Niggas got lit off the features I skated on. I gotta know how you get lit off and who you hating on.
And these same so-called friends never supported him, as he said on the song Blue, Green, Red.
Friends are treated like friends. Just hanging around.
And if you're wondering, DJ Khaled didn't hate on Drake during the Battle of 2024, but in Drake's darkest moment of his career, where nearly everyone turned on him, spread rumors about him, or even called him horrible things publicly, DJ Khaled is like, quote, brother beyond music, a lot of Drake's other friends weren't there to defend him.
Yo, Khaled, let me tell you this. The fence sitting you did, I'm telling you, you're getting punished for it. You're not going to sit quiet for 8 months while my guy gets jumped. And then as soon as you look up and be like, y'all done jumping him? I bet, let's drop a something. No, stop. We didn't know where you were for 8 months. My boy was getting jumped. Get it? Stop it. Do it. You jumping out, Tomo. Hey, we got 2 new Drake out. 2 Drake songs.
There you go.
So to me, it appears Drake is done trying to help people out, including DJ Khaled, who, as we know, was already allegedly begging for features in the past, and Drake always ended up giving in, even when he didn't want to. Not to mention, DJ Khaled was Rihanna to send her verse in for this exact same album.
Yeah, so Rihanna, I just sent her a record that I want her to get on the back.
Drake definitely doesn't want to be on the same song as Rihanna, let alone any of the other many people Drake has a beef with. And one of these other people, who is rumored to be on DJ Khaled's album, actually brings us to the second reason Drake may have a problem with Khaled, and that's because of the people he's involved with.
The friend of my enemy sounds like an enemy. The enemy of my enemy sounds like a friend. Just listen to this line, Khaled. I'm a decoy.
Enemy of enemies, my friend.
Jay-Z's book.
DJ Khaled is reportedly signed to Jay-Z's label Roc Nation, which he seemingly has been for a long time. And it just so happens the Roc Nation social pages were actually promoting DJ Khaled's new album that was supposed to come out. Not to mention, he's actually just really good friends with Jay-Z.
He's like my brother to me. He's also manager. You know what I'm saying? Of course I'm Roc Nation. You know what I'm saying? We the best Roc Nation, but I'm managed by Jay-Z. You know, we have a good relationship, and I want to work with people that want to work with me with good energy. You know, I call Jay up, and I know it's going to be a great conversation or some great advice.
Drake's potential issues with Jay-Z and Roc Nation run really deep. It's a whole thing itself. Drake and Jay-Z have seen similar shots back and forth over the years, and have had other alleged things go on behind the scenes. But recently, it's where Jay-Z comes into play, and the possible reason behind Drake not wanting to help out Khaled because of him. Jay-Z is the executive producer for the Super Bowl halftime show, and his label Roc Nation has an entertainment partnership with the NFL. Now you might be thinking, what's the point? In 2022, it was rumored that Jay-Z didn't want 50 Cent performing at the Super Bowl, probably due to their long-standing issues, but Eminem wouldn't perform unless 50 did.
I hit the homie, the big homie Jay-Z, right? So I said, yo, wow, who is the people that's on in the battle? And he said to me, white guy over 50 Cent. So I said, who's the white guy? I'm digging this Jimmy Iovine. He said, no, Eminem called directly for 50. You gotta remember, he didn't want 50 at the Super Bowl. That was crazy.
Wait, Jay didn't want 50 at the Super Bowl?
Yeah, he don't want that was some hater shit. Yeah, I remember.
The reason I bring this up is because some feel Jay-Z snubbed Lil Wayne from performing in his hometown of New Orleans at the 2025 Super Bowl halftime show. And chose Kendrick Lamar instead. As we know, Lil Wayne is Drake's mentor and close friend. Kendrick, well, he's Drake's biggest enemy. Now, I'm not saying Jay did anything dirty or Kendrick didn't deserve to perform, but this is a possibility in Drake's point of view. Lil Wayne and Jay-Z used to have issues back in the day, which were seemingly squashed, although 50 also thought his issues with Jay were seemingly squashed as well.
Jay-Z told Dr. Dre, just for people who's not up on us, or Eminem, that he didn't want you to perform nothing like Super Bowl.
I just I disagree. I ain't gonna tell you. I think it's just, when you take the competition from nothing. I'm not just competitive. It is, but I think when it goes past the music itself to blocking things in business, then I don't understand that. Like right now, he's not even competing for a slot. You don't have a new song now that you want to be on the top 10, top 5, and you still compete. It's gonna make sense. Like what we're competing for. That's the goal.
As 50 said, Jay's a competitive guy, and just because the competition isn't on the charts anymore, it could be in the boardrooms and behind the scenes. It never goes away. And after Jay-Z and the committee made the decision to have Kendrick perform, it wasn't without a lot of backlash. Many people immediately came to the defense of Lil Wayne after the announcement, including Drake's YMCMB teammate Nicki Minaj, who didn't hold back regarding the situation on Twitter.
Nicki Minaj jumped in today. So Nicki Minaj actually she said, I'm the one black and rightfully put into this game for no other reason that you can see your hatred for Drake and Nicki got you punishment. Lil Wayne, the GOAT,
and the one and only Birdman also got to tweet and defend Weezy. But Lil Wayne himself was not happy about it.
That hurt a lot. I blame myself for not being mentally prepared for a letdown.
But to reiterate, I'm not saying Jay did anything, but this is definitely a possible reason Drake didn't want to hop on DJ Khaled's album, as he would directly be helping Jay-Z and his label Roc Nation, who allegedly did his mentor dirty and directly chose his enemy Kendrick to perform instead, which ultimately led to Kendrick performing Not Like Us on stage, calling Drake a PDF file for over 100 million people to see. But Jay-Z is the only good friend of DJ Khaled that Drake is at odds with.
Yo, people got to start with me and Khaled. That's the greatest snap.
His longtime friend and fellow Miami's operator, Rick Ross, could also be another reason Drake doesn't want to support DJ Khaled. And when we look at pictures in the past, a lot of the time you saw Drake and DJ Khaled, Rick Ross was right there with them. Drake and Rick Ross were friends for over 10 years, making so much great music together, and always having great things to say about each other.
And the interest in our relationship most definitely is real.
Rick Ross is like one of my OGs, one of my mentors, one of my favorite people.
In 2024, Rick Ross let the world know he and Drake were far from being great friends, as he would join
Metro, you gotta say here, moving.
Trust him. And Rick Ross doing this ended up leading to Drake dissing him.
Yeah, Metro, you're gonna assemble the Avengers.
Ultimately, that led to Rick Ross dropping his own diss track against Drake in champagne moments. But the big question is, why did Rick Ross turn Drake? As recently as January of 2024, 2 months before Rick Ross turned on Drake, their friendship seemed as strong as ever.
Like one of your favorite songs with Drake, Space.
Space, nobody try to get at I ride for my
So Lemon Pepper is your favorite Wayne? That's the best. There's nothing better.
Overly.
You can't nothing to compete.
Yeah, so that's why when you and Drake did that song, you ain't had to have one.
Why not, man?
Yeah.
It's the biggest.
Yeah, of course.
If you mix up since Khaled and Drake, your friendship changed forever.
If Rick Ross and Drake are not rapping together no more, this hurts.
So what happened between those 2 months? Long story short, Rick Ross claimed in the Champagne Moments diss track that Drake sent a cease and desist letter to French Montana. But I never truly believed this was their full reason. Rick Ross throwing away such a strong and beneficial friendship over an alleged cease and desist in French Montana never made sense to me. He didn't even drop Drake when he tried to end his artist Meek Mill's career.
And I feel like really by Meek Mill being my little brother and Drake being my little homie, I really feel like they was two little homies that was in high school and away from school and fought over a pair of J's.
And at the height of everything in 2024, I did an entire breakdown on their beef, including the diss tracks. So watch that later if you're interested, because I ended up being right about a couple things not adding up. But once again, while all of this is going on, DJ Khaled is radio silent. You can argue he's caught in the middle of two longtime friends fighting each other, but as we discussed earlier, Drake always helped DJ Khaled even when he didn't want to. And to me, I think the biggest point to make is to not get things twisted. DJ Khaled needed Drake way more than Drake needed DJ Khaled.
I like Drake.
So you again have to think, Drake probably didn't appreciate the complete silence from someone he has done so much for. And then when things quiet down, Drake was calling off for his album. And as we know, Drake didn't want anything to do with it. So what do you think Drake was soft on? What's your opinion? I'm just
Why
going
you
off
keep
what I
doing
think
that, man?
Drake's potential thought process is. But Jay-Z and Rick Ross aren't the only close friends DJ Khaled has that are potentially beefing with Drake.
Still with Drake? Drake is all right. No comments.
As we touched on earlier, it's possible that their mutual friend French Montana is also now beefing with Drake, as Rick Ross claimed Drake sent the cease and desist letter. Khaled, him and French are also good friends that go way back.
You see what it is? French was good. French, man, I'm excited about this interview because I gotta see French Montana before French Montana. You know what I'm saying? Meaning as in when you climbing that mountain and lose his hustle every day.
Robert Drake sent a cease and desist letter to French Montana. French Montana releases the album Mac and Cheese 5 on February 25th, 2024. Now, as far as we know, Drake and French Montana were on great terms before the rap civil war in 2024, as they have a great track record of being friends.
And me and Drake, we like brothers.
And they date way back to that Miami era with DJ Khaled and Rick Ross, working together on songs like Stay Schemin'.
I remember we were at Ross's house. He was playing me his project. Just completely was like, oh yeah, this is like a song that me and French and I heard it. And I was like, yo, this is it.
But it seems that there are two possible reasons Drake may have sent a cease and desist, and they're both pretty interesting, so stay with me. Long story short, Drake featured on a song called and it was rumored to be on Mac and Cheese 5. A snippet of this song actually came out in 2023, and another snippet again leaked later that year. But the reason this song is eventually used the beat to this song. So, it makes sense that Drake would not want this song released, as Drake isn't about to help someone he's in beef with. Because let's be honest, a Drake feature is going to make Metro Boomin a lot of money. But even though this makes sense, it may not have been the actual reason. It seems that Drake was originally on the song Splash Brothers that appeared on Mac and Cheese 5, as the original version had been leaked and originally delayed from being on French's album They Got Amnesia in 2021. Not to mention, at a Drake concert in 2023, he called French Montana his Splash Brother. But on Drake's verse that got leaked from this song, he had some disses towards what seemed like Kanye West and Kim Kardashian. And if you want the full breakdown of that, check out my Drake Rick Ross video after this. But for argument's sake, if French Montana was still trying to put the song on his album, and Drake didn't want it coming out, which is very understandable, as his beef with Ye had quieted down at the time, Drake would have had no choice other than to send a cease and desist to prevent it from coming out. But crazy enough, French Montana was asked about Drake not being on his Mac and Cheese album, and his answer might surprise you.
So what happened with Drake on that one? Because I know you and Drake made a lot of music, you said. What happened on this project?
Yeah, we did, but we got the documentary coming out in June. And he executive produced it, so we're just going to push the records back to that.
Who would it? Why didn't you put the Drake song on here? Because I saw people were saying, what happened to that?
Because we got a documentary coming out together, and I feel like it's a better look that we dropped. You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
French Montana had nothing bad to say about Drake, and Drake had literally been on the listeners and those who were the famous prankster Vitaly, here on the screen, Vitaly asked him about his relationship with Drake.
Still with Drake. Drake is all right. No comments. I'm sorry. No comment on that. No, not even. It's similar to Drake. It's also no comment on that.
Vitaly asked French not once, twice. In confirming, he was specifically asking about just Drake and French's friendship. French, he said no comment. Now to me, I see two sides to this. French was saying no comment because there was beef there and they are boys in it. But he also could be saying it because he feels caught in the middle, as French is also good friends with Ross and other rappers beefing with Drake. So we just say no comment and try to control and not try to make any headlines. Interesting coverage moments later, the documentary Drake helped executive producer French Montana finally released.
Alright, so really fast, so tell us about the new movie you're actually back up.
Shout out to my brother Drake, shout out to Pump, shout out to everybody who played a part.
Drake both liked and shared
Yo, how is that so loud? Like, you can't exactly usually hear it from over there.
French Montana mentioned never came out. So on the surface, it appears they may not have a beef. Drake could have been promoting it because he may have financial incentive to do so. To me, it really is hard to completely say whether it was beef or not. You can make your decision. Either way, what we do know is French Montana was just like DJ Khaled. He didn't speak up to defend his good friend of many years, or even take his lyrics as weird, or to come out and deny what Rick Ross said regarding the cease and desist. He honestly actually did, but may have annoyed Drake even more and simply said no comment. So to me, I think the possible longtime circle of Drake, DJ Khaled, Rick Ross, French Montana, all of the complications that now come from it could be another factor behind Drake no longer being willing to help DJ Khaled. Although, one of the most bizarre things between Drake and DJ Khaled ended up happening. Only a couple weeks after the rift between these two was made public, it appears that a casket saying "Rest in Peace Drake and OVO" was left in front of DJ Khaled's house. Now I'll be honest with you, I don't have a real answer for this, but I don't think DJ Khaled put it there. 6ix9ine also received a random casket with King's Von name on it at his Florida home recently as well.
I'll be out. White male, white female in front of JCPenney's next to the Sports Authority. Halloween store now.
So is this just someone in Florida trying to pull pranks, or is this something more? Police are actually investigating this, and they also claim security took the coffins and destroyed them.
So there was a police report that was filed. These coffins were claimed to be from a delivery company. After they were given permission, the two drove to DJ Khaled's property and deposited the black coffin outside of his gate. Cops say that the guard had the coffin destroyed and tossed in the trash.
But when we look back on the friendship and fallout between these two guys, there are multiple reasons Drake may have abandoned DJ Khaled. Did Drake finally just have enough of him? Is he mad Khaled didn't defend him during his biggest time in the game? Is it because of his connection to Jay-Z, Rock Nation, Rick Ross, or French Montana? Until more information comes out, we won't know for certain, but my guess would be one of these reasons has something to do with it. Regardless, it's sad to see a seemingly fake teen-year friendship with tons of hit music and classic moments come to an end the way it has. But there is one thing that we can end on, and that's the good possibility DJ Khaled is never getting a Drake feature again.
Cardi done show time and time again that he might not be the best person to be around. We done seen him backstab so many people in the history that probably thought it was cool at one point. I mean, just recently, we had
I put the on there. I leveled it on past again.
For giving him the feature, then taking it back last minute before his album. It was cool at one point. I mean, just recently, we had Tyler, the Creator, come out kind of hinting towards some problems with him and Cardi for giving him a feature, then taking it back last minute before his album would drop. But at the point that Cardi took the feature, the vinyls was already pressed, they was already shipped out, so people got their hands on this Cardi verse. Cardi didn't like that, and allegedly, he sent Tyler, the Creator, a cease and desist for this song. Throughout these years of Cardi's career, not only did we see the little thing with Tyler, but we done seen him switch up and treat people around him a real crazy way. Prime example, Cardi and Uno the Activist. Now back during Cardi's early career, he underground like everybody else, and he built a lot of underground relationships. And he came into contact with Uno the Activist. Well, not necessarily came into contact. They was already cool, but they came up together as these two. So they grew up, they real close childhood friends. Most people, well, for years, thought Cardi and Uno was actually cousins. But back in 2022, Uno and Uno coming out confirming that, look, me and Cardi ain't cousins. It's just close. The thing is, it was close. But they were falling out years ago. So for this to make sense, we got to go back to Cardi's rip. So a year or two before this, Uno had got shot. And remember, him and Cardi was close. So you think your man get shot, you know, but Cardi shot the show. Became friends with the man and allegedly shot at Uno. XXL right this week. Uno the Activist went off on Cardi last night in a series of deleted tweets. And keeps Cardi still inside and selling fame. Uno got to me, so the same bitch, I would never sell this for fame. I would never change on my family on the spot. I would never friend my brothers with me. I would never talk down on family. So people don't mess with me before they even meet me. All that never worship with feet and statuses. XXL would also write, Uno made the subliminal comments explicit by sharing screenshots of a convo with Cardi where they kind of got into an argument. Uno calling Cardi a snake, and he was saying, "Yeah, my brother, I would never call him my big ones, especially when he dudes out here babies." So not only was Uno snapping Cardi and feeling like it was a little weird, but still in the style and sneak this. But the thing is, it's not some pattern for Uno wasn't the only person that would come out and say Cardi sneak this Cardi talking crazy behind the back. Because right around the same time, that was a man fighting. You know how to do about years ago. Saying all of this about Cardi.
Only reason, like, because he be doing other speakers, he will be like he the type to call, like, I'm around and get, like, you know, make instead of calling beats, you feel me, on some, like, high school, teenage drunk. It's stuff I even gotta go to the internet to feel about what he just but I know he like feel me, he just be on simplicity. He was just scared to niggas like just on some music. Like niggas can make fire music, you feel me? And that's scared to something. I ain't got I'm also family. You don't want to be family because they everything else. Get back to your business and your right people. All that we did is telling people that they're deserted was like how bad big. That was there. There was no
know, that was real. That was legendary times in car racing. He was just that's what was going on. Successful. Same thing out here. So, last hour. That didn't happen. Here, we know that part. It's like as the hours go on, less hours push it up. Sometimes call the folks, they got 6 feet in the circles. Now, almost every big about 19, so it's only big. It's switching. Here had 2 trucks. 2 trucks. To see what goes, and then they have a single side. Last time, let's go to like that. And the amount of music and a lot of good music they done pushed out together. People about to speculate. Is it beef? Is it drama? Is it problems? What's going on with Cardi here? I mean, years ago, we see Kid Carson, one of the faces of Cardi, like, oh, come out speaking over here. He was basically like, look, you know, I'm trying to work from here, but that's basically the type of time Kenya said in Arizona. A fan or two that Kenya said, whoever want to go here, and Carson responded and say, nah. Then the fan would say, this is a rare Ken Carson move. But he turned around and defended himself against this L that fans was calling him. Say, now this is that man told me I was going to say levels. Ever since that day, I've been going up. No beef. I just wasn't for it. So, take care of yourself. You know, Pierre kind of got issues with one of the main artists. After this, these two were so here because like the same party, so you know, like of course, fans were in the cemetery. Which one? You can hear what the small lady say. You know, just come out and it's that's what
acknowledge that, but Pierre don't respond to it. They only make he don't even care. They just they literally took the break and actually stupid. So let's check this out. Yeah, I gotta stop.
I'm tired of this 2018 Cardi sound that me and Pierre had going on. So I don't want to do that. Then at the same time, this is the third time. It's switching sounds up, and it is still sounding good. If anything happens to Pierre, it is a little strange. Beats one of his main artists at that same time. But Pierre Cardi wasn't the only producer Cardi was in now. What did we speak about? It was not just a misunderstanding. This was for one of these we gotta go back to earlier Cardi. This is before Cardi in Mexico drove working. And this was somebody that was making some good at least this to I ain't doing that cool ass shit. This is niggas back there. Shooting out the image. This is a whole story with niggas saying this probably should be because I don't know what happened to Mexico drove. The other niggas. Mexico drove Cardi. They weren't together. But there was Cardi was Mexico drove. It was ass no cheese. So it was basically speaks for this nigga. Drug thinking I'm about to get this money. No money. So they worked together. Drug thinking they're playing elevator article like this back in 2017. Despite the two trading judges for a minute at this point, this causes one of the most significant accusations. Recently started coming forward with similar stories. From all angles, it looked like Cardi was in this concern that one of the industry's most prominent artists is still too cheap to properly compensate for some of the producers who helped the 20-year-old come up. But that wasn't the only time Cardi did something like this. Remember what I just read? I can't wait to catch you slip. Don't drop nothing with me on the culture. I'll have at your house to make me travel. I'm in the UK on board. I will play since you put things up. That a lot of us we still on beats, we still on sand. I haven't done nothing to you but make beats that you slow. You sound damn how you feel. It's a damn song. Look at my dog. Slow beats. Still on sand. It's a move that's just started to take some things. So, yo, it's a lot of those for some. So, you know, and Cardi said, we hate the fucking down with the state. It's the good always tasting some best system.
Well, what?
Call me. They sit the dude.
That's what we did, yo, man. You know, it's okay. That big expensive, yeah. Oh, good. That's I ain't gonna tell you like that. Alright then.
It's no. Then the person Cardi was. That somebody say, yo, it's a lot of those from South Carolina. The person say, I don't know why. And Cardi said, he paid the fucking down where he stayed in the car. They said, look, that's just not what it's taking. It's so bad to this man was he didn't pass it. He took the beat. And they passed it. I don't understand how this is one
Well, last week we had a producer believe that Playboy Cardi finessed it out of a couple of beats, and even to this day, performs the songs that he made on those beats without him getting the dime out of them. There is on that beats. Listen, he was talking about really going to the concerts to watch Playboy Cardi perform and realizing that, damn, I had to pay for a ticket to get up in this, and he's performing the songs that I produced. I never got a dime. Also, he says he's won about $50,000 for everything to be square and to go away, and he will stop complaining and stop performing. And also, he says he wants credit on the song. He says apparently Playboy Cardi kind of stopped communicating with him once he tried to get his business right because Playboy Cardi really was trying to finesse him out. I have Playboy Cardi's official response because I haven't spoken to Cardi, and I said, Cardi, man, I know you don't mean it. However, you gotta come out and put out a statement because you're looking crazy. Allegedly, there's multiple other people with similar stories about Cardi, and they say when Cardi was a public, he finessed them for their beat, never paid them, and those songs was integral in the success. He says that the people who are saying that he stole their beats, they're just trying to get clout. He says nowadays, he only raps on the hear more beats, so all the multiple producers, they're safe. He says he promised. By the way, this is verbatim I'm reading. He says he doesn't do genuine business. He says that guy in particular on beats is Madison because he's not rapping on his beats. And he said, listen, it's crazy because I can't even defend myself because he thinks it ain't worth it. If I stole a beat, I'll tell that Lucy, okay, hear it more. He says that's all I do. I do not steal beats. Okay? That is verbatim, word for word from Playboy Cardi. He's vehemently denying it, and it's important that we get the Cardi saying on record.
So, like you listen, look at some interactions with people, relationship that's common songs that have a little bit of the same. It's a common break. And these two have a interesting relationship, friendship for years. I mean, years. Drake had been supporting Cardi. 2015, 2016, internally within the industry, Drake was showing love. In 2017, you see Drake publicly showing love to Cardi. 2017, Drake Cardi stands up and walks to the actually get involved with Cardi. Drake 2019, close to the snippets and close to the teams that, you know, Cardi and Drake got some support. But you know, the side on the bias, the side on the beats, whatever side you pick in that Cardi Drake war, you know, Drake is powerful. Drake is one of the most powerful people in the industry. Drake rapping to us, that is a really good look. That's a big moment. This is Cardi. This is Cardi. This is Cardi. This is Cardi. Before the Drake song. This is great. It's a fast one. You got a Drake to this. And it was all this bad speculation going on. It was all this bad dropping in May 2020. You will see Drake drop Pain 1990. Now, when this song came out, it was real Chris Brown. That is a great song. But I'm really thinking it's like, man, I'm not looking at this part. It's on there doing this real baby busting. Just real hard. He didn't care about this person. He didn't see just this was a great song. It got on your head. Made a person that Cardi fans were like, nah, man, I know. So it came with a little backlash, but it's really coming. Everything coming back now. So that's wasn't the more Cardi and Drake song that was supposed to release. They got Drake really supporting Cardi. And at one point, Drake had released the old Cardi song. They played on his radio show and everything. And the point of me telling you all of this is just to show that Drake had been supporting Cardi for a long time. Really showing love to Cardi. But when it came to Cardi, that love, that love wasn't reciprocated. And if we go back in time to when the whole industry was going against Drake, we had Cardi picking sides. Let's go about around this time last year. Drake was kind of pushing this song No Face. And when he was playing the song, doing little snippets, we were seeing Cardi ad libs, so fans got to know this about it. Whenever the song actually released. So fans sparked up this conversation, right? And instead of Cardi, coming out saying, yeah, I'm on this song, or Cardi saying, no, I'm not on this song. He posted a pic of him on the phone with The Weeknd. The man Drake actually has posts right behind the people no more. So now people is looking at Cardi like, oh, he picking sides. Because people is actively talking about Drake and Cardi. Then Cardi gets on the story. He posted The Weeknd. But it wasn't even like, oh, nigga, you talking about all of this off the story. Because no, we have hit a day break. I apologize. Saying that, man, Cardi ain't about to do no Drake feature. Cardi on outside. Cardi rocking with Kendrick. And what we didn't know at that time, what we didn't know in September last year, was Cardi really was on that nigga Kendrick's side. And the thing is, over the years, I don't know if it was just a coincidence, I don't know if it was out of spite, I don't know if it was out of some, issues with Cardi and Drake. But when you see Cardi always close with everybody that Drake hated, Kendrick and Cardi, they had their one. We had Cardi, we had Off the Grid, we had Up to the Moon, all of this right between Cardi and Kanye was there. Always. It's Kendrick was on this Cardi album back in the old fans were worried that Cardi not being on the official version of Netflix had someone else. They that the two had some original Drake's biggest that may not be a good song for the song's future. This song is going to be a great. We all think there's actual problems between Cardi and she's just not giving us a translation. It's no interest. But he was on the final release. Like I said, the show, the first four, and apparently something must have happened to him at 12. He was supposed to be stacked because he was still on the first one. He was close to the last week. He was great, so he always pushed out. This one, and he was one person. He was this information. He was saying, he's going to see about this on the cover track thought I was dead that now features school breaks. Cardi's contribution did not make it to the official versions was from one situations that fans started to point after that verse from China on the clips out. But she don't know if it's true. there. You don't know his talent. He's one of those companies that trying to sue for $1 million. But with everything I done said, with all the examples you have seen of Cardi B in this forum, it's a little bit too far-fetched to make that Cardi B was that consistent. So those y'all, you don't think all this is going as a whole of it is to
microphone that Pusha T used during the show. They had his autograph on it. That was a really, really big clip saying I used to attend that was all the clips on it. So things moving like and I loved it so much. I loved the autograph on it. That the time of the world to me. Ready to tell the story. Ready to tell the story. I studied Pusha T for a living. Like, what's your family like? Oh, your dad left you at 5. Oh, I get that. He never walked to the bus stop. You're mad about this. Your mom, she never remarried. You don't even know what that family is, so of course you don't dig marriage. I'm back standing. Like, I can't get back over there, right? You're back to Drake. Right. I mean, just the censorship of it and the things that, were stopped. This is a real situation.
Fortunately, if you're running a whole rollout based on not respecting self, and you're to the world. Is this a real thing or is this contrived to market? Ladies and gentlemen, they have been persistently perpetuating pompous plans to plant Pusha T in the turf. Disregard the Drake dissing that was decades long that culminated on the story of Adderall song. Pusha T has pointed to every wrong from every long-lasting bond to battle and learning that he's had. Pusha T's been right every time they say he's too mad. Is he dissing for album rollouts or is he revealing the truth? Pusha has been a prophet, so let's dig to the roots. I mean, he's even prophesized everything we've seen in the Drake lawsuit. The courthouse Karen conniving for information on Kendrick's kids. Pusha predicted every move that the petty petition Padre had did. You don't believe me? Let me show you the facts. First, smash that like and subscribe button with a smack. Now, on this Jets Box 5 years ago, Pusha T's manager Stephen Victor was planning the posthumous Pop Smoke album. He landed Pusha a feature on the song Paranoid with Young Thug and Gunna. This was about 2 years after Pusha T and Young Thug thought Pusha T was dissing Drake on this Pop Smoke record. Stephen on Instagram said, I don't respect the Pusha T verse on the song with me and Gunna because I don't have anything to do with your beef, and neither does Gunna. And if I knew that your verse was about Drake, I would have made changes on my behalf. First of all, your verse sounds days. If you know what I mean. I'm gonna go weak. Second of all, you already done down there. You already went crazy the first time, so you ain't even got a second. Going on double takes, triple takes, quadruple takes. You should just got all of that on the first song. Put the first song out. You just feel like you don't get enough views on your own, so you came and pissed bullet on a whole nother Bruce Resting in Peace music. Because you feel like, that is the perfect platform, Bud, Gunna, and Pop Smoke. This is the perfect platform. Pusha T responded saying, hey, Young Thug, a couple things. One, don't feel bad. Nobody knew what the verse was about. The label heads that stopped it didn't even know. They only assumed it was dissing him because Drake told them. The same way Drake told about the Rick Ross Maybach 6 verse. And if he'll tell record executives about rap verses, God only knows what else he'll tell. I don't deal in police work, police rappers, or police guys. From rappers crying to record executives to blatant label censorship, I don't ride with none of it, but I love every bit of it. Now, y'all run along and be gangsters when you leave the devil alone. And from the outside looking in, many casual observers could have thought that this was Pusha T stringing on a 2-year beef with pure saltiness and evil energy, even calling himself the devil. But there's a lot more to this story. And when you look 5 years later, when Young Thug was fighting the state of Georgia over a RICO charge where they were using his lyrics as criminal evidence, and Young Thug crying on Twitter every day about Gunna being a rat in that case, or Kid Cudi testifying against Diddy, calling him a rat as well, you would think Young Thug's #1 enemy right now would be Log Rihanna, who
who is suing for defamation over the lyrics in a diss song against him, Not Like Us. And this lawsuit he concocted potentially jeopardizing the sanctity of free speech in song lyrics and setting a new precedent for how rap bummers bars. For whatever reason, Young Thug is still riding with Drake. Meanwhile, Pusha T, who 5 years ago was warning Young Thug that Drake was trying to record executives, censoring lyrics behind the scenes, and warning Young Thug that if he would go as far as to rap the executives over rap lyrics, think about what else he would do. Pusha T has now been planted in Drake's favor, with Drake demanding all communication that UMG had in relation to censoring or releasing Pusha T music, as well as all communication UMG had related to Kendrick Lamar, Dave Free, and Kendrick Lamar's children. It makes you think that Pusha T had prophesized all of this 5 years ago, but there's a lot more to this story, and a lot more that Pusha T has prophesized throughout his entire career. Pusha T has always been categorized as what you could call a boogeyman within hip-hop. I mean, the world saw what he did with Drake on The Story of Adam and on Exodus 23. And this is the same man who on his debut album rapped in Virginia he smirked at the O.J. Simpson trial. Yeah, I guess the chase was wild, but what's the fuss about? The same man who ad-libbed his entire 2022 album, It's Almost Dry, with Joker on it. The same man who threatened to release videotapes of Travis Scott breaking down in front of him over Kylie Jenner. Surely this is a hate-fueled man who thrives off of terrorizing other rappers. But when Pusha T's asked about being the bully of the game, he claims that every flame he's fanned is just a result of him finishing a problem that other people started. In a GQ interview this year, he said, I've really been in Paris, making my songs, doing my stuff. When these people mention me, they're really going out of their way. What have I done besides wear clothes these past couple of years? This stuff ain't coming out of nowhere. I promise you. They do the underhanded stuff. And the obsolete stretches far and long beyond just Drake and Young Thug. Pusha T has had a multitude of targets over his multi-decade-long career, spanning from Birdman to Lil Wayne, Travis Scott, Kanye West. Just like Drake, he even sued his own record label, Jive, back in 2005, but for much different reasons. And with all the new horrendous details of Drake's lawsuit coming to light, it makes one thing very clear. Everything Pusha T has ever said about any rapper or record label has always ended up coming out right. And I'm sure you know the age-old story. If Birdman ended up paying Pharrell for a beat over 20 years ago, there'd be no Pusha T and Lil Wayne beef, or Pusha T, Young Money, and Drake beef. There might not even be a Drake and Kendrick Lamar beef. Yes, it really runs that deep. And if you don't believe me, now you'll find out. I studied rap out of school. See, the common theme in all the issues Pusha T has with various different artists and the claims he makes about them that end up right years down the line, it all simply stems from Pusha T being loyal to the guys that he's working with at the time.
We come from just loyalty to a fault. If you're my friend, and I just see him in the mix of people who I don't think reciprocate, and I think have taken advantage of the fact that you don't play, or that you don't snitch, you don't talk, you know that you're not going to say.
That's what they live off that. And that's why when he says, I'm really just out here minding my business, they start these problems with me, and I just finish them, he's not lying. Way back in 2002, when the Clips had just released their debut album on Pharrell's label, of course, coming into the game with Pharrell, they were loyal to him no matter what. The Clips and Pharrell did a couple collaborations with Cash Money, including the Grinding remix way back in 2002 with a young Lil Wayne and Birdman, and What Happened to That Boy with Birdman and Manny Fresh. Birdman, notorious for not paying artists what they're owed for the music they produce, never paid Pharrell for his contributions to What Happened to That Boy. And Birdman not paying his artist, that's going to play an important role in this story very shortly. But this wasn't actually the reason why Pusha T hated Young Money years later. It was simply the small trigger that caused a ripple effect that would culminate into decade-long beefs between various different artists. Pharrell, after not getting paid, allegedly vowed to never work with a Cash Money artist again. And when him and Chad were dominating the streetwear fashion world with brands like Bape and Billionaire Boys Club, Lil Wayne had wanted Pharrell to send him some exclusive BBC clothing. Pharrell allegedly denied, and Wayne wore the clothing in magazine covers and music videos anyways. And while this was going down, the Clips were battling their record label Jive, after Jive had split up with Pharrell's label Star Trek, and this left the Clips under new management who didn't know how to necessarily market them well. As a result, they ended up suing Jive to get out of their contract, and because they were amidst a legal battle, they couldn't release much music, so inevitably their buzz died down. But eventually they were able to release the first single to their second album, Mr. Me Too, which called out anyone within the game who, during the Clips' 4-year hiatus from their first album, had started biting the Clips' sound, style, subject matter, etc. The Clips, of course, were riding with Pharrell, so they were often looked at as pioneers in the fashion world for introducing hip-hop to brands like Bape, Billionaire Boys Club, etc. And along with that, they were some of the first rappers bringing coke rap into the mainstream, a style that Wayne would roll with years later. So people thought because Wayne was rocking Pharrell's clothing lines that the Clips had pioneered and kind of adopting some of their subject matter, that Wayne was biting Pusha T and his brother. Because of that, many people thought that the song Mr. Me Too by the Clips and Pharrell was directed at Wayne for copying them. And to make a long story short, when Wayne was asked about this in interviews, he didn't have the nicest things to say, essentially saying like, who the F are the Clips? I don't see them, I don't see Pharrell, you're talking to the best. I'm wearing this stuff, I make it hot. They wear it and you think it's lame. They're not in my league. Talk to me like you're talking to the best. And this is where the true issue started between Lil Wayne and Pusha T. It wasn't directly from Birdman's bad business dealings years prior. It was because as the Clips were going through their own bad business with their record label and they were unable to release music, their buzz dying down year by year, you now have one of the bigger rappers in the game, Lil Wayne, completely dissing them and tearing them down, downplaying their impact on the game while they can't really release music to fight back. So a common theme in this video is going to be, like Pusha T emphasized all the way in 2025, it's not him starting these issues with rappers, it's him putting an end to issues that they start with him. Wayne was talking crap about them in interviews, and that's when Pusha T started going off.
I remember just a very dark time for me, just musically. Like people were telling Wayne he was trying to talk dope like the Clips or drugs, and he wore Bape like the Clips. I never said that. There was a Vibe article where he spoke to that, but he just spoke about us in a very down talking. I'm like, damn, we already going through, and you're not even bright enough or smart enough at the time. I ain't got no problem. I mean, just so we clear.
So the interview Wayne did, talking crap about the Clips, is what would lead Pusha T to eventually start dissing Wayne once he got out of his legal battle with his record label and he was able to release music once again. On one of his mixtape cuts, Re-Up Gang Intro, he rapped, "Sorry, but I don't respect who you're applauding. The little guy flows, but his metaphor is boring. Don't make me turn daddy's little girl to orphan. That would mean I'd have to kill baby like abortion." This was released in 2008 when Wayne was on top of the world and of course known for his metaphors, double entendres. You guys remember bars like "had a phone in jail, that's its cell phone"? So yeah, Pusha T here is saying like, the bars are weak, the metaphors are weak, the flow might be nice, but it's masked behind a bunch of BS. I don't respect who you're applauding. And Lil Wayne was of course signed to Cash Money, the founder being Birdman. Birdman was like a father figure to Lil Wayne, with Lil Wayne often referencing him as Daddy. They have songs together called "Stuntin' Like My Dad." Birdman also goes by the nickname Baby. So when Pusha T here raps, "Don't make me turn daddy's little girl to orphan, that would mean I'd have to kill baby like abortion," he's talking to Birdman and saying that Wayne, being Birdman's son, would be left as an orphan. Lil Wayne wouldn't respond, and in 2010, Pusha T even said that any issue he had with Wayne was now dead, now that Lil Wayne was incarcerated, and he was happy to see Lil Wayne get released. But things would heat back up about a year later, when Young Money's next protege, Drake, and let me just clarify, Young Money is a label Lil Wayne started, and 51% of Young Money's profits were owned by Cash Money. That's going to play a very important role in this story very shortly. So Young Money is under Cash Money, which is under Universal Music Group. Drake is signed to Lil Wayne on the Young Money label, and he has now taken the torch from Lil Wayne. In 2011, he releases a song called "Dreams Money Can Buy." Now, Drake started off being a very vocal fan of the Clips coming into the game. Pharrell, the Clips, Kanye West. It's funny how he now has issues with all. But on that "Dreams Money Can Buy" song, Drake raps, I feel like lately it went from top 5 to remaining 5. My favorite rappers either lost it or they ain't alive. And they trying to bring us down. Me, Weezy, and Stunna stayed up. Christmas lights in the middle of summer. People took this as a shot towards the Clips because Drake was saying before he came in the game that his favorite rapper, or one of them, was Pusha T. At this point in time, in 2011, Pusha T and Malice had just split up. The Clips were no longer. Pusha T had to get his footing as a solo artist. He had just signed to Kanye West's Good Music label. He hadn't released any albums, right? So it's kind of a similar situation to when Wayne was taking shots at the Clips when the Clips couldn't release any music because they were fighting their record label. At this point, Pusha T is figuring the situation out as a solo act, and Drake is on record here saying that my favorite rappers either lost it or they ain't alive. And he makes it even more clear that this is a shot towards Pusha T because the next line is, they're trying to bring us down, Big Weezy and Stunna. Of course, Pusha T had been dissing both Birdman and Lil Wayne just years prior. And Pusha T would end up taking this beat and releasing a whole new song on it on his own, where he's most definitely dissing Drake. This was the first time he ever took a shot at Drake, and he's definitely predicting a lot of what was to come. He rapped rappers on their sophomores and their boss lords. Ain't such a funny thing for sure, when guys start believing all the encores. This was obviously a shot at Drake because this was right before he released his sophomore album, Take Care, and he's already on records talking about, his favorite rappers lost it or they ain't alive. He continues rapping Chappelle Show, All You Real Brennans, sketch comedy, Who Is For Real Pennin', The Talk Don't Match the Leather, The Swag Don't Match the Sweaters. This was the first time, way back in 2011, that Pusha T would allude to any ghostwriting rumors coming from the Young Money camp. It's important to remember that before the ghostwriting rumors from Drake, there was already ghostwriting rumors from Lil Wayne, where Gilly the Kid, who had been an artist on Cash Money, had said that he wrote most of Wayne's Carbon Run album along with a bunch of other records for Cash Money, and he was even in the What Happened to That Boy music video with the Clips, Pharrell, and Birdman. But now we're in 2011, and on this record, Pusha T raps, All of Neil Brennan's sketch comedy, Who Was For The Real Pennin'. Neil Brennan was one of the writers on The Chappelle Show, which Pusha T references. Chappelle had felt like Brennan had betrayed him, so when he references Real Pennin', it's a double entendre because he's talking about Neil Brennan writing for The Chappelle Show, but also the writers within Young Money, writing bars that the YMCMB artists would later spit, but it's rhymes that they didn't truly live. And that's why in the next few bars, Pusha T raps, the talk don't match the leather, the swag don't match the sweaters, and wolves don't walk with shepherds. He was calling out these ghostwriting rumors long before a Quentin Miller or Meek Mill or anybody. And of course, the next year we get Exodus 23:1 from Pusha T, where he would rap, contract all effed up, I guess that means you're all effed up. You're signed to one guy that's signed to another guy that's signed to 3 guys, and that's bad luck. Creating the angle that Kendrick Lamar would later on run with 12 years later. And of course, here he's emphasizing the horrible label situation of Young Money being a label under Cash Money, which is a label under Universal. You're signed to one guy, Lil Wayne, you're signed to another guy, Birdman, you're signed to 3 guys, because Cash Money was under Republic Records, which is under UMG. Republic was founded by Avery Littman and Monte Littman. The CEO of UMG is Lucien Grange. There's your 3 guys. Lucien with UMG, who owns Republic Records, Avery Littman and Monte Littman. Then under them is Cash Money, owned by Birdman. Then you got Young Money under that, owned by Lil Wayne, who then signed Drake. Signed to one guy, signed to another, signed to 3. At the time, people kind of brushed this off, right? And I guess you could say it seemed hypocritical because Pusha T was under Good Music, which was ran by Kanye, and Good Music was under Def Jam, which was also a division under UMG. But the contractual structures were very different between both camps. And Pusha T emphasizes that later in the Exodus song, rapping, those guys are using you as a pawn. You see, they never loaded their guns. Now you're all out here by yourself. Ask Steve Jobs, wealth don't buy health. Throwing that flag up, running around, thinking you're hot stuff, taking half of everything that you get. Those guys are not dying for it. What he's referencing here, especially with the taking half of everything you got, is the fact that, again, Cash Money owned Young Money, and 51% of Young Money's profits went directly to Cash Money, meaning that Wayne and the rest of the Young Money label was only left with 49% of all the profits that all Young Money's artist music made. Taking half of everything you got, those guys are not dying for it. And out of every Kendrick Lamar diss, any diss that we've heard, I think, in the past 15 years, this one definitely aged the best, because Just 3 years later, Lil Wayne responded with an atrocious diss track, F Pusha T and anybody that love him. He would end up going onto Twitter declaring that his next album, The Carter 5, could not be released because Cash Money was holding it hostage, along with him and his record label Profits. He sued the label for $51 million and said he wanted off the label and nothing to do with those guys. The same guy that he used to call his father. It was now obvious Birdman was not dying for it, just like Pusha T had emphasized years prior on Exodus 23:1. But even with all the dissing, all the back and forth over the years, Pusha T did take the time when Wayne aired out his frustrations to extend a little olive branch, replying to Wayne's frustrated tweets saying, "If you want to drop albums and don't want your CEOs rubbing their hands all in your videos, come with the good music, Suge Knight voice." He also took the time to celebrate the fact that, again, everything in Exodus aged perfectly, sharing a screenshot of the lyrics, tweeting out, "I never lied to the people, not one time." But he did invite Lil Wayne to join Kanye West's Good Music label, saying, "This too shall pass, come to Good Music." So while people didn't understand why Pusha T was hating on Exodus 23:1, talking about Wayne's contract being messed up, then taking half of everything he gets, when Lil Wayne and the whole Young Money camp at the time thriving, 2 years later, it was like fine wine. Pusha T emphasized in an interview saying, "Exodus came out 2 years ago. People should just call me the prophet. You know what? Lil Wayne on Good Music? Well, Kanye actually likes Wayne, so they could probably make some good music together. But who knows? I don't know. I just like the fact that I'm a prophet because of Exodus." But with Pusha T now extending the olive branch for Wayne to join Good Music, he had a new target on his back. And while he was right predicting how every part of Wayne's career would go, there was nothing left to say about Wayne. But there was another target on Young Money with a pretty much spotless track record. And this is where the story gets taken up to another level. I studied rap battles from Drake at the time was putting out hit after hit, #1 album after #1 album, elevating in the game with each release, and no real stain to his legacy. That was, of course, until he got hit with the rap Rico. What am I talking about? Well, of course, Quentin Miller was writing his verse on Rico along with, I believe, another 6 records. I'm going to do a whole video on Quentin Miller very soon, so drop a comment if you guys want that. But with that came a new target in the Young Money camp for Pusha T to question the integrity of. On his 2016 record, HDTV, he rapped, "These guys call it duty because their killings ain't real," with a questionable pen, so the feeling ain't real. The first time he references the fact that Drake is not concocting his own bars. But just like with Lil Wayne, how everyone said, Pusha T was kind of hating for no reason other than to just get a rise out of a rapper that was bigger than him, Pusha T would argue that all of these issues stem from people starting the problem with him and him just putting out the fire, and doing so by only bringing the facts to the table and pulling the mask back on the greatest flaws of all these guys. And this would be a repeated theme of Pusha T just kind of doing his own thing, minding his business, and people taking shots at him. And this came in 2017, before the story of Adidon, before Infrared, before any hater could say that this was Pusha T just trying to seek attention and calling Drake out. It was actually Drake who, again, took the first shot in 2011 with Dreams Money Can Buy, but was now reigniting this feud by calling Pusha T out in the most direct way any Young Money artist ever had up to this point, while also calling out, at the time, Pusha T's very vulnerable Good Music label mate in Kid Cudi. Because at the time, Kid Cudi had been in rehab, and Drake released the song to the Stone. First, he calls out Pusha T for the drug dealing stories that he raps about, saying, "But really, it's you with all the drug dealer stories that's gotta stop, though. You made a couple chops, now you think you're Chapo. You're middleman in this stuff, boy. You were never them guys. I can tell, because I look most of you dead in your eyes, and you'll be trying to sell that story for the rest of your lives." The same way that Pusha T was calling Drake out for being fake by using ghostwriters, Drake was saying that Pusha T was fake for using other people's drug dealing stories as his own. Kid Cudi was also another rapper to call Drake out for ghostwriting, but again, he wasn't necessarily in the best mental state, and that's why very shortly after, he apologized and checked himself into a rehab facility. While he was there, Drake releases this song, and while dissing Pusha T, he kills quote-unquote 2 birds with 1 stone by also dissing Kid Cudi, saying, "You were the man on the moon, now you just go through your phases, life of the angry and famous." And it actually took Kid Cudi almost 10 years to speak on this, just speaking on it in the last few days, saying that, this was a vulnerable time in his life, and he wasn't really sure why Drake chose that moment to start taking shots at him. was on you on record. What was that about?
I was in this place. I was really in my head about the things I was doing at the time. So I initiated Drake to be friends to it, responded on record in the movement of my statement he had. And I was like, oh, okay, you want to kick me when I'm down?
And it all comes down to morality, right? Like, how far will your ego take you? Can you be sensitive to a guy who's going through a hard time in rehab, or do you choose the time when he's at his weakest to start shooting? As for Pusha T, Kid Cudi has said, out of anyone in good music, Pusha T was the only one who ever stayed loyal to. And that's a common theme in Pusha's career. Pusha T stood by Kanye West for years, until Kanye's comments and behaviors became accepted. Pusha T has always stood by Pharrell. Inheritance means whatever it means to. We saw that what happened to that boy beef. Travis Scott years later. We're going to touch on that shortly. But the whole point of what I'm trying to say here is Pusha T has always been loyal to him. And the issues that he has all stem from people disrespecting him and just bringing the facts clears back who these individuals truly are. And that gets revealed as time progresses. It happened with Lil Wayne and his contract situation. It happened with Drake with the story of Adam. We'll touch on that shortly. How Pusha T, beyond just exposing the kid, really peeled the layers back. It happened years later when he tried to warn Young Thug about how far Drake would go. His words to the executives and himself, of course, they are also being for Gus. And like Pusha said, you would call him a prophet, right? And nothing would prophesy the next 5 to 7 years as to the next year. And this movie really saw things taken up. So long ago live that it's kind of different with Baby the Lights on the Highs. Just based off the way Pusha T starts this song, you can tell he was calculating and waiting on this moment for years before. And like he said at the beginning of the song, the same way Kendrick did as well, he had a song. He was ready to make a suitable song. But the story about him alone wasn't enough to let him know to be a Pusha was on. Rest assured, as much as he was on for his illness or and Drake thought that this was taking it too far. The reason why Drake put a stop to this before it could go any further is because he understood the psychoanalytical capabilities of an artist like Pusha T. The story of Adidon was the early moments of Pusha T picking apart the pieces of the Penny Vision Padres persona, layer by layer, starting from the anger presented in his recent music to the lack of authenticity within his music stemming from the fact that it heavily relied on the use of ghostwriters, all the way to the lies he was telling himself about marriage and how he... Anyways, I'm going to stop myself here. I'll let Pusha T explain what the hell I'm talking about.
Like Pusha's family, like, oh, your dad left you a flat. He never walked to the bus stop. Your mom, she never got married.
I'll be out. White male, white female for the
There's no explanations that to me. I don't think the person really it's like, okay, babe, she don't let your dad. You went to the Memphis. Memphis, Houston.
I hope I didn't get copyrighted there because that was very good. Because he's insults about jobs take 7 years now on his battle with Drake and help expose these issues to the world, right? These character flaws to the world. Drake is someone who will always go and attack his opponent's family members, their spouses. We're seeing that in this literal lawsuit with Kendrick Lamar, where he's demanding information from Kendrick's kids. And within their battle, when he was the first one to start bringing up the mother of Kendrick's children, he did the same thing in his battle with Pusha T. And Pusha drew the line perfectly. 7 years before Drake put Kendrick's kids in legal paperwork, Pusha T was laying out all of Drake's flaws and how they all stem back to his childhood, to his upbringing, to his values. He was warning the world right after the story about it on the type of person Drake was. And he would go on to have to experience Drake's wrath behind the scenes for years to come. And at the time, while people might have called Pusha a hater for continuously and ruthlessly, viciously clawing at Drake months after, Pusha pulled scenes he had to experience a lot of events all behind a lot man. So it would make sense that while Drake was having record executives give Pusha T hell behind closed doors, Pusha was extremely insulted when Pharrell was forced to pick between Pusha and Drake in an interview on Drink Champs. And this is when Pusha's loyalty is on full display. So like I mentioned before, Pusha T came up with Pharrell, right? And for a while, Pharrell refused to work with any Cash Money artists. But that changed in 2017 when Drake hopped on the Nerve remix to the song Lemon, also ironically featuring Rihanna. But by 2018 is when we see Pusha T and Drake escalate their bad blood. So you can assume that Pharrell would undoubtedly be riding for Pusha T. But years after the beef, who he would choose overall, Drake or Pusha T, he doesn't quickly jump to say Pusha T. In fact, he says both.
Drake or Pusha T? He said both. Drake got bars, right?
Yeah,
Pusha says Drake got bars. Yeah, when Drake makes something that's amazing, we talk about it all the time. That's amazing.
And he goes on to explain, because, you know, Pharrell's a peaceful person, right? He doesn't like to see two artists that he thinks are very talented, one who he came up with, nonetheless, start this type of real warfare. So he says that, you know, maybe Pusha did take it too far, and that if he was there to stop Pusha, he would have tried to.
It wasn't good. Drake's amazing. Drake is all powerful. And Pusha, you know, like, Pusha didn't tell me because, you know, I really stood in front of him as much as I could. But he's a different kind of person.
And we later find out, years later, that Kool Nord, the host of the Drink Champs show that Pharrell said this on, this was the first time Pusha T ever called him and was furious. He was like, you think if OVO 40 was on Drink Champs and he was asked Pusha T versus Drake, you think he would say both? He would never say both. Just due to the loyalty factor, that answer is unacceptable.
You had Pharrell, first time I ever heard Pusha T or Drake. He said, both. It's our boy. Drake wouldn't have picked both of us. Drake would have picked him.
First time I ever heard Pusha like raise his voice. He was like, yo, you take 40 for OVO, would have said the same.
And Pusha T would go on to say that it wasn't just Nord that he got mad at for asking the question, it was also Pharrell. Questioned Pharrell on why he wouldn't pick a side and stay loyal to one side. Because again, that's what Pusha T has done his entire career. Anytime you see him working with another artist, it's to remain loyal and protect whatever camp he's with at the time. Lil Wayne dissed both him and his brother as the Clips in total, and it was Pusha who took the responsibility on to continuously diss Lil Wayne for decades to come. Then Drake disrespected Kid Cudi when he was in a very vulnerable state. Pusha T releases Infrared. Then Drake comes out with Duppy Freestyle, where he mentions Pusha T's wife, and disses Kanye West at the same time, and Pusha T releases the story about it on where he raps, how dare you put Ye in my verses? I'm selfish, I want all the verses. You could tell he stands on loyalty, and that's why he was upset that he felt like Pharrell maybe didn't reciprocate that, even though Pharrell was just trying to be, you know, the good guy in all this. But Drake didn't care about, you know, all the nice things Pharrell had to say about him, because just a year later, as Pusha T was censored by UMG, the record label that both him and Drake were signed to, from dissing Drake, Drake would go on to confidently diss not just Pusha T, not just Kanye West, but also Pharrell. For no reason. Again, Pharrell is the most unproblematic individual in this entire thing. He bought Pharrell's chains at an auction, he wore them in a bunch of music videos taunting Pharrell, and then rapped about the fact that ever since Pharrell became the head of menswear at Louis Vuitton, no one from Drake's camp is wearing it anymore, and that he melted down the chains that he bought from Pharrell's auction. Dissing Pharrell after Pharrell had the courtesy to not quickly jump and say Pusha T was the better artist, and instead defend both of their accomplishments, something that Pusha even got mad at Pharrell for. And now years later, Drake is dissing Pharrell for, again, no reason. And I'm sure you guys know the story. This verse, where he was dissing Pharrell, was on a song called Meltdown by Travis Scott on his album Utopia. That verse came in at the very last minute, but before that, Pharrell already had a feature on Utopia, and Travis Scott interrupted a studio session in Paris where the Clips and Pharrell were recording to come and play Pharrell in Utopia album. without the Drake verse. Then, when the album gets released, you hear the Drake verse, where Drake is dissing both Pharrell and Pusha T. And of course, Pusha, being the loyal guy he is, hating the backstabbing, censoring, fake games that are being played behind the scenes within the industry, he was absolutely disgusted by this. It's bad enough that after the Pusha T, Kanye West, and Drake beef in 2018, Travis Scott fueled the fire by featuring Drake on Sicko Mode, where he was dissing Kanye West continuously, so much so to the point where Kanye had to hear Sicko Mode, where he's being dissed, played at his kids' birthday parties. But now, he's interrupting Pharrell and Pusha T's studio sessions to play them an album where they're both getting dissed on. So Pusha T exposed it in the song So Be It, off the latest Clips album, where he rapped, "You cried in front of me, you died in front of me, Calabasas took your girl, and you cried in front of me. Her utopia moved right up the street, and her lip gloss was popping, she ain't need you to eat. The net's gonna call it the way that they see it, but I got the video. I can share and AV it. Lucky I ain't TMZ it. Still be it." And again, this was another case of many people calling Pusha T a hater, right? Like, you have an album coming out, just like back in the day when you dissed Lil Wayne before your album came out, then you dissed Drake before your album came out, now you're dissing Travis Scott before your album comes out. But as Pusha T puts all these situations, these are all instances where people come at him, people start with him while he's minding his business, or start with the people around him, like Pharrell, and that's when he feels the need to jump out and basically put an end to the problem. He's never shied away from voicing his opinion on the fake crap that goes on within the industry. And somehow it all roots back to Drake. Drake has made Pusha T's career hell since their beef. He got attacked on stage while performing in Drake's hometown of Toronto. He got banned from recording with Kanye in his studio sessions in Wyoming whenever Drake was there. He got sneak dissed a million times after the beef for years to come. And of course, he was censored by the record labels forever fighting back in order for them to protect Drake. But let's pause on that for a second and focus on Kanye. Because like I said, Pusha T was not able to record with Kanye whenever Drake was in the room. He had his own scheduled dates and had to fly home whenever Drake was supposed to come in. If you think Pharrell played both sides by refusing to choose between Pusha T or Drake, Kanye West was the biggest fence sitter we have ever seen in the entirety of hip-hop. In one instance, he had this deranged obsession with Drake where he would make statements like, "If Drake wrote all my music, I would never have a problem in the world anymore." He demanded that his artist Big Sean make an entire remix of his collaboration with Drake, Blessings, and put it on Big Sean's album the day before Big Sean's album was supposed to release, causing a massive mess in terms of the distribution of the project. And there's a million other instances of this weird flip-floppy behavior, but to spare you guys the details, Drake and Kanye West have gone from lovers to haters constantly throughout the last damn near decade. And the whole time after Pusha T exposed that Drake was hiding a child, Kanye West, instead of ever trying to defend Pusha T, was just trying to fight off the wrath of Drake and emphasizing to the world that he was not the one who shared that information with Pusha. And the whole time, Pusha always said, "I don't understand the weird love-hate relationship these guys have, the back and forth that they do, where 1 minute they're shooting each other on the song, the next day they're bigging each other up. I don't get it. I stay in my own bubble, but regardless, I stay loyal to who I'm with." So even if Kanye is playing both sides, he's not declaring his loyalty to me, even though he produced the album where I started this beef dissing Drake on. I'm still gonna ride for Kanye. And if you guys didn't know, Pusha T was the last one of the Good Music camp to actually remain signed to the Good Music camp. Not just that, be the president of Good Music and stick and collaborate with Kanye throughout all of his controversies just out of sheer loyalty. In that same GQ interview where he was talking about all these guys starting problems with him just being the one to end the problems, he also referenced Kanye and how their relationship turned sour in 2021 when they were working on Kanye's album Donda. Pusha T would pull up to the studio sessions and he said, "I'm in a collective with a lot of individuals, everybody's working, but I really got stuff to do. So when I leave, it's one energy, but then when I come back, the energy's off." And then you hear about the sidebar conversations. You got your homeboy coming up to you like, "Yo, they were saying this and that when you left." I'm thinking that we're all in this collectively getting busy, but in all actuality, everybody has their own agendas. And I feel like I was the only one who didn't. My agenda was for the squad. So from that point on, I just looked at everybody differently. I looked at it as, we're just going to make music. We're going to get beats, we're going to write some raps, and we're going to keep it moving. This was in 2021. This was when Pusha T realized that the loyalty he displayed to Kanye West wasn't the same on Kanye's end. He would leave the Donda studio sessions and people were talking crap on his name. Then he'd come back and the energy was completely different. So what did he do? Well, he remained loyal. He didn't badmouth Kanye. He didn't stop collaborating with him. He kept their business relationship professional, but he realized from that point on, the morality that he displayed was not reciprocated, and he kept that in mind. He would go on to continue collaborating with Kanye, even doing an entire project with both him and Pharrell in 2022, It's Almost Dry, being again the last person to stick by Kanye's side. But Pusha, being a man of morals, drew the line in late 2022, a couple months after they released their project together, when Kanye started going on awful rants about Jewish people, black people, white supremacy. He was saying a bunch of horrible things, and this seems like a lifetime ago, because this was in 2022. I mean, we all know that he made that song praising the Mustache Man in 2025, but this was 3 years ago, and Pusha T said, Kanye's not speaking to me now, because if you're not with what he's saying, and you're not down, then he cuts you off, and I'm not with it. I'm not budging it. I'm not with the stuff he's saying. And from that point on, we would never see Pusha T and Kanye West collaborate again. And this is very significant for several different reasons. A, like I mentioned before, Pusha T was the last person to stick by Kanye's side. And it took the most morally degrading, awful statements from Kanye West for Pusha T to finally draw the line. But unlike most artists who actually ended up re-collaborating with Kanye in 2023 and 2024 for Vultures, Pusha T stuck by his morals. He was upset at the comments Kanye made in 2022, so he didn't collaborate with him from that point going forward. And I think that's the most significant part of this whole thing, right? He could have been a part of that whole Vultures movement, right? Kanye and Kid Cudi had their back and forth. Cudi in 2022 vowed to never collaborate with Kanye again. Kanye goes on to say horrible things, but when he comes back for Vultures in 2024, Kid Cudi is right back by Kanye's side. And there was tons of artists who kept collaborating with him, right? Of course, Ty Dolla $ign was on the Vultures projects. Kodak Black, Freddie Gibbs, Playboi Carti, Travis Scott, Quavo, Rich the Kid. I believe Sci-Hi the Prince came back into the mix. The only one that refused to go back and collaborate with Kanye after the horrible things he said way back in 2022 was Pusha T. He stood by his ethical code. And by that point, it didn't matter that he was no longer with Kanye or with music. He had his brother back. Malice came back into the game, and the Clips were reuniting, working on their 15-year comeback project with Pharrell. And this is where we get, in my opinion, the most insane stories of hardship that Pusha T had to endure behind the scenes in his entire career. So as you guys probably know, the Clips released what could be easily the best album of the year in 2025. But what if I told you this project had actually been finished a year prior and was sitting on the shelf indirectly due to Drake's beef with Kendrick Lamar? And not only that, it costed them about $1 million just to get the project out. So yeah, the Clips had their project done and ready to release to the world in summer of 2024. Right after the beef with Kendrick and Drake had concluded. They sent it into their record label, Def Jam, which is another label under UMG. So, the Clips were signed to UMG, and so is Pusha as a solo artist. When they bring them the project, the label is happy with everything except for one verse, Kendrick's part on the song Chains and Whips. According to the GQ article with the Clips, UMG blanched at the antagonistic optics of two of Drake's biggest enemies inking on wax. Pusha calls their apprehension stupid, primarily because none of the bars in Kendrick's verse could be perceived as a shot or even a subliminal. Pusha can barely detain his disgust recounting how the stalemate with Def Jam played out. They wanted me to ask Kendrick to censor his verse, which of course I was never doing. And then they wanted me to take the record off the album. And so about a month after not doing it, Steve Gawley, one of the lawyers at Def Jam, was like, well, then we'll just drop the Clips from our label. But that can't work because I'm still there as a solo artist. But if you let us all go, then it works out. Pusha's manager, Stephen Victor, went a little deeper into the details of this entire debacle, stating that there's an entire department at UMG that reviews music to make sure they're not stepping on any copyright infringement on the music they release, right? Like sample clearances and everything. So that same department that's supposed to work on clearing copyright issues, they were the ones trying to censor that Kendrick verse. They said, there's a line here. We think it's controversial. Kendrick needs to change it or we're not putting it out. Keep in mind, this is a couple months before Drake releases his lawsuit against UMG. So at this point in time, they're still trying to make things right with him. So they don't want anything to do with any of Drake's ops linking on wax on records that release on their record label, effectively threatening to censor Kendrick's verse or else they won't put out this Clips album. So what they have to do? Well, they refuse to censor it and instead paid Def Jam over 7 figures to be released from the label and then sign an independent distribution deal with Roc Nation. And this wasn't the only time they tried to censor Pusha T ever since his beef with Drake. He expanded on the issue, saying, if Drake is adamant to have a lawsuit against UMG about Not Like Us, it's only because he knows all the things they did to suppress everything that was happening around my diss song, The Story of Adidon, and the verses and records and things that was happening back then. He alludes to instances in which he says labels had blackballed the release of several of Pusha T's verses where he talked his crap, next to people closely affiliated to Drake, like he did on Rick Ross and Lil Wayne's Maybach Music 6, or, like we mentioned earlier in this video, the Pop Smoke song with Young Thug. And sure enough, like we mentioned before, when Pusha T warned Young Thug that if Drake was willing to go to the lengths of getting record labels to censor the verses of his ops, think about how far he would take it. And Pusha T was exactly right. Young Thug might have called him a hater. Young Thug might have said that Pusha was dragging the beef too far by dissing him on a song with Young Thug. But Pusha T was right all along in that Drake is manipulating the industry, censoring artists, shifting the way labels work, all for his own benefit. And we saw this in the Not Like Us lawsuit, because now he's requesting documents from UMG where they have any communication about the censoring or release of Pusha T music, and they even specify including the song The Story of Adidon. He's doing this because he wants to show the courts that, look, when I was beefing with Pusha T, UMG had no problem censoring his music. Pusha T spoke about this months ago, right? Predicting all of this. He said they blocked him on the Rick Ross song, the Pop Smoke song. They tried blocking Kendrick on his song, all to please Drake. Drake is now going as far to tell the courts, look, they did all this to block Pusha T to protect me, but now when it comes to Kendrick and the success of Not Like Us, they're not doing anything to protect him. And the lengths he would go to try and prove this stretches far and wide to bring in Kendrick's kids into this lawsuit, requesting any communication between Kendrick, Dave Free, or Kendrick's kids. When Pusha T warned Young Thug, saying, if Drake would tell record executives about rap verses, God only knows what else he would tell. Just like with everything else that Pusha T stood up for, he was right all along. Let me know what you guys think, and I'll catch you in the next one. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. In today's episode of Lobby and Gentlemen, today's class remains lots and sleep lots talking about digging himself in a mess. Well, the day of 616 in LA would set this song instead of the stupid sad noise alone. So because this song, without a hook, that comes up the Canadian croak, it's a look, let's break down every bar of it like pages of a book. But first, check out the smash that like and subscribe button and show me how well you can really cook. Now, ladies and gentlemen, little did we know what we would see. Day of May 3rd, 2024, I think it's very fitting that the first thing we got early in the morning was 6:16 in LA by Kendrick Lamar. Did he really drop this at 6:16 a.m. LA time? No, he didn't. He dropped it, according to Google, at 9:52 a.m. in Miami, which would be around 6:52 a.m. LA time. On the title of this track is almost and simply at least the guys are on the channel with comments the sequence of events are interesting. Imagine hearing a song like 616 in LA before anything else Kendrick revealed, right? Like, it was very calm. It was him kind of contemplating what direction he should take this thing. You know, he's implying a lot about the dangers Drake may be obliviously suffering from internally within his own team and the consequences that could derive from actually going to war, you know, contemplating with God on how we should actually approach this. Imagine 616 as the first thing we got, the first message we got from Kendrick before kicking this battle off, and that leading into the calm intro of Euphoria, and then obviously the Euphoria song getting progressively more menacing and high energy as it progressed, as the different beats switched, right? I say all that to say 616, aside from being an extremely layered song, we're going to touch on, again, the entire song, break it all down, you'll see there's a lot more to this song than what you hear on the surface. But aside from that, I think it sets like a really strong introduction for where Kendrick's headspace is at and what we were about to see in literally the next 24 hours after the song was released. That I think it sets like a really strong introduction for where Kendrick's headspace is at and what we were about to see in literally the next 24 hours after the song was released. So again, like we did with Euphoria, there's many layers to everything from the cover title of the song alone. So if you're not here for reaches, you might as well leave this video right now. Let's start with the title. Obviously the way that the title is structured is a callback to Drake's famous timestamp series, right? Since 2010, in every Drake era, with every Drake album, you also get an accompanying record with a title that has a time and a location. 9 a.m. in Dallas, 5 a.m. in Toronto, 69 a.m. in Diddy, 5 p.m. outside of a high school prom. I'm joking, Drake is not a PDM. So by Kendrick titling the song 616 in LA, obviously the location Kendrick is from, but ironically, also a location Drake has never used in one of his own timestamp records, which is actually funny because you later find out that a lot of the freaky parties that Drake allegedly had going on in his lifetime that he paid people to stay silent about, allegedly, according to DJ Vlad, came from his Calabasas home, which was in LA, which Kendrick actually alludes to in the 616 in LA song, foreshadows a lot. But aside from just being a nod to Kendrick's hometown and Drake's timestamp record theme, 616 in LA carries a deeper layer when you realize that the day Kendrick Lamar met Drake was actually June 16th, 2011, in Toronto. June is the 6th month of the year, and again, they met on the 16th day. 6/16. Kendrick actually did an interview with XXL where he detailed the first time meeting Drake, who was backstage at his first show in Toronto on June 16th, 2011. And apparently after the performance, Drake reached out to Kendrick and they met up. So Kendrick spoke about it, saying, we met up, chilled out, got a vibe, see where each other was at and stuff. Sometimes you like a person's music, but you definitely don't like the actual artist when you sit down and talk to him. That's a real good dude. Got a real genuine soul. We clicked immediately. This meeting, of course, led Drake and Kendrick to not really collaborate, but for Kendrick to actually have an entire interlude on Drake's Take Care album, Buried Alive interlude. We're going to touch on that record and the themes in it shortly because they do tie into 616 in LA as well. But Kendrick did speak about that record in the same interview when he talked about meeting Drake, saying, meeting a person that's the same age as you, and that moment of him pulling up in a Maybach and 40 pulling up with no doors, at that moment, you want that. You go back to this mind state where materialistic things is something that you want in your life. And of course, this meeting that Kendrick had in Toronto and the perspective he gained of seeing Drake, the same age as him, having accomplished more at that time in his career, led to the themes that we'd see touched on in Buried Alive Interlude. Buried Alive Interlude was a very interesting track, and kind of almost think of 616 in LA, picking up where Buried Alive left off. The track depicts Kendrick reflecting on his ascension to fame and how the old him, before the vanity, before the Hollywood lifestyle, consumed him, is dead at this point, buried alive. Kendrick in the song has killed off the person he used to be, trading it in for the superstar that we would see emerge very shortly after the song was released. Similar to Typical Butterfly when Kendrick is confronted by Lucy acting as the devil, here he's approached by an alien, and as he says, that last year he slept with a Canadian, same year that Drake had reached his ascension to fame. It's funny, he even raps, an alien that slept with a Canadian that gave him an addiction that keep him in Mercedes-Benz, bright lights, and Rihanna as her lady friend. He later became Rihanna's rejected Romeo. And Kendrick says, people love when the devil is my type, and you're winning in everything that you're palm right. Basically, every rap that you spit that gets you closer to the fame can get you more interconnected, if that's a word, with the devil and everything that comes with the lifestyle of a famous rapper. And again, at this point, Drake is about a year or two into his mainstream success, being one of the biggest rappers at the time within the blog era. Kendrick is on the come up, watching Drake in their meeting in Toronto, and basically almost blaming Drake for showing him what it's like to live this famous life as a massive rapper. Again, he details his meeting with Drake, and I think these last set of bars are really interesting, so I'll read them off too. Me and Drake talked casually about the industry and how the women be the tastemakers for the stuff we're making. Then he said he was the same age as myself, and it didn't help because it made me even more rude and impatient. So blame it on Mr. OVOXO, the reason why I'm breathing all the vanity I know. The reason why my best friend says she loved me more than life, but I live a double life and I had to let her go. Essentially, again, burying his former self and his past in replacement for this new mainstream rapper lifestyle that he's now living and he's watching Drake in the midst of. Kendrick continues, the highlight was when Drake said, you belong to the people when you're outside. So dig a shovel full of money, full of power, full of pee, full of fame, and bury yourself alive and then die. Essentially, again, showing that Drake at this point in his career was so captured by the fame, by the people, that he didn't live his life by his own words. He abandoned prior relationships, morals, ideologies, in replacement of being drowned in a basket of his materials. Right? And Kendrick is essentially saying, Drake warns him, like, once you reach this level, you belong to the people. You're so in fight between who you truly are and what you portray to the world, and constantly battling against the temptations that come with this newfound fame. This song was from 2011. Fast forward almost 14 years later, and you can see the vast difference in the paths that both Kendrick and Drake chose. Did either of them let the fame consume and overtake their soul? Were they buried alive? Or did they always stay true to who they were before the fame? Well, now we're no longer in Toronto. We're back in Kendrick's hometown of LA, and here it is when he's reflecting on the massive shift in tides and the cost that would come with going to war, battling against the very artist that encapsulated everything Kendrick was trying to fight against when he was this young, up-and-coming rapper, witnessing a small taste of superstar. And so it's very fitting that at the beginning of 616 in LA, he's actually not rapping from his perspective, but instead from Drake's, to kind of give you a time capsule of where Drake is in the current day. So this track starts off with the intro where Kendrick raps, it's survival, survival, I think somebody's lying, I smell somebody lying, I don't see no fire. Now remember again, this is a callback to Buried Alive, and here Kendrick's talking about survival, surviving through the temptations that fame can bring you. The facade that you put on when basking in the vanity of being a famous pop star. Like Kendrick says, somebody's lying. And then the beat drops, and we hear this sample flip that sounds like someone is saying Boy Wonder. Now, Boy Wonder, obviously you guys didn't know, is the name of one of Drake's right-hand producers. This sample flip works as a double entendre as well, because on Push-Ups, Drake started that track with a Kid drop. This was a foreshadow or subliminal of the fact that he would later accuse Kendrick of raising a child that wasn't his, that actually belonged to his fiancée and his manager being free. Hence the Who Kid, whose kid is. Kendrick makes a slick callback to that with his own sample flip, the repeated line, Boy Wonder. You'll see in this song that Kendrick warns Drake of there being snakes and wolves within his own camp, his own people turning against him, and to take a long look in the mirror to figure out if he's fighting his battle all alone. There's a lot of things that Drake needs to sit with and reflect on and wonder. And at the same time, Drake calls himself the boy. Here you have the sample flip referencing three different things, where essentially Kendrick is telling Drake or the boy to wonder, to ponder on what his next move should be. And again, also referencing his producer, Boy Wonder. And Kendrick kicks the song off with some nice double, triple, maybe even quadruple entendres, rapping Off-White Sunseeker at the marina. Echo Phantom, I like to buy yachts. Don't forget here, he's rapping from Drake's perspective, right? This is a very similar style that Drake incorporates on a lot of his timestamp records, right? Rapping about luxurious brands and endeavors that he's on at that particular period of time. Remember, like, the Sony room at the Beeblos. A lot of this stuff to the average ear will A, not make any sense, and B, make you feel broke. Because what type of music is this, right? When does Kendrick ever rap like this? Off-White Sunseeker at the Marina? What does this even mean? What is he talking about? Well, a couple things. Firstly, the Sunseeker is the name of a luxurious yacht. Drake has been famously known to rent out luxurious yachts, travel around the world, throw parties. In 2022, he was pictured on several different yachts with a 21-year-old model by the name of Wade Brooks. Here you can see the boy with the young model wearing none other than an off-white t-shirt. Off-White Sunseeker at the Marina. It was around this same time that Drake was yacht hopping. Off-White Sunseeker at the Marina. It was around this same time that Drake was yacht hopping with this woman, where he was actually detained in Stockholm, Sweden, the night before arriving in Ibiza. And you'll see in the next few bars, Kendrick makes reference to the yacht docking in Ibiza. Drake at the time posted but then deleted on Instagram a letter he received by Swedish authorities, which said information for those suspected of a crime and subsequently detained. This was like a photo dump, so in that same post, there's a bunch of other pictures and videos, one including his friend Chubbs dancing at a club in Ibiza. And the caption of this Instagram post was, "I want to see Ibiza Chubbs." So again, Drake is on this yacht, traveling with this young model. He gets detained in Sweden, doesn't say for what, posts and then deletes the letter from the Swedish police proving that he was detained. Posts and then deletes the letter from the Swedish police proving that he was detained, and captions it saying he wants to see Chubbs in Ibiza. The night he's released from Sweden, he makes his way to Ibiza. Now remember that because it'll play an important role in the next few bars. Very short, but first, when he says Sunseeker, he's not just referencing the yacht. Kendrick's also referencing the fact that at one point, Drake was hiding the fact from the world that he had a son, right? Initially, it was with film star Sophie Brousseau, and before acknowledging that this was his son, Drake, rightfully so, made her go through a bunch of paternity tests to make sure this was in fact his child, aka Sunseeker, seeking his son, thinking to see if this really is his son. Aside from traveling on a yacht with this young model, there was also the picture of Millie Bobby Brown on Drake's yacht docked at a marina back in 2017, where she captioned it saying the picture was taken by Drake. If you guys didn't know, Millie Bobby Brown and Drake have a very weird history where he, as she claimed, texted her about boy advice way back when she was around, I believe, 14. And again, she was seen on his yacht docked at a marina. Like the line says, Off-White Sunseeker at the Marina. He continues, F a Phantom, I like to buy yachts when I get the fever. More double entendres here. Firstly, obviously Drake has the song Teenage Fever, which was released around the same time that Millie Bobby Brown was docked on his yacht at the Marina. The Phantom is a reference to the Rolls-Royce Phantom truck, vehicle that Drake is famously known to own several of. And here Kendrick is not only saying that instead of a Phantom, instead of a Rolls-Royce, Drake would prefer to buy a yacht against the fever to spend. But at the same time, what is a Phantom? It's a ghost, who is known to be Drake's ghostwriter on several different reference tracks that leaked, specifically off of her lost songs like Jumbo Trump Poppin', Back Outside Boys, Lil Yachty. This line says, F a Phantom, aka F a ghost, I like to buy yachts when I get the fever. Kendrick continues, wine cooler spill on my white t-shirt, the sightseeing. Now, this is a crazy bar, because when you do a little digging, the world caught on to the fact that there was a story that a woman by the name of Madison Beer had told, where she was at a party hosted by Drake, I believe it was at Drake's house, where one of her friends actually spilled cocktail drink all over Drake's white t-shirt. Drake's drink of choice is known to be a wine cooler, fruity, alcoholic cocktail. Remember, Madison Beer details this party that she was at where her friend spilled a drink all over Drake's white t-shirt. The same one that Kendrick is believed to be referencing in this line. But the line gets even more crazy when you think about the linkage between Madison Beer and Drake. Drake is good friends with a guy by the name of Zach Villa. Kendrick makes reference to Zach Villa later in this song, which we'll touch on, but Madison Beer and Zach Villa were on again, off again dating from late 2017 to March of 2029. If you look at when Madison Beer was born, it was March of 1999. Meaning when she first started dating Zach Villa, she had just turned 18 years old. Drake and Zach Villa are friends. He is the likely connection to how Madison Beer was ever at one of Drake's parties, where she details how she brought her friends along for the ride, the same ones who spilled the drink on Drake's shirt. Now again, she only started dating Zach Villa when she just turned 18 years old. This would be around the same time, 2017, when Madison Beer was pictured on Drake's yacht. At the same time, when an 18 to 20-year-old Madison Beer and her friends were partying with Drake, spilling alcohol on his white t-shirt. 10 years later, he's in an off-white t-shirt, traveling on a yacht with a 21-year-old model. Kendrick is detailing all of these adventures with these younger women on this song in his first set of bars. And he continues, trifecta, money, morals, and culture, that's my leisure. Now, this is a callback to the different trifectas that Kendrick rapped about on previous diss tracks, right? Euphoria, I like that. He shifted the trifecta ever so slightly. Like that, it was money, power, respect. The last one is better, aka the respect being better. Euphoria, he rapped, oh, you thought the money, power, and fame would make you go away? Telling Drake, like, oh, you thought these three things would enable you from hiding your true self to the world, eliminating your past life, making you go away. And here he's saying, money, morals, and culture is my leisure. Here he's using this trifecta to create a satire of Drake's self-image. Hopping from Drake's perspective, Kendrick here is implying that Drake is claiming mastery over these three domains, money, morals, and culture. Kendrick, however, would undercut this claim with irony, suggesting Drake thinks he embodies these values, but he doesn't. Because him saying, that's my leisure, implies dominance or casual ownership, like money, morals, and culture are things that come easily to Drake. Kendrick is likely mocking this attitude, suggesting that Drake treats serious things like morals and culture as mere accessories or playthings, the same way money would be treated. That's why I like that he said the last one is better. The respect is better than the money and power, because that's the one that you usually have to earn. That's not something that comes leisurely. It's easy. Also saying that Drake hides behind the money, power, and fame on Euphoria. By 616 in LA, by rapping through Drake's perspective, Kendrick is highlighting the contrast between image and reality. Drake might pretend to embody morals and culture, but Kendrick sees him as just leveraging money and influence for image, not for actual substance. Sarcasm lies in the claim to morals, suggesting that, again, Kendrick sees Drake as morally inconsistent or performative. Kendrick is likely using this line to emphasize that while Drake pretends or believes to be cultured and ethical, he's actually just driven by the fame and comfort. It's a jab at how his hollow branding is mass as depth. And remember how on the first bar, Kendrick is likely making reference to the fact that Drake was traveling the world on this yacht, getting detained in Sweden and trying to make his way to Ibiza to see his friend Chubbs dancing. Well, in the next bar, he raps, Ibiza, passport tatted, I show up in Ibiza. And the way he says, I show up in Ibiza, can almost be interpreted like, or sounds like him saying, I show Chubb in Ibiza. And he continues rapping about different spots. Like, or sounds like him saying, I show Chubb in Ibiza. And he continues rapping about different spots or locations that Drake was spotted at. Saying, Luke Cal's dwellings in Brooklyn just to book me some pizza. This is a restaurant that Drake was spotted at with the basketball star Kevin Durant way back in March of 2020. And he concludes rapping from Drake's perspective to say, you can reach us, only God can help. Again, going back to the money, morals, and culture of Drake's leisure, here he's saying that Drake is living this easy, carefree, indulgence-fueled lifestyle that only God can bless you with. No one else can touch you. Drake at this point feels untouchable, feels like money, morals, and culture are his leisure. All this stuff is coming easy to him. He has the world, he has the culture in the palm of his hand. So again, this is another big callback to Buried Alive, because again, it was on that song. Kendrick from the perspective of the young emerging superstar, killing off his former self and building this ego and kind of being at a crossroads and having Drake more experienced with this lifestyle, guiding Kendrick on where he needs to take things next. Showing you in these set of bars where Drake took his lifestyle, and now he's about to go back into his own perspective, where he begins to contemplate his own morality and integrity at this point in his career. Perhaps, God, my confession is yours, but who am I that I'm going to war? There's opportunity when living with loss. If Kendrick loses himself within this battle, at least gain the lessons that come from going to war and see the type of character this conflict can create internal. Kendrick typically being a grounded, moral-driven individual who didn't lose himself to the fame is now questioning what decision God wanted to make at this pivotal point in time where, again, on the diss record we heard right before this, Euphoria, he's talking about, you take it there, I'm taking it further. At this point, he's debating on, do I take it further? What are the benefits and cons to actually going full on into this war? And it's interesting because, again, when he's talking from Drake's perspective, he's talking about leisure, he's talking about feeling free, he's talking about Drake feeling like he's morally unquestionable, if that's a word, whereas Kendrick, on the other hand, is questioning his morals and if this is the right decision to make. And who am I if I don't go to war? Who am I if I don't fight for what I believe in? If I do to myself within this war, again, there's opportunity when living with flaws. I continue to discover myself when I fall short. I discover through my flaws the type of character I truly want to be. He continues to raise my hands to a fallen sky and fantasize me jumping planets immortal. Correspond three angels watching me all the time. The fallen sky is a term used to describe the world untouched. Here he's reaching for that war. He's stepping into which inevitably will have him immortal. Jumping planets, aka reaching new heights within his career, within his influence on the culture, his legacy living on forever. And just a few bars before it's back to say he reaches. That he's at peace with the life that he built, right? Cultivating this family behind the scenes, living his life in private, not getting lost in the temptations of fame that he's battling that married life into the parents his first meeting. Right? His definition of peace is being the first children, teaching them to pray. He continues to tell me, don't stop the acting of the law. Estelle, cover my heart and open me up. Estelle, being in reference to the small moments and questioning, again, the path that he should set foot on. Rapping, remember when I picked up a pen, lyrics that I can trust. Timid soul stare in the mirror, asking where I was from. Here he's recounting the first time that he actually picked up a pen. And again, staring in the mirror, asking where he was from. Trying to not lose himself in the powers that come from his pen, from his talent. Living on Gloria, a song that's a tribute to his pen, to his lyrical abilities. He finishes the song rapping, "I'm woman in my right hand, my saint and my sin." Pen brings both good and bad, ugly, evil, and beauty. It's his saint and his sin. He emphasized that on the next bar, rapping, "I know this type of power is going to cause." There's of course the downside that comes with having not only this level of skill, but the lifestyle that comes with it. It all ties back to that Buried Alive interlude and the duality of saint and sin, of both Drake and Kendrick's character in the different directions that they took with this newfound lifestyle thanks to their skill set. But regardless of the cost of having this type of power, Kendrick emphasizes, I live in circadian rhythms of a shooting star. Circadian rhythm is basically the human body's internal clock, the way that we're kind of programmed to sleep at a certain hour, wake up at a certain hour. Our souls are inherently in this certain rhythm. Shooting stars, just like the human body, also follow a certain pattern in terms of their orbit. Comets and meteor showers, etc. A couple bars earlier, Kendrick was visualizing jumping through planets. Now he's comparing his internal spirit to the movement of a shooting star, living intensely and having this power in this life that's extraordinary, unpredictable, unreachable, and outer-worldly. Also, shooting star potentially being in reference to the fact that he's now shooting at the star, shooting at Drake. He continues, the mannerisms of Raphael, I can heal and give you art. Here he's referencing two different Raphaels. One, the Renaissance painter who's known for beauty and grace in his art, but also referencing the angel Raphael who's associated with healing. He's saying he has the power to create meaningful, beautiful art that can heal others emotionally and spiritually. And this is the art that, again, has given him this power to jump through planets, to live in that circadian rhythm of a shooting star. But it's also the power that costs, right? There's opportunity and destruction and healing depending on what you're actually using art for. Kendrick makes it very clear what he's using his skill set for, and he emphasizes that the industry's cooked as I pick the corpus apart. Kendrick isn't necessarily doing this to obtain more power. He's doing this because he's upset at the direction, at the trajectory that the culture has been headed. Saying the industry is cooked. Culture and influence that Drake has fostered by being at the top of mainstream hip-hop has cooked the next generation. And that's what Kendrick is going to war for, to shoot at the stars, to watch the party down. And then we get into the second verse, where he really begins talking directly to Drake. Starting off rapping, yeah, somebody's lying, I can see the vibes on Ack. Even he's looking compromised, let's peel the layers back. Here he's obviously referencing Big Mac as Academics, because at the beginning of this beef, that is someone who Drake sampled in his first diss record, Push-Ups. That has someone who has been at the forefront in terms of reactions to every diss song as they come out and shape-shifting this narrative that Kendrick was on the time clock. Kendrick was great at building moments, but not at actual battle rap. Painting different narratives and, of course, reporting on this beef with a massive sense of bias towards Drake. Now, it's unclear here if Kendrick is implying that Ack is compromised in terms of being a double agent, right? Pretending to work for Drake and spread these narratives for Drake, but really working against him, because a lot of what Academics said did age horribly, and if anything made Drake look worse than it would have had Academics reported this on an equal playing field. But at the same time, you could also be saying Academics is compromised. He's not reporting this from an objective perspective, like one of the bigger voices within the industry should. Instead, he's concocting these narratives. And I mean, this line would age great after seeing this entire battle play out, seeing how Academics behaved over the next few months, and ultimately realizing that this wasn't a personality, a figure who had the best interest of hip-hop in mind, but instead pushed whatever narrative that would best serve his own agenda. So Kendrick continues, ain't no brownie points for beating your chest, harassing ants. Ebbing with good people make good people go to bat. Here he's talking again directly to Drake, referencing the fact that before Drake even put out a diss track, he was doing a massive amount of internet trolling, exposing Kendrick's manager, and really going against everything he called Meek Mill out for at the time that they were beefing, right? Trigger fingers turn to Twitter fingers. Kendrick here is saying, you're not gaining any brownie points by harassing people that don't want their private identities being exposed. They don't want to be dragged into this. You're messing with good people, it's going to make good people go to bat. Good people go against you. He gets very cryptic in the next set of bars, rapping conspiracies about Cash Dog, that's not even the leak. Find the jewels like Cash Doll, I just need you to think. This is in reference as a double entendre to both Cash, the manager of The Weeknd, and his EXO label, who Drake had said on Push-Ups, blowing The Weeknd's cash on other guys. And The Weeknd also alluding to the fact that Drake had leaks in his operation, rapping on a Future song saying, they can never diss my brothers, baby, when they got leaks in their own operations. But it's also a reference to conspiracies about Cash that Drake had concocted, right? On Push-Ups, Drake was saying that Kendrick was getting extorted by his own label, and that there were rumors that Drake put money out to get information on Kendrick. Kendrick here is saying that's not even the leak. That's not even the conspiracy that's going on. It has nothing to do with any of the cash that you put out to try to get information on. There's something bigger at play here. And him referencing finding the jewels like Cash Doll is in reference to the fact that Cash Doll, the rapper, had actually been the victim of a burglary where she lost about $500,000 worth of jewels, but at the same time, she had actually had an ex-boyfriend break up with her over a picture that she took with Drake. He's lining this up as a double entendre, like Drake was trying to find Cash Doll, but also she was trying to find her jewels. Remember, I don't even think we broke down the cover art of 616 in LA, but it featured a zoomed-in picture of a Maybach glove. We would later see on Meet the Grams that when you zoom out, it's a bunch of personal items, prescription pills that were directly prescribed to Drake, and items that I believe his father had left at a hotel that someone had seized and leaked to Kendrick. This is likely the leak that Kendrick is referring to here. So he's saying, find the jewels the same way Cash Doll had to find items that were stolen from her. And Kendrick continues, are you finally ready to play Have You Ever? Let's see. Have you ever thought that OVO was working for me? Fake bully? I hate bullies. You must be a terrible person. Everybody inside your team is whispering that you deserve it. Here again, Kendrick is emphasizing that there might be a leak within Drake's actual operation, and this is where he's getting the items on the Meet the Gram cover, any personal information on Drake that he later uses against him. And it's crazy because to this day, there's still so many unanswered questions about this beef, right? Who from OVO could be working for Kendrick? What is the actual information that Kendrick was holding against Drake? The last time Kendrick referenced playing Have You Ever was on Euphoria, where he said, have you ever walked your enemy down with a poker face? Have you ever paid $500,000 to an open case? What are all these cryptic things Kendrick is actually referring to, right? We still don't fully have the answers on what Kendrick is talking about in this record and on Euphoria. But he continues, can't Tootsie Slide up out of this one, it's just going to resurface. Tootsie Slide is the name of the TikTok dance hit that Drake put out in 2020, where he's referring to wearing a black leather glove, similar to the one on the Meet the Grams album artwork. On Euphoria, Kendrick rapped, keep making me dance, waving my hands, it won't be no threat. Here he's saying, you can't dance your way out of this predicament you got yourself into. That's exactly what he did with the Pusha T beef and with the Meek Mill beef, right? He dropped a bunch of summer tracks, a bunch of dance songs like Hotline Bling or In My Feelings that kind of made the world forget that he slipped up in those beefs, getting exposed to ghostwriters or hiding a kid from the world. Kendrick here is saying you can't just decide your way out of this one. You can't just make hits and make the world think that what I'm about to do to you won't have a long-lasting impact. He continues, every dog gotta have his day, now live in your purpose. It was fun before you put money in the streets, then lost money when you came back with no receipts. I'm sorry that I live a boring life. I love peace, but war ready if the world is ready to see you bleed. This was a common tactic Drake used in both the Pusha T and Kendrick beefs, right? Trying to pay people close to both of them to get information that he could then use against them. Kendrick references on Whacked Out Mural saying, people from my city couldn't entertain old boy, promising bank transactions, even Bitcoin. If that money got in the hands of a crash dummy could jeopardize my family and burden the ones who love me. Kendrick there was saying, if that money that Drake was offering to people got in the hands of the wrong person who was ready to expose Kendrick, it would have jeopardized his private life. Around 616, he's saying, I'm sorry I live a boring life. I'm sorry that there's not enough dirt you could dig on me. You're simply losing that money that you're putting out to try to find info on me. My people are loyal to me. But even though I love peace, I'm more ready if the world is ready to see you bleed. Then he goes on, Elohim, KTW, no you can't see, these images trouble you, no the wires in your circle should puzzle you. To this day, again, another cryptic thing people don't necessarily have any confirmation on. What was he referring to when he said KTW? Was he referring to the acronym Know the Wires? Regardless, in these lines he's referencing Drake's paranoia, the fact that he tried to put money out to find dirt on Kendrick, but instead it might be OVO that's working for Kendrick. It might be a leak within Drake's own operation that has given Kendrick information to use against him. And really, this track does a great job at the end of creating this eerie sense of destruction going on in Drake's camp internally, right? And the fact that he has to be looking over his shoulder for what Kendrick's next move would be. It really sets the stage well for what we would see in the next 24 hours after the song was released. He emphasizes that in the next bar, saying, if you were street smart, then you would have caught that your entourage is only to hustle you. 100 guys that you got on salary, and 20 of them want you as a casualty, and one of them is actually next to you. 2 of them are practically tired of your lifestyle, but just don't have the audacity to tell you. Who could this be about? Again, we have no idea. One thing we could piece together is the fact that during the Pusha T beef, Pusha had alluded to the fact that it was actually 40, Drake's right-hand producer, who was pillow talking with a woman who then gave the information to Pusha T that Drake was hiding a child. We actually didn't see 40 we know or not, it still paints the picture of Drake's camp crumbling right in front of his eyes. And Kendrick then proceeds to actually give Drake some advice, similarly to how he detailed Drake giving him advice on the Buried Alive interlude. Back then, Drake was the big homie, the one who had reached further heights in his career at that point in time, Kendrick now reverses the role, saying, well, let me give you some game because I could see you're my little homie. You're playing dirty with propaganda and blow up on you. You're playing nerdy with Zach Bia and Twitter bots. Your reality can't hide behind Wi-Fi. Remember, he's referencing the incident earlier on in the song where Zach Bia's ex-girlfriend's friend had spilled the drink all over Drake's shirt while he was living carelessly on his lifestyle of partying and yachts. And here he's back referencing Zach Bia. Also being the first one to point out the fact that Twitter bots were involved in shape-shifting narratives within this beef, right? Because before Drake had in his lawsuit that Kendrick was using bots to boost streams, Drake was actually the one that was accused of putting out a bunch of fake tweets to try to destroy Kendrick's public perception before Kendrick ever even put out a diss track. And he emphasizes that the internet trolling has lost steam. Since your little memes are losing steam, they figured you out. The forced opinions are not convincing. I'll need a new route. The forced opinions is in reference to the Twitter bots that would tweet out a bunch of random things to try to force the narrative to be painted in a certain light. That would tweet out a bunch of...
321 Brevard. 21. I'll be a store manager at 1098
to random things to try to force the narrative to be painted in a certain light, right? Kendrick is saying, there's leaks in your camp. There's people feeding me actual information about you. They're all turned against you, and you don't realize it. And meanwhile, you're out here trying to paint these fake narratives on Twitter, buying forced opinions from compromised journalists like Maul or DJ Academics. You need a new route. You need a new plan. Because at this point, this is not what's going to win you this beef, being on Twitter, having these Twitter fingers. And he concludes the track in the most scathing, disturbing way, rapping, it's time that you look around at who's around you before you figure that you're not alone. That's what Mike would do. Another callback to a Michael Jackson bar. Of course, we got, unlike that, Kendrick rapping Prince outlived Michael Jackson, comparing himself to Prince, while Drake often compares himself to Michael Jackson. On Euphoria, Kendrick rapped about a Benjamin and a Jackson in my house. Like, oh, okay. I did a whole breakdown of Euphoria and that bar in particular, so you guys can go check that out. But here he says, before you figure that you're not alone, ask what Mike would do. Remember, on the whole second half of this song, Kendrick is implying that there are leaks in Drake's camp. He is not alone here. There's people right next to him that are working against him. Kendrick here references the Michael Jackson song, You Are Not Alone. And of course, Michael Jackson also has the song, Man in the Mirror, right? Where he sings, I'm looking at the man in the mirror, I'm asking him to change his ways. Remember all the way back to Buried Alive interlude, where Kendrick is looking at himself being torn between the person who he was and the person who he could potentially become if he gets lost in the vanity of fame. Watching Drake go through that very same thing on this track paints the picture of 10 years later how Drake is living recklessly in this life of luxury and yachts, thinking that he's unreachable. By the end of the song, Kendrick exposes that everyone on Drake's team wants him as a casualty, is saying that he deserves this, right? In the middle of the song, he's talking about his own pen and the powers that it's brought him and how he looks in the mirror, asking himself where he comes from often. He's really, at the end of the song, suggesting that Drake does the same, right? Ask what Mike would do. Look at yourself in the mirror and reflect on who you are, the moves you're making, what you've become, and the people around you. The song suggesting that Drake does the same, right? Ask what Mike would do. Look at yourself in the mirror and reflect on who you are, the moves you're making, what you've become, and the people around you. And proceed with caution, because the next step you make will be pivotal in terms of dictating the outcome of this war. Kendrick is calculated. He's talking to God. He's meditating between the pros and cons of actually engaging within this battle. Whereas Drake, as Kendrick put it in Euphoria, is moving like a degenerate, every antic feeling distasteful, calculating that Drake is not as calculated. Here he's just warning Drake, putting him on game, since he's his little homie, that he should be questioning what the greats would do. If he really is like Mike, ask what Mike would do at a point like this where all the odds are stacked against you. All in all, just a great intermission of a song, right? And we'll introduce a series of events that would obviously change hip-hop forever in just less than 24 hours after it was released, right? We would get Family Matters and that same night. And he's talking about there being leaks in Drake's camp. 30 minutes after Drake released Family Matters, Kendrick was already prepared with a whole other diss track where he was revealing information that to this day we don't know if it's true, $1 situation, but in 616 in LA here, he's emphasizing that Drake should be careful that can say that there are very well many things within Drake's own operation, possibly implying that that's where he got the daughter information, if that is any bit true. Beautiful song, foreshadowing a moment that would be even more beautiful in, again, just less than 24 hours. And this was the song that really put Drake in the scope. Knowing Kendrick, not only talking to Drake, but talking from his perspective to show the world in their strategy at this point in time. Drake being miscalculated, directionless, reckless, vulnerable, to weeks in his operation. Meanwhile, Kendrick sharpening his sword, talking to God, contemplating the morality behind going to war, and ensuring that he's prepared for it. This is honestly one of my favorite tracks from this entire battle, one that I revisit quite a bit. Let me know what you guys think about it in the comments. Did it age well? Did it age horribly? Is it forgettable? Is it one of the most memorable songs from this battle? Do you know what the hell Kendrick was talking about when he references KGW or the leaks in Drake's operations? Drop your theories down below. Stay tuned as we will review Not Like Us next, and I will catch you guys in the next one.
10-4, we'll set up to have them meet 10-5 with you there.
Ladies and gentlemen, today's episode of Lobbery and Gentlemen. It is the night of the 19th, silence in the air until the bulk-bearded, belligerent, bow-headed, braided buffoon had his war statement to declare in a move unprecedented by the rest and far from his best. Millions of AI fully welcome to the West, making black this is so let's review the 1-year anniversary of Taylor Made and take it back to the study right back. That's the real question, right? Did Latiana, the founder of Canadian Katy Perry, carve out his own corpse, some casket? Many people would argue that he gave Kendrick the ammo needed to get the job done. This was very different than his battles with Pusha T and with Big Bill. For some reason, in his battle with Kendrick, Drake thought that utilizing social media and the internet, and of course AI, would sway public opinion to favor Drake. He really thought he'd control his way out of this online. He went from calling Meek Mill out to having Twitter fingers to going on a harassment campaign on Instagram, basically begging Kendrick Lamar to drop, taunting his manager who lived a very private life before Drake posted his face on his Instagram account. We know he was distracted, not aiming specifically at Kendrick, but trying to attack 20 people at once. So he was also trolling Rick Ross, flying up Rick Ross's ex-girlfriend's concerts, quoting rap lyrics in his captions, making all these passive-aggressive, petty captions on Instagram, not really getting his head in the game. And someone had pointed out that he even posted this on Instagram before dropping Taylor Made. And really focused So, you guys have not been keeping up, essentially, the context and the lyrics behind every single diss track on their 1-year anniversaries that came out from this Kendrick and Drake battle. We've already touched on Push-Ups, 7-Minute Drill by J. Cole, and, of course, the verse that started it all, Like That by Future, Kendrick, and Metro Boomin. So you guys can check those out. I'll leave the links in the descriptions for those videos. And today, we're going to be looking at everything that led up to Taylor Made Freestyle, possibly the nail that Drake handed to Kendrick to screw on his coffin. I say that because I genuinely believe that this song alone did more damage to Drake within this battle than anything that Kendrick Lamar could have said in a diss song. And review the track, all the repercussions behind it, and you guys will see what I'm talking about. First, we gotta dissect how miscalculated and oblivious and narcissistic and egotistical and delusional Drake really was throughout this time. First of all, he's using the tactic of going back to back, right? This was something he did in the Meek Mill beef, something we probably would have seen in the Pusha T beef if he was dumb enough to continue battling Pusha T. And while other artists have done it in past rap battles, I do believe it is something he popularized on a mainstream level by titling his second diss song against Meek Mill as Back to Back. We'll see how Kendrick uses Drake's own strategy against him later in this battle as we approach the 1 year anniversary of course, all the other diss tracks. But Drake was attempting to do the same thing here. And Kendrick's silence left Drake in, I would call it an uncomfortable position. Because on the one hand, Drake was gassed up with this false confidence that Kendrick's silence was weakness, right? We had saw Kendrick take about 5 years off between Damages and Brown solo albums, and we were approaching another 2-year gap between Kendrick's last solo album and his next one. So if you didn't follow Kendrick's career closely, it wouldn't have been that crazy to think that maybe Kendrick wasn't fully prepared for a sparring match that didn't just test the best MC, but also challenged who can come up with the wittiest responses and who can drop the most amount of work in the shortest amount of time. At this point, again, because in the lead, right? Because he has tailor-made freestyle. If you know Kendrick, then you know his silence is most definitely not a weakness. But obviously, Drake didn't study his opponent well, and he probably went off rumors of the fact that Kendrick had a diss song in the top for the last 4 years, and probably thought to himself, based on the vulnerability expressed on a Mr. Morale, Kendrick wasn't in the right spot to actually compete on the same aggressive playing field that Drake was ready to be on. Drake had been dropping songs back to back to back, albums back to back for the last damn near 15 years, right? He was ready to dump hot piles on top of hot piles of absolute trash diss tracks on his fans because, I mean, it's very easy for him to copy these quick, cheap, formulaic records, right? So while it's like, at this point, the 10th day that Kendrick is absolutely silent between push-ups and the next record here from Drake is probably, again, taking that song to weakness. But at the same time, I say Drake was in an uncomfortable position because on the one end, he has this false confidence that Kendrick is kind of confused, doesn't really know what to do, and that's why he hasn't said a word this entire time. But on the other hand, it was probably an internal conflict because even if you're not a deep Kendrick Lamar fan, you're very aware of his skills as a technical MC. Kendrick is not in the public light. He's often silent unless he speaks through his music. His music is his superpower. Drake was probably well aware of this after seeing, the young Kendrick go on tour with Drake and quickly get onto the same stature and level as him by dropping an album as prolific as Big in Mad City, and then really getting on the same playing field once he dropped Control, putting them in the exact same category. It took Kendrick a lot shorter of a time than it did for a J. Cole, a Future, whoever you want to put, to catch up to Drake's level. And Kendrick did this by just letting the album speak and only dropping what he felt and when he felt would properly serve him and his artistic integrity, right? So Drake is probably looking at this silence like a double-edged sword. On the one hand, he's thinking Kendrick is a little rusty. His pen is a little rusty, right? He hasn't really dropped albums consistently. Unlike Drake, he's probably not in the studio every single day, day in and day out, focused on making an album, every 6 months. So again, that silence could represent a lack of preparedness, a lack of confidence, overall weakness or rustiness in his pen. But at the same time, that silence could simply represent the fact that Kendrick was cooking. And he wasn't just cooking one record, he was cooking a master plan. That's what we would find out later, right? But look at the differences in terms of social media usage and internet usage in general throughout this entire battle, because I think it's very important, right? In the digital age we live in 2024, with two of the biggest rappers of this generation, scratch that, the two biggest rappers of this generation, you can't just win this battle with good bars. You need the people on your side. Where do the people reside? If you're looking at 2025, they reside in the Instagram, TikTok, YouTube, or Twitter enterprise. Let me stop with the rhymes. Either rapper, whoever wanted to win this battle, had to win it on social media. They couldn't just win it off the strength of their bars, right? Obviously, at the core, public opinion is going to stem from the quality of the music. But what I'm trying to say is, your victory is reflected by the public discourse, right? What the people are saying. Are they saying that Kendrick unanimously won? Are they saying that Drake unanimously won? This is what decides the true legacy or outcome of the battle long term, right? So they both had to utilize social media in a way to portray themselves as the victim, right? Drake thought the smart approach would be put Kendrick on this time clock, make it an entire meme across the internet that it's been, 17 days since Kendrick has replied to Drake's diss track, troll his manager, troll his team, act like you're sitting there yawning, bored, waiting on your couch for someone to finally answer your warning shot of push-ups, and then act like you have this huge red button, post all these red button pictures on your Instagram, acting like you got this new ready to drop once someone does respond, right? That was Drake's whole plan. Troll and build anticipation to lure Kendrick into finally dropping. Because again, at this time, there was rumors that Kendrick was sitting on a diss song against Drake for the last 4 years. Drake wanted him to drop a battle, which we know since he previewed at the end of Push-Ups, he already had recorded. Taunting Kendrick on social media during Kendrick's silence was possibly a strategy to accomplish two things. One, to put pressure on Kendrick to rap sooner than maybe he was prepared to, and two, it was of course to make the fans think that you're kicking back, no pressure at all, just waiting for this battle to finally commence. At that time, when Drake dropped Push and then dropped Taylor, there was this long-standing rumor that Kendrick had a diss track for him that was years old, but it was so crazy, and it was gonna be like a one-hitter quitter, and Drake was trying to get him to release the song. So if you had asked me, I think Family Matters hooked up in some sense. And I think Family Matters, the first part of the song that he teased at the end of Push-Ups, I think that was like, alright, whatever song is I'm not sure which one. Drop this, so I'm gonna tease what he's gonna drop this bomb. I mean, while it was believed that Kendrick was sitting on this diss track in some complete silence for weeks after releasing Like That, he definitely also used social media to his advantage within this battle, just in the complete opposite way. While Drake had bars on his diss track against Meek Mill back-to-back rapping, "I'm not the type of guy that'll type to guys," he went the exact opposite direction in this battle. Meanwhile, Kendrick took that exact approach. He didn't type, he didn't talk, but instead, his Twitter feed became, you could almost call it an art gallery, simply of links to music, right? Every time he dropped a diss track, he put a link to it on his Twitter. So you can see the natural progression of him winning this battle further and further, winning public opinion with each new track that he dropped on his Twitter. If you go back and look at that Twitter feed right now, you don't see Kendrick Lamar talking about the battle. You don't see him expressing a single thought. Instead, he let the music speak for himself, his Twitter feed being a complete collection of all his diss tracks, a link to his GNX album, the announcement of his Super Bowl halftime performance, and his GNX Stadium tour. This is documenting each victory in real time on social media. So when you go back and look at this beef 10 years later, you'll see a bunch of trolling from Drake and simply music links on Kendrick's profile. At the same time, Drake ironically deleted every single diss track off of his social media, proving that he's trying to erase the stain that this put on his legacy. But in April of 2024, things were much different, right? And of course, a rap battle in 2024 was going to play out way differently than a rap battle, let's say, between Jay-Z and Nas back in the early 2000s. We're in the internet age, but not only do both these rappers use social media to their benefit throughout this battle, but we also see the emergence of AI. Because fans now have access to their favorite artists' vocals, before Kendrick Lamar ever dropped a diss track, after Like That, random AI-generated diss tracks popped up left and right, fans concocting their own Drake and Kendrick disses, and then slapping Drake and Kendrick vocals onto those songs to make the public believe these were real songs that just so happened to leak.
I can hear pets inside. 10-4, we'll set up to have them meet 10-5 with you there.
This weekend, a Drake song mysteriously just leaked online where he was dissing Kendrick, and at first everyone was confused whether or not it was AI because the sound quality was very low. Now since then, we haven't heard anything earlier today when a new diss track dropped where Kendrick is seemingly responding to Drake and J. Cole. Now AI is so strong that you don't even know if it's your favorite rapper rapping or if it's just some random guy in his basement putting Drake vocals on top of his rappers. And then we saw Push-Ups, which changed the entire narrative, right? And I covered this at length in my 1-year anniversary video on Push-Ups. I'll link that in the description, but essentially the demo version of that song leaked and it sounded extremely robotic, extremely monotone, unfinished. It almost sounded like AI. No one knew if this was really Drake or if it was fake.
I really think a writer leaked the first version of Push. Like a writer, they wrote the song, they did it in the AI, you know, they pitched their voice for AI. So they use his inflections and then they pitched their voice, the Drake's voice using AI. So they sent him the version of what they wrote. He took it, covered it, and finished the production at that excellent level that OVO does.
And then he leaked the real version to DJ Academics, and the world knew what was up. And it's funny because the same day he released Taylor Made was 6 days after the first version of Push-Ups leaked. And it took him 6 full days to get that song on streaming platforms. The same day he released Taylor Made was the same day he finally confirmed that Push-Ups was not AI, but was real, and he put it onto Spotify and Apple Music. And it was on that day, once he finally decided to claim that song, that Drake started going crazy on social media. Not only trolling on Instagram, but utilizing AI in the most distasteful way you've ever seen, right? There's a lot of ethical questions behind AI. For a while, I didn't fully understand it, if I'm being honest. And it was for one reason. I heard a Kanye AI remix of Baby Keem's song Scars, which was inspired by Kanye's 808s and Heartbreak era. Lockdown off that project. It's this beautiful, vulnerable record that sounds perfect with Kanye West's vocals on it, because obviously the song was inspired by 808s and Heartbreak. Sound Kanye so long, but when you slap those Kanye West AI vocals on top of this Baby Keem song, it takes you right back to 2008 and captures that feeling to a T. And as a result, thanks to AI, you get the most beautiful sounding Kanye West song that we've heard in years.
32 Google Beach, where's 36 Hannigan?
At the time, I definitely saw the dangers of AI, but I also saw the benefits, right? Of course, AI takes away that human element to a record, but simultaneously, it can also capture some of the best moments and eras and sounds that we've heard from our favorite artists. Kanye West can't recreate 808s and Heartbreak, but someone who studied him, like a Baby Keem, can concoct this beautifully written song with the exact soundscape of an 808s and Heartbreak, and then you slap Kanye's vocals on top of it, and to me, simply being, extremely naive, this just sounded amazing. But this battle with all the fake AI diss tracks, and especially Drake's moves, showed me that AI can possibly do a lot more harm than good, specifically when it's used in a distasteful way. And admittedly, when TaylorMade first came out, I was kind of torn on whether or not this was a clever or horrible move from Drake. I'll play a clip at the end of this video of my reaction when TaylorMade Freestyle first came out way back last year. But at the time I understood a couple of things, right? Firstly, AI was a massive part of the beginning of this battle, people not knowing if these AI diss tracks were real or if they were fake. So Drake addressing it with an AI diss track of his own seemed like a funny way to show that, he's really tapped in and aware to what was going on within public discourse at the time of this battle as it progressed. I also thought, considering the fact that Kendrick Lamar had constantly channeled Tupac throughout his career, and I mean, we'd see him do this in a much more tasteful way on a song like Reincarnated later on in 2024, I did think it was at least interesting, or, I guess you could say creative, that Drake decided to rap from the perspective of Kendrick's greatest mentors, of the artists that paved the way for him, and through their voices, essentially pointed out or attempted to point out Kendrick's flaws, while also giving him a pep talk to finally drop his record, while simultaneously trying to show the world that Kendrick was not prepared and Drake was fully tapped into every narrative. He knew about the AI rumors, he knew that Kendrick was gunning for the crown of the West Coast where his entire career, and he was trying to use Kendrick's influences and vulnerabilities against him on this record. And I think the main thing that Drake was trying to reference with TaylorMade was the To Pimp a Butterfly song, Mortal Man, where Kendrick utilized Tupac's vocals to symbolically bridge generations of cultural leadership, struggle, and artistic activism. By conversing with Tupac on that song, Kendrick reflects on the burden of being a voice for the people, exploring themes of legacy, responsibility, and revolution. Tupac's sampled words emphasized urgency, social unrest, and the inevitability of rebellion when people are pushed too far, reinforcing Kendrick's message about the cyclical nature of repression and the need for true leadership. On Mortal Man, Kendrick talked to Tupac like a mentor. It was done in a deeply respectful and intentional way. It was a spiritual conversation between two generations of black voices. He obtained permission from Tupac's estate to use the vocals, frame the dialogue around themes of legacy, revolution, and the moral weight of leadership, and used the moment to elevate the cultural conversation. The use of those Tupac vocals were purposeful, trying to underscore as an artist to the larger struggle for justice and truth. Meanwhile, nearly 10 years later, Drake flips that Mortal Man symbolism by using Tupac's vocals on TaylorMade Freestyle to mockingly mirror Kendrick's conversation with Tupac on Mortal Man. While Kendrick positioned himself as Tupac's ideological predecessor, Drake attempted to use Tupac in a similar manner as somewhat of a mentor to Kendrick, while seemingly structuring the messaging of those Tupac vocals to seem like he's lost faith or confidence within Kendrick. He was almost implying that Drake would be the one that Tupac would back. in 2024. And beyond creating this false perspective that he wanted the world to think Tupac would have, there were also two major miscalculations and disrespectful aspects to Drake's utilization of Tupac vocals. Worst of all is, of course, Drake was not granted permission by Tupac's estate to use Tupac's vocals to concoct this false narrative. But even worse than that is that the execution of Drake flipping the Tupac endorsement or the symbolism within Kendrick's Royal Man song came off as extremely disrespectful and violent rather than powerful. Instead of honoring Tupac's voice, Drake modified it, blurring the line between homage and exploitation. Basically, Kendrick used Tupac's voice to inspire, uplift, and reflect. Meanwhile, Drake used it to provoke, posture, and antagonize. Kendrick used Tupac vocals to speak about legacy. Meanwhile, Drake used Tupac vocals to speak about clout. But it wasn't just Tupac that was thrown in the mix on this diss record. The use of Taylor Swift's name and likeness, and even worse, the use of Snoop Dogg vocals, would also later go on to greatly backfire on Drake. And we haven't even gotten to the actual messaging of the song where he tries to 8 Mile himself, which obviously backfired on him horribly with Not Like Us, but even worse, as it's now being used as a defense mechanism by UFG in court while they battle Drake over this lawsuit that he filed. So let's peel the curtain back and break down this song and see why this was a tailor-made creation of Drake's own casting. The instrumental of Tailor-Made Freestyle sounded like it belonged on a 2009 album from a West Coast artist, and this was intentional, right? The beat itself was produced by Boy Wonder, Arthur MacArthur, and a producer by the name of Blank. Arthur MacArthur, one of the song's producers, actually spoke on the beat, saying, when I first heard the beat of Taylor Made, I couldn't believe it. I was like, why is Drake posting this old beat? Boy Wonder had sent it to me. They had the idea with the drums and the pianos, and I replayed the piano and added a bunch of instrumentals. The funny story about it is, you might notice it sounds like a West Coast beat. It was what Dr. Dre had been using for Detox, so he was sitting on it for years. I think it was supposed to feature Keisha Cole or something. There'd been a hook written by a Toronto artist called Chief Wisdom. I think Drake wanted an old school West Coast sounding beat, so it got sent over to him. Now, if you guys didn't know, obviously Detox was this mythical project that Dr. Dre had been working on for decades. Over the years, he recruited a multitude of different artists, ranging from the biggest ones in the game to smaller up-and-coming artists. And back in 2005, Dr. Dre had actually hired Drake, right? And then when he got signed to Lil Wayne in 2009, both Lil Wayne and Drake had worked on Detox with Dr. Dre. Lil Wayne references this on his collaboration with Drake Ransom in 2008, where he says, me and Drizzy both were on Detox. There's even some leaked demo versions of Dr. Dre and Drake collaborations way back in that era.
Towards just want to with body language and speed.
Of Tailor-Made Freestyle is saying that that beat was originally meant for those Dr. Dre Detox sessions. And this makes sense, as Drake was in the studio way back in 2008-2009 looking up for Detox. Ironically, a couple of years later, Kendrick would go on to do the same. Boy Wonder is one of Drake's go-to producers and someone he started with very early on when he first came in the game. So it makes sense that Boy Wonder had sent this beat to Arthur MacArthur to add some extra layers to it, and then it got sent back from Drake, and Drake had the intention of using it for a Dr. Dre demo for Detox. That's why there was this hook written by a Toronto artist. Obviously, Detox never came into fruition, which, the 10-year-old me is still mad at Dr. Dre for, and Drake, I guess, was sitting on this beat. So he decided there was no better time to use it than in this rap battle with the current king of the West Coast, Kung Fu Kenny, and place it as the backbone of this antagonistic troll to Kendrick, where his idols are essentially talking to him. So it starts off with AI Tupac vocals, basically Drake rapping and then slapping Tupac vocals on top of Drake's own vocals. The AI Tupac comes in on the intro saying Illuminati, Dawn's Rise Again, you can see it in my eyes again. And then we get into the first verse. A lot of these lines have aged terribly within the song, but they kind of are iconic within this beat, just within the context of the whole thing. Not in a way that necessarily paints Drake in a positive light, but instead just to show how funny things have aged. The same way that line about, Kendrick opening his mouth and someone handing him a Grammy has aged hilariously for Drake. The bars in Taylor Made did the same. So you'll see that as we review the track. It starts off, Kendrick, we need you, the West Coast savior. engraving your name in some hip-hop history if you deal with this viciously. Essentially, this is AI Tupac telling Kendrick that he was appointed to be the savior of the West Coast, even though on Mr. Brown, Kendrick lets the world know that he is not anybody's savior. But Drake, through these Tupac vocals, is essentially telling Kendrick that he will go down as a hip-hop legend if he deals with this battle viciously. He comes in on the most aggressive tilt we've ever seen him. But again, at this time, Kendrick was silent, and Drake took that silence for weakness, so he continues rapping. He seemed a little nervous about all the publicity. F this Canadian light-skinned dot. We need a no-debated West Coast victory, man. Call him a B for me. Again, kind of picking up where Kendrick left off on the narrative of Mortal Man, where Tupac was this mentor-type figure to Kendrick. Except obviously Drake does it in a way more shallow way to try to paint himself as the victim. Telling Kendrick, come on, like, to save the West Coast right now, but you seem a little nervous. And then we get the worst aged line in this song by far. This is again the line that UMG is using in their defense against Drake's lawsuit, as he's calling them out for attempting to defame his name by spreading the message that he's a PDF. UMG has flat back and said, in Drake's diss song Tailor Made, where he uses Tupac vocals to talk to Kendrick, Drake raps from the perspective of Tupac, saying, talk about him liking young girls, that's a gift. Moving that this was weeks before Kendrick ever made Not Like Us. Drake is referring to is Joe Budden podcast, right? Because he raps the next bar saying, I heard that on the Budden podcast, it's gotta be true. Because at the time, Joe Budden had given Drake a lot of criticism for his most recent album, For All the Dogs, saying that Drake was too involved with young girls. Drake went off on Joe Budden saying, I don't care if he criticizes my music, but I don't like his narrative that I'm into young women. Even though Joe Budden said, the reason why I said that is because I heard it from your songs directly. On that For All the Dogs album, we're talking about, I was with this girl, she was 21, she was still a savage. On that same project though, Drake makes reference to not messing with Millie Bobby Brown. Millie Bobby Brown was a, I believe, 14-year-old who had been talking about having weird text messages with Drake centered around her dating life and boy issues, saying that Drake gave her advice on that. She was also pictured on one of Drake's yachts back in 2017. You guys know the rest, but I say all this to say, this rumor did not start on the Joe Budden podcast. This rumor started with the strange actions that Drake took years before this battle or those Joe Budden criticisms ever took place. Drake tries to flip that to essentially 8 Mile himself. What that means is, in the final rap battle of the 8 Mile movie, Eminem is seen rapping against his opponent, and instead of actually going and dissing his opponent, he first starts off his rap by dissing himself, owning up to all the flaws that he has as a character. I am white, I am effing bum, I do live in a trailer with my mom. Drake attempts to do that here by, using Tupac's voice to say, Kendrick, talk about Drake liking young girls in your diss track. I heard that on the Joe Budden podcast, so that rumor has to be true. Where Drake failed miserably is that this wasn't just a rumor again that boiled from the Joe Budden podcast. This was a long-standing rumor that stemmed from Drake's own strange actions. So when Kendrick used that in Not Like Us, there was a lot of merit to it based off the actions that Drake had committed in the past. You can 8 Mile yourself by discussing, character flaws, right? I'm this Canadian who grew up in the suburbs who cried about my mom not making me a tuna sandwich. That is genuinely something that Drake did. I started off as an actor who got bullied in high school. I wasn't the cool kid. Now I'm playing this big mob boss persona, this phony Montana character, and it's hard when we see the duality of who that was when I first came into the game. That's a fair criticism about your personality that, if you owned up to it before Kendrick could say anything, might have removed some ammo from his chamber. But to put the idea in the universe that something Kendrick should use in this song is the fact that there's rumors that are being involved, younger girls, I should say, not only single-handedly adds validity to those rumors, since it's actually you directly, the source, that's acknowledging it, but you're not providing any proof that those rumors are baseless. You're just saying that they stem from the Joe Budden podcast, which they obviously didn't, because Joe's criticisms of you are hidden. Referring to that only stem from your own music, your own messaging of the Millie Bobby Brown issues and the 21-year-old. So now to double down and say, hey, Kendrick, talk about me like young girls on a diss track, only lets the world know that this was something separate with as a deep insecure story and something you've been aware of for a very long time now. But anyways, we'll continue. The Toronto Tupac continues rapping. They told me the spirit of Machiavelli is alive in a guy under 5'5", so it's gotta be you. Essentially, again, making fun of Kendrick's height, just like he did on push-ups. Letting you know that Kendrick is not just short stature, but he's the short stature sharpshooting assassin. Then Dre goes on to mention where Tupac was in his life and his career before he tragically lost his life. As we know, he was famously involved in several beefs, most notably his conflict with Biggie. And the last concert Tupac ever did was at the House of Blues with his Death Row label mate, Snoop Dogg. So Drake, again, from Tupac's perspective, raps, I would beef the whole effing game. It was me and Snoop Dogg had my shirt off at the House of Blues. Basically telling Kendrick, like, if you're really the predecessor of Tupac, you would embody his spirit and beef the entire game. Rip your shirt off at your concert, embody that type of energy. So the Toronto Tupac continues saying, Kendrick, you gotta F this guy's girl, you gotta get abused. All that stuff about burning tattoos, Drake is not abused. That's jail talk for real thugs. You gotta be you. You gotta leave this mother effer broken and bruised before we really lose. Here he's referencing Kendrick's bar like that where he says, I'm snatching chains and burning tattoos, it's up. Here, Drake is saying he's not abused by those bars. And he mentioned that on push-ups as well, where he rapped, you're never taking a chain off of us, how the F you big steppin' with a size 7 men's on. Here he's telling Kendrick, you've never been a thug, you've never been a tough guy, you've always been that good kid from a mad city, so in this beef, you can't be talking about snatching chains, burning tattoos, it's gotta be you, you gotta be who you really are. And if you don't, then the West Coast will really lose. And Drake continues, you asked for the smoke, now it seems like you're too busy for the smoke. I won't lie, the people confused. Now you gotta give this stuff another week and fall back, so one will run the numbers up. I would refuse. Here he's referencing how Taylor Swift, at the time that Taylor made her star was released, was in the process of releasing her latest album on April 20th, 2024. So what Drake is saying here is that Kendrick was too scared to drop his diss track, not only because he couldn't perform Drake, but he also didn't want to release it on the same week as Taylor Swift's album because he knew that would be a massive album and would take away attention from his diss track and he wouldn't be able to secure a #1 song on the Billboard Hot 100 charts if all of Taylor Swift's new music was also hitting the charts in that week. But there's an added layer to this because at the same time, Kendrick's right-hand producer Soundwave and Taylor Swift's right-hand producer Jack Antonoff had been frequently blocked. I believe they were even in a band together. And there were rumors that Kendrick was in the studio with Taylor's producer Jack Antonoff and his own producer Soundwave cooking up some new music. So there was this whole tie between Kendrick and Taylor Swift. Plus, at the same time, on push-ups, Drake rapped, we also need a verse from Swifties. Top set dropping that dropping. I was saying, like, features with these white pop stars for that mainstream video and compromises of integrity for a hit with Taylor Swift. Drake is trying to send the message that basically Taylor Swift is on the same label as Kendrick. They're closely affiliated. She takes precedent or priority over Kendrick's releases, and Drake will, double down on this narrative later on in this song. So, fake Tupac continues. F these industry relationships. Taylor's not in your shoes. You're supposed to be the boogeyman. Go do what you do. Unless this is the moment that you tell us this is not really you. In that case, there's not really nothing left to say. I'll just pass it to Snoop. Now, there's not really much to decipher here. Nothing here that's incredibly deep, right? He's just basically saying, like, F the industry relationships, which Kendrick would flip on Euphoria, saying, F them guys and F the industry too. If you take it there and take it further, that's something you don't want to do. But Drake at this point is saying, you're silent, but you're supposed to be the boogeyman. Come on, like, we need to see what all that tough talk is really about. Unless this is the moment where you finally tell us that all that tough talk on control, on like that, talking about saying my name and you'll see Candyman, all of that is not really who you are. And in that case, this fake version of Tupac has nothing left to say, and he'll pass the mic to Snoop Dogg. Fake Snoop Dogg, right? Because again, Drake is using Snoop Dogg's vocals when it's really just him rapping. Now, the Snoop Dogg situation is very interesting and very layered, right? So, of course, Snoop Dogg, being from the West Coast, being arguably the biggest icon from the West Coast, coming up with Kendrick Lamar's mentor, Dr. Dre, and giving Kendrick his chain at the House of Blues, the same venue that both Tupac and Snoop Dogg performed at for Tupac's final concert, which Drake references in this song. That was the same venue where Kendrick got passed, the torch of the West Coast, right? That chain with all the West Coast artists, Snoop Dogg, Game, Corrupt, etc., giving Kendrick that chain. It was the cosign to say Kendrick is the next up from the West Coast. Snoop Dogg, being everyone's uncle, had relationships with everyone within the equation, right? He would, let it be known later on that he was riding for the West Coast no matter what. But just a couple months before this, saw him make an appearance on Drake's album, For All the Dogs. He had an intern on that. He's also collaborated with Kendrick, but him and Drake have collaborated arguably as much as him and Kendrick. And we'd see Snoop Dogg right after the song was released actually react to it on Instagram, seeming extremely confused.
They did what?
When?
Are you sure? Well, everybody calling my phone and blowing me up. What happened? What's going on?
But simultaneously, that confusion didn't seem to be anger, because 8 days later, Snoop Dogg would post again on his Instagram story a compilation of different pictures of Snoop Dogg and Tupac with the TaylorMade freestyle playing in the background and the caption saying 90s hip hop forever. And keep in mind, Snoop Dogg posted this before Kendrick ever released a diss track, right? And months later, Kendrick would make reference of this in his own song Whacked Out Mural diss track, right? And months later, Kendrick would make reference of this in his own song Whacked Out Murals, right? And months later, Kendrick would make reference of this in his own song Whacked Out Murals, where he said, Snoop posted TaylorMade, I prayed it was the edibles. I couldn't believe it was only right for me to let it go. Snoop Dogg would respond to this with a tweet saying, K-Dot new album GNX is fire. It was the edibles. West King. He would also do an interview clarifying that it wasn't him that posted the song, but instead the social media manager of Snoop's seltzer brand, Gin and Juice, who used the song in a promotion of the product and tagged Snoop's Instagram account with it. However, I find this explanation a bit fishy because the video I showed you guys doesn't seem to be a promotion for that seltzer brand. I think this was Snoop Dogg posting it without realizing the ramifications or the disrespectful intent of that record. But once he did, he obviously clarified that, he probably wasn't thinking right and that he was writing a request no matter what. He also said he didn't want to get involved in his beef, so he didn't appreciate his vocals being used to play one side versus the other, even emphasizing that he actually called Kendrick up and apologized. I did a whole video breaking this down, maybe I'll link it in the description. But yeah, Snoop Dogg definitely regretted everything he did significantly that song. Well, let's break down what steps back from Snoop Dogg's perspective as the vocals. It starts off giving Kendrick a pep talk just like Tupac saying, Nephew, what the heck are you really about to do? Pass you the torch at the House of Blues. Now you gotta do some good, right? Again, in reference to Snoop, Game, Corrupt, a bunch of West Coast legends, handing Kendrick the chain, telling the world that he was the next heir of the West Coast throne at the House of Blues. And Snoop actually spoke on that night, saying basically Kendrick was just ripping that performance so hard that in the spur of the moment, without it even being planned, Snoop felt like he had to run on stage and hand Kendrick that chain and create an iconic moment for Kendrick's career and for the West Coast. So here Drake is referencing that, saying, we passed you the torch, you got to do some dirty work. You got to show that the West is still on top. And then he goes back to referencing that Kendrick is again this good kid from a mad city, saying, I know you've never been to jail, orange jumpsuits and shower shoes, never shot nobody, never stabbed nobody, never did nothing violent to no one. It's the homies that empower you. And I think this was another horrible angle that Drake used throughout the entire battle, right? Trying to paint the narrative that Kendrick was a fraud, that he was representing something that he wasn't. Even on Family Matters, really bang a set about YG, Chris Breezy, Chuck T. Kendrick has made it very known in his own music that he comes from a harsh environment, but he was always trying to break those generational cycles. So Drake saying here that the homies empower him because they were the ones that were violent is the exact opposite to what Kendrick has been saying throughout his entire career. He was trying to empower the people around him by helping them escape their lives. Drake took that as because it's the homies around him that were the ones that really like that life. Kendrick was never the tough guy, but instead tried to break those cycles of oppression within his neighborhood. But again, Drake takes that as rapping that he's trying to get the slaves free, basically giving Kendrick an alley in this battle to show the world that Drake has never been a part of the essence of hip-hop culture. He doesn't understand the struggle of people that came from Kendrick's neighborhood and hip-hop as a vessel, as a form to help escape from that moment. Drake instead modifies it, tells the way that type of thing, but showing it as well as doesn't really understand. He's never been in jail, he never showed up. He's made that very good. As well, kept check, made sure he wasn't living life. And as a result, that's why Kendrick is now power. That's why he's able to rap. I mean, Kendrick literally rapped. These were big Kendrick content that wanted to rap. Playing my options, pick up the Bible or strap. Never killed a man, never sold my practice. All I ever did was try to keep my city on the map. I mean, even unlike that, right? He's talking about two T's with me and snatching shades of tattoos. He's talking about his bodyguard being there with him to help him do the dirt. When it comes to picking up the pen, that is where Kendrick is most lethal. That's what I see what Drake did not understand. But he continues with the Snoop Dogg perspective. But still, you gotta show this effing Howard who's boss on the West. Now is really a time to make a power move. Because right now it's looking like you're writing out the game plan on how to lose. How to park up the wrong tree and then get your head popped in a crowded room. The world is watching this chess game. Well, are you out of moves? I know that DOG never even got it. Right now, since it was stuff What he's saying here is that push-ups only took me an hour to create, and the next one is going to bring out the coward in Kendrick. That will be right that at the end of push-ups. Already had that diss track in the cut. Rick thought that Kendrick had the diss track in the cut for the last 4 years. Basically, his game plan was he wanted Kendrick to drop that record, thinking Kendrick only had one, and then he thought Red Button, the big bomb, would be Family Matters. He thought he would drop that after Kendrick finally responded, and then that would be the end of the beat. Obviously, horribly miscalculated. And the fact that he says push-ups only took him an hour or two is ridiculous because A, it took him damn near 6 days, almost a full week, to get that thing from being leaked to actually being released on streaming platforms. There were a lot of rumors, which again I touched on in my one anniversary, breaking down push-ups, that song was actually written by a ghostwriter because the original version that leaked sounded like it was AI vocals. And a very strategic move would be to have a ghostwriter write the demo version or the reference track of that song and then put it in Drake AI vocals so that the whole world would never know that it wasn't Drake who actually wrote it. So it's funny to think he's saying it really only took him about 2 hours to make that song. And it's like, yeah, because you didn't write it. It was your ghostwriters who wrote it. But this is all a legend, all right, Drake? Don't sue me. But so he's saying, like the first one only took me an hour. The next one is what's about to, end your career or end this battle. And then he continues rapping, but now we gotta wait an effing week because Taylor Swift is your new top. And if you're about to drop, she's gotta, you're really about to act like you're not in a feud. Taylor made your schedule with Ant, you out of the loop. So again, referencing the fact that Taylor Swift was about to drop an album, and that's why Kendrick was not dropping his diss track, basically saying, you know, he's got these industry connections with Taylor Swift. You know, the Swifties need a verse, Kendrick is there to concoct it, and when she's about to drop her album, Kendrick moves on her schedule. This line always kind of confused me because I don't understand the angle, right? Why would Taylor Swift be his new top? When he says his new top, he means Top Dog Entertainment. That was the record label that Kendrick was formerly on. And what I find so interesting about all this that no one seems to talk about, which is such a financial W for Kendrick throughout this entire battle, is this whole big break that Kendrick took between Damn and Mr. Morale. Again, while people took that silence for weakness, Kendrick was actually concocting the financial structure of the next leg of his career. That was him leaving TDE, Mr. Morale being the last Kendrick album on that label, and building up PG Lang to where Kendrick would now release all of his future music. In Drake's lawsuit, where he's suing UMG over defamation of the song Not Like Us, saying that diss song ruined his reputation, he also reveals the contract structure that Kendrick now has with UMG, stating that Kendrick has a licensing deal with them. Top Dog was under Interscope, which is a record label under UMG. Kendrick's music used to be owned by Top Dog Entertainment. It's now owned by PG Lang, a company that's owned by Kendrick Lamar, meaning that all the diss records from this beef, Not Like Us, which was, you know, the fastest song to hit 1 billion streams, broke all these charting records, did all these numbers, literally produced $7 million in revenue just in 2024 alone. That song and all the other diss tracks and GNX, all the future music that Kendrick Lamar releases after Mr. Morale and the Big Steppers is owned by him. The masters are owned by Kendrick Lamar and PG Lang. The music is licensed through UMG, but the actual masters, the residual profits of those songs, are collected by Kendrick and his team. So Drake starting this whole beef off, acting like Kendrick was in this horrible contractual agreement with Top Dog Entertainment, which is funny on another layer because Drake was obviously involved in a horrible contract with UMG and Cash Money Records, where his most profitable music was owned by UMG and Cash Money Records. It's also very funny because he's rapping like this on push-ups about Top Dog taking 50% of Kendrick's profits. Meanwhile, Kendrick had just left Top Dog Entertainment and was now in control of his own masters. See that any diss track he now released in this battle, all these massive records, Kendrick owns all the profits to. And now in this lawsuit, Drake is literally asking, demanding that UMG hand over all of Kendrick's contracts from the last year so Drake's legal team can process them and see if it helps their case. So, you know, Drake is talking about on push-ups, pull your contracts, we gotta see the splits. And this beef ends off with Drake suing, demanding to see Kendrick Lamar's contracts. Meanwhile, Kendrick has structured this new financial plan where he owns all his masters. So every time he's dissing Drake, he's directly profiting and owning the profits of that music. So, you know, in this song, he's saying Taylor Swift is your new top dog, right? Taylor Swift is your new boss. Again, I don't understand that angle, but I just thought that tidbit of information was very, very interesting. And another W for Kendrick because he owns the masters to the songs, these diss songs that Drake, in this song Taylor made, was begging him to drop. Drake was begging him to drop these diss songs and making fun of the fact that he was in this bad contract and that Taylor Swift was his boss. Meanwhile, Kendrick owns his masters, so when he did end up dissing Drake, he directly profited off of those records a lot more than Drake likely did from the records that he put in. And then Taylor Swift's right-hand producer, Jack Antonoff, would end up producing the majority of the records off of GNX, which is now beating out all of Drake's albums on the charts. So it's just kind of funny how all these things play out full circle. And Drake, you know, name drops the actual title of the song, saying Taylor Swift tailor-made your schedule with Ant, you're out of the loop. Ant is Kendrick's manager, who Drake doxed on Instagram when he was trolling Kendrick into dropping a diss song. But anyways, Drake continues rapping. I hate all you corporate industry puppets. I'm not in the loop. I love it when you guys talk loose like I'm not in the loop. Since like that, your tone changed a little. You're not as enthused. How are you not in the booth? It feels like you're kind of removed. And even academics would later admit that this was a bold-faced lie because Drake told Big Mac and academics that he thought, or he knew, Kendrick had to have been in the studio day in and day out, recording and writing new disses because that's what Drake was doing at the height of his beef. So, him saying, how are you not in the booth? It seems like you're removed. Your tone changed since you dropped that like that verse. You're not as enthused. And then he comes in with the most iconic line of this song saying, you're trying to let this stuff die down. Nah, nah, nah. Not this time. You're following through. And you'll see as we review the 1 year anniversary of all the future diss songs that Kendrick most definitely did follow through. And Drake continues rapping. I guess we need another week to figure out how to improve. What the F is taking so long? We're waiting on you. The rest of y'all are definitely getting involved. Y'all getting it too. Referencing all the other albums that were just Drake, right? Future, The Weeknd, Metro Boomin, Lizzie Rock, Ross, etc. As soon as you get the courage to drop, I'm out on the loose. And then we get a little spoken word outro from Drake where he says, yeah, shout out to Taylor Swift, biggest gangster in the music game right now. I moved my album when she dropped. I said that already. She's about to milli run through a milli rock on your head too. And I think this song was Drake projecting his own insecurities of Taylor Swift's success because he admits here that when her loss was supposed to be released, he actually pushed the album back a week because he found out Taylor Swift was dropping and he knew she would secure that number 1 spot and Drake wouldn't get it. It's ironic because now on the charts, Drake is fighting with songs like Nokia to hit the top of the Billboard charts, but the one song that's blocking it from hitting the top of the charts, it's Kendrick's song Luther. Just ironic how things play out here, right? He's making fun of Kendrick, saying that Kendrick is scared Taylor Swift will block him from the number 1 spot. That's why he's not dropping his diss track. Meanwhile, now Kendrick is blocking Drake from that number 1 spot. Also making fun of Kendrick's contracts. Now he's begging for Kendrick's contracts in this lawsuit. Kendrick owns all the masters to all these massively successful diss records that he concocted against Drake. But Drake continues in this spoken word outro saying, Taylor Swift's got the whole PG Lang on mute, like that Beyonce challenge. Y'all boys quiet for the weekend, like, Doc, I know you're in that New York apartment, struggling, no, in the notepad doing lyrical gymnastics, my boy. You better have a mother having quintuple entendre on this some stuff I don't even understand. Like, that stuff better be crazy. We're waiting on you. I mean, just listen to how confident Drake sounded here and how horribly that outro alone would age, right? Like, begging Kendrick to drop and saying, you better have stuff on there that I don't even understand. We're waiting. And then he comes up with a song that Drake has to steal. And it's just amazing to look back on this moment, right? Not only because, what a fun time in hip-hop, right? When we were just awaiting what Kendrick's master plan would be. Hearing Drake, troll him. And, I mean, at this point, right, like, you could argue that Drake maybe had the lead from a reception standpoint. He hadn't heard a word from Kendrick since he dropped that warning shot and like that. Meanwhile, this was the second record Drake just dropped in less than a week. And he was relentlessly trolling on Instagram, begging Kendrick to drop, making it seem like he was confident that he had a red button, and Kendrick spiraling at nothing. This diss track would end up backfiring massively on Drake, right? Not only with Lots of State threatening to sue Drake if he didn't take the song down because of how disrespectful it was to use Tupac's vocals and rap as if this was all from Tupac's perspective, but this song would simultaneously unite the entire West Coast once Kendrick Lamar released like that, as Drake blatantly just disrespected the biggest legend from the West Coast, and also disrespected their heritage, rapping bars like, Kendrick, I know you never been a thug, you never been in orange jumpsuits, you never shot nobody, but it's the homies that do that empower you. Trying to chalk up, the culture around Kendrick to being rooted in gang violence and crime, and stating that that's what empowers them, right? And as a result, Kendrick on Not Like Us and Euphoria calling Drake out for blatantly misrepresenting the essence of the culture and not understanding the very art form that he's generated so much success off of, not only painted Drake as if he's a con artist of the culture, but Kendrick and Drake through this song showed that Drake had no problem with shamelessly disrespecting the legends and the essence of the very music and art that he profited so heavily from. What was an attempt at a blatant troll turned into take a significant toll on Drake's reputation in the public poll. Now, when the song first came out again, I was very confused on it, but I think I had some takes that actually aged pretty well. So I want to play you guys, what my thoughts were when this song actually first came out. And again, keep in mind, we haven't heard from Kendrick at this point in the beef, right? So the way I'm talking here, I'm kind of predicting, like, at the very least, what I thought Drake was getting himself into, which was something I thought Drake would deeply regret. I'm going to play you guys this whole thing, shamelessly, and let me know what you think aged well and what aged horribly, because I do think some of what I said definitely aged horribly. I didn't have the foresight to really understand why using AI like this was so disrespectful, or as disrespectful as it was. I think it took me like at least a good day or two to actually understand it, right? Because I recorded this video, the reaction video when the song first came out. I recorded it about an hour or two after the song actually came out. So again, at the time, I thought it was, in a way, kind of a creative way to rap from Kendrick's idols and mentors and respecters. But once you sit with the lyrics a bit deeper, you realize that it's in horrible taste, and Drake had a blatant misunderstanding of what Kendrick and the culture represent. Guys, Drake might be the most intelligent specimen of rap. He just did on that diss track he dropped last night. It was beyond ridiculous. We're going to dive into what he said. But I'll be honest, Drake might have backed himself in a dangerous corner here, because if Kendrick is active in this beef, which I think he will be, like, he's going to take the ground and he's going to destroy Drake. There's been rumors that he's had a diss track in the cut for the last 4 years waiting to drop it. I don't know what he's waiting on, but Drake tonight just did something we've never seen before. With all this talk about which diss track is AI, which one is real, no one knows. Drake just pulled the funniest move that's probably ever existed in rap. Basically, he wrote a diss track, put Tupac and Snoop Dogg's vocals on it through AI, and released it as if it's like Tupac and Snoop Dogg talking to Kendrick on this track. Now, I don't like how the words changes right after Drake drops. Let's not forget that when Kendrick put out Like That, it took Drake 3 weeks to respond. J. Cole had enough time to put a diss track out and apologize before Drake even mentioned it. But to me personally, I don't like this whole thing, being on the clock with a diss track, right? I think it's got to be quality over quantity. So I'd rather get a scathing, crazy diss track that changes the whole game in a month instead of making Kendrick release 4 days after Drake drops. It almost seems like he has something in the cup, some sort of information on Kendrick that he's just waiting to drop, because he keeps mentioning, that he wants Kendrick to come out and say something. It's the last one of this song. Drake says as soon as you get the drop. So it's obvious that Drake is keeping something tough. Drake has some sort of information on Kendrick. And I've got doubt that Kendrick also has involved in the drop on Drake. He's just waiting. He's just perfecting it, and it's going to shake up the whole game. Whereas Kendrick, I think, is taking more of his time to drop something that's a lot more calculated, that really shakes the game up, but maybe won't respond as quickly as Drake. But what really interests me here is that at the end of this track, Drake just continuously emphasizes that he's got a bomb to drop on Kendrick, and he's just waiting for Kendrick to respond so he can drop this bomb. And this has to be something that we just don't know about, right? If Drake really has some sort of bomb to drop on Kendrick, there's got to be some unrevealed information, some private information. Same way Pusha T revealed that Drake had a kid. Maybe Drake has some sort of information like that on Kendrick, and he's just hiding it and waiting for Kendrick to respond so he can, come back and reveal some sort of crazy info to the world. He's kind of hinted at Kendrick having some sort of marital traits. In his first diss track, he was saying, the way you're doing splits, your pants look like rip. That's in reference to, there was rumors that Kendrick was potentially going to split up with his wife and he had an affair. This isn't confirmed, but maybe Drake has some sort of exclusive information in that regard, and he's just waiting for Kendrick to respond before he drops it on the world. But again, man, I think, Kendrick's entitled to take a bit of time with this response. Like, it took Drake over 3 weeks to say anything about this entirely. And now he's, acting like Kendrick's on the clock, Kendrick's got to respond. It's hypocritical because Drake took his sweet time to release, whatever he released. And in this new song, he's claiming that the first diss track he put out only took him 1 or 2 hours to complete, but it took him 3 weeks to release it. So, are you really being honest here? Like, let's keep it real. Kendrick is a super hard target. I don't think Drake can stand toe to toe with him lyrically, and I've said this before, and I think Drake knows he has to be extremely calculated with his responses. I think that's why it took him so long initially to come out with any sort of diss track. And now that he did, he's acting like he rules rules have changed and Kendrick needs to, rush some sort of response. So I'm curious what you guys think. Like, should that be a rule in a rap battle where rappers need to respond in a certain amount of time? I'll emphasize it again. I think Drake is in trouble with Kendrick. The last time he jumped out the gate like this was in the Pusha T situation, and it didn't end well. And I would argue Kendrick is a much stronger rapper than a guy like Pusha T. And I would also argue that Kendrick has been wanting this beef for the last 10 years, and he either probably has some info on Drake, or he's just ready to demolish and dissect and destroy every aspect of Drake's entire career. Kendrick wants that top spot, and he likely knows that in order to get that, he's got to go toe-to-toe against Drake and show the world that he's not only a better rapper, but can play the game better than Drake. He can outdo Drake on the bars, on the commercial appeal, on success, on public perception. Like, he's got to take every aspect of being the GOAT away from Drake. And I don't think that he needs to be on the block for something. I know in the comments you guys are going to say I'm replacing Kendrick, but I'm a fan of hip-hop. I want quality music. I don't want Russian diss tracks. I don't want, half-assed bars. I respect it. I respect if you could respond quickly when someone takes a shot at you. But what I think matters is your legacy, what you stand for, what you bring to the public. And again, I can't emphasize enough, I think Drake is such an easy target for Kendrick. I don't think Drake really knows what he's in for, and I don't think the world knows what he's in for. I really hope I'm right. Because if I'm not, then you guys can all say in the comments I'm going to release Kendrick, because I'm just so confident. He's taken so much time out of his music, but every time he drops, the world stops, and he just puts out groundbreaking music, and no one can compete on that level. And I think he's been wanting this beef for 10 years, and I do not think that he's going to let himself lose. Don't forget, he's as calculated as Drake is. As a moves he makes. So, on Drake's putting out some freestyles, I don't think that's so foul. Just drop something that will just document Drake's reputation, that will just destroy Drake. A, can hit the charts like he did with that feature, and B, make something that will just be so hard for Drake to respond. A lot of other people are saying that Drake did the underdog here, and we're underestimating how much of a challenge it really is going to be for Kendrick. But I think based off what we've seen in the past with guys like Pusha T, based on the lyrical monster that Kendrick is, I don't think Drake stands a chance. I'm just super excited to see what Kendrick's next move is going to be. Well, let me know in the comments what you guys got. Drake, Kendrick, or AI, Tupac, and Snoop Dogg, or Taylor Swift. So let me know what you guys think. Did my takes here age well? Did they age horribly? Of course, we would get Euphoria just about 12 days after this song as being the next song within this battle, which will really kick things up to the next level. So stay tuned in about 12 days for me to break down the 1-year anniversary of Euphoria, which, in my personal opinion, is the best track to come out of this entire battle. And I believe so I'm very excited to break that one down with you guys. And in my opinion, Kendrick made freestyle was the worst move Drake made from this entire game. He gave Kendrick a ton of ammo. It aged horribly. It was a disrespect of Kendrick's hometown, of the very culture that both Drake and Kendrick have profited and gained so much from. And of course, it was the catalyst for Kendrick to discuss a lot of the topics that he touched on within his diss tracks in the coming weeks. So stay tuned for the 1-year anniversary breakdowns of those. Let me know in the comments how you guys feel about Taylor Swift freestyle, Taylor made freestyle 1 year later, and I will catch you in the next one.
We may have on our hands right now the greatest murder mystery in Black culture history. This is one of those things where I've sat with this all day, going through this rabbit hole, not believing what I was seeing, not believing how sick some people are, and just being befuddled as to how this could happen in front of everybody. How did this happen? If you guys are not aware, we're talking about the murder mystery surrounding singer / rapper David. His name David V4BD.
Still waiting to learn more about the victim found inside the trunk of a car at a tow yard in Hollywood.
Police say the strong stance triggered the investigation. And now this is what a Mississippi flag is live at the scene. The car is registered to a multi-platinum artist. So.
Yeah, David Giovanna, that's right. The LAPD police, they are still in the very early stages of this investigation. But that tow yard, it's behind me here. We've seen patrol cars coming in and out all.
Halloween store now. For bar 8041. 333 North Atlantic, 333 North Atlantic, Unit 111.
10-451.
10-4. 26 Clear 2 is responding to access that Knox.
10-4, thank you. 321 for Mark.
21.
I'm your store manager tonight at North Warren. Okay, Bravado 1. Tell me if you want another alarm for 19295.
I don't see an alarm on my screen. Can you guys? You guys on West? Bravo units, West has 1033.
Yeah, network, please. 97. Mark, copy option.
I think you're 51 to a unit. I'm not sure which one.
97 on the traffic enforcement relieving.
Dictate. 26 322 update today.
I'm out. The agent is off. No one's answering, and I can hear pets inside.
10-4, we'll set up to have them meet 1025 with you there.
Careful. 423.
423. It's been printed.
I apologize for that.
It's been printed and it'll be faxed to you.
26. 321 Mark.
21.
I'll be out. White male, white female for the JCPenney next to the Sports Authority. Or it's going to be the Spirit Hollow store now. For bar 8041 and Blue.
What is he doing?
Bar 46 up here.
19.
32 Google Beach. Where's 36 Atticus?
333 North Atlantic, 333 North Atlantic, Unit 111.
10-451.
10-4. 26 Clear 2 is responding to access that Knox.
10-4, thank you. 321 for Mark.
21.
I'm your store manager tonight at North Warren.
10-4.
Okay, Bravado 1. Tell me if you want another alarm for 19295.
I don't see an alarm on my screen. Can you guys? You guys on West? Bravo units, West has 1033.
Yeah, 10-4, please. 97. Mark, copy option.
You're 51 to a unit. I'm not sure which one.
97 on the traffic enforcement relieving.
Dictate. 26 322 update today.
I'm out. The AC is off. No one's answering, and I can hear pets inside.
10-4, we'll set up to have them meet 1025 with you there.
Careful. 423.
423. It's been printed.
I apologize for that.
It's been printed and it'll be faxed to you.
26. 321 Mark.
21.
I'll be out. White male, white female for the JCPenney next to the Sports Authority. Or it's going to be the Spirit Hollow store now. For bar 8041 and Blue.
What is he doing?
Bar 46 up here.
19.
32 Google Beach. Where's 36 Atticus?
333 North Atlantic, 333 North Atlantic, Unit 111.
10-451.
10-4. 26 Clear 2 is responding to access that Knox.
10-4, thank you. 321 for Mark.
21.
I'm your store manager tonight at North Warren.
10-4.
Okay, Bravado 1. Tell me if you want another alarm for 19295.
I don't see an alarm on my screen. Can you guys? You guys on West? Bravo units, West has 1033.
Yeah, 10-4, please. 97. Mark, copy option.
I think you're 51 to a unit. I'm not sure which one.
97 on traffic enforcement relieving.
What are you doing? Why would you switch your back?
It's been printed. It's been printed and will be faxed to you.
So I'm not scratching scan.
21.
I'll be out. White male, white female, for the station heading next to the sports authority. Spirit Halloween store now. For bar 41 and 40.
What are you doing?
Lost it. You broke my phone.
Bar 46 up here.
Oh, nigga, he was there in your face. Let me come. Dude. How close you want to come? I see you again.
333 North Atlantic. 333 North Atlantic, unit 111.
He's trying to respect himself.
602 is responding to access that hotspot.
What's that?
321 for Mark.
21.
I'll be a store manager at 98 Northport.
Yeah, man, that's what he did was where's the collection? Really? Let's see.
I don't see
Like
no
that
alarm on my
baby's
screen.
game?
You guys?
What should I tell
You
you?
guys on what? Brevard all units west to Singular
Don't take it back. Don't take it back. Don't do that dangerous stuff. Said like this.
Secure 51 to a unit, I'm not sure which one.
97 on the traffic enforcement relieving.
What is that? Why do you want to do
I'm out. He's all done with the
Yo, how you gonna fly with two phones in your... Oh, that's what you did. That's what you put. That's what you messed up. Why would you try to kick your wife? Alright. Oh, nah, you're done. I think her. The slightest touch that is when James too, man. Why you... Hold on, Have you seen someone get put in half? It's what is ah. Bro, yeah, like you said touch this, bro. Nice touching. You said your man touch. Down there, to where? Oh yeah. What? You're done. You're done. Oh, nah, see? Nah, man. Yo, at this point, it's not over. No 911. Call him.
I don't see an alarm on my screen. You guys?
Oh, no, man.
You guys on what? Brevard all units west to Singular.
Now you're yelling call 911. Look at this dude. Yeah, let's go. Watch out, man. All that you That's why you be saying that and get mad. I want to do this nice nigga.
This is what I apologize. It's been printed and will be faxed to you.
I'll be out. White male, white female, for the station heading next to the sports authority. Spirit Halloween store now. For bar 41 and 40.
What are you doing?
Bar 46 up here. 32 Google Beach. Where's 36 Hannigan? 32 Google Beach. 32 Hannigan. 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 32
333 North Atlantic, 333 North Atlantic, unit 111. Yeah, 151. 652 is responding to access that knock box. Yeah, 321 remark. 21.
That's what I'm saying. When did Matt get an update? Where was all these men that were talking about all type of nonsense back then? Now these dudes are just doing all type of simple stuff. When did Matt get the update? No one taught this message, bro. Right, she's doing like this, man. I mean, I was already passing Mass already, but all the rest of the Matt on the easy work, bro. Okay, phone working to me? That mother will help.
All day, we spoke to residents in the area who say they are in shock.
I've got more questions than I fear right now.
Decomposing human remains found in a bag inside a Tesla at a Hollywood toll yard. Los Angeles police responding after reports of foul smell coming from the car. Eyewitness News confirming that vehicle is registered to 20-year-old singer David, whose real name is David Anthony Burke. One of his fans showing up with a sign that reads, "David didn't do it."
Doesn't feel real. Like I'm kind of disbelief still. Like I don't know. It's just a lot.
Los Angeles police made the gruesome discovery Monday, but says the impounded car had been parked at the tow yard for 2 days after it was abandoned on a street in the neighborhood. Police saying the victim found inside the front trunk had been dead for some time.
But the person that goes through my head is that I'm going to be watching the series on Netflix in like a year. Like this is a big deal.
He was on trip where the body was discovered in the back of the Tesla at the impound. And naturally, people gave him the benefit of the doubt. They say, I mean, he's on tour, possibly his Tesla was stolen, and somebody did something nefarious with the vehicle that they stole. Even the police and TMZ was giving him the benefit of the doubt. As you see here, nobody was really suspected or accusing him of doing anything nefarious. Like the official theories being thrown around was maybe he gave his car to somebody, or maybe it was possibly stolen.
Situation with David? Yeah, he didn't do it. He's not a murderer? No, thank God, bro. Because I was still going to listen to his music. I was just worried that I'd be an asshole if I didn't.
No, listen, he didn't do it. He did it before the next day. If he was a suspect, the police would have been after him. He's not a suspect.
He's not just escaping the police clutches?
No, and I'm going to perform. We're going to perform all the time. Me and David.
No, we do.
So,
period.
You think David did it?
Do I think he's a murderer?
Yeah.
Damn.
No way.
No, I did think it was incredibly soft. That
It's still a Tesla though.
Huh? Wait, so it isn't?
No, I don't think it's a Tesla. I don't think it's been on tour.
No, I think it's like almost obviously not him. Like, what's weird is that Crocs dropped him.
Yeah, why they?
That's weird.
Yeah, and also, like, what? Why would they do that? It's to prove innocent. Mental guilt.
That was kind of strange because the days following the announcement that a dead body was found in the back of his Tesla at the impound lot, the press dropped it. Like, press was modeling for like Crocs and Hollister. They dropped it. So whatever information they found in the investigation, or maybe they just don't want to be involved with somebody who may or may not be involved in a murder investigation. So that was the only thing that he really lost. But for the most part, nobody is really throwing out theories that he did. Everybody thinks this dude is on a world tour. Somebody stole his Tesla, did something nefarious with it while he was on tour, and that's more detail. Once we got fed more information surrounding what's going on with this dead body in the back of this Tesla, once the details got, once TMZ began doing their investigation, the theory that this Tesla got stolen and this person killed somebody and put the dead body in the back of the vehicle wrapped up, that got thrown out the window. Because the new information we got makes that scenario like empirically impossible. The theory that he didn't know what was going on was out the window. once the police identified the body. So the mother of 15-year-old 5'1", 71 pounds, Celeste Hernandez, once
White male, white female from the station heading next to the Sports Authority. Halloween, Georgia. We're already 41 and 40. What is it doing? 46 up here. 32 Little Beach. Where's 36 at again? 333 North Atlantic. 333 North Atlantic, Unit 111.
You know the expressions, what they say, these expressions in their faces.
I don't see an alarm on my screen. Can you guys? You guys on what? Brevard Dog units, west head, February 32. 50, which way you get it? I'm not sure which one. White male, white female from the station heading next to the Sports Authority. Spirit Halloween, Georgia. We're already 41. What is it doing? 46 up here. 32 Little Beach. Where's 36 at again? 333 North Atlantic. 333 North Atlantic, Unit 111.
She knows what she's doing. She didn't lie right there. Yeah, she see, and yeah, that's definitely some of them. Yeah, to the bird. Wait, dogs? Not our way. Hold up. What? Jesus and the farmers Maybe a year, 3, 4,
maintenance, financial intelligence, just get clients.
in cash?
So the intelligence.
I don't see an alarm on my screen. Can you guys? You guys on what? Of our Gall units, west says February 13th. I think you're 51 to a unit, I'm not sure which one.
That's why no one knew what's happening. I wasn't there. First, some of them came back to 7. Bound back, collected. I went to different line. Cash. It was 7 million in cash. I knew it was gonna give it to you in cash. Come on, game. And they gave it to you. We thought a nasty interest. They just brought it back.
I'm tired of the back and forth. These adverts in newspapers. Publicly inviting anyone ownership of the money to perform.
Who's gonna claim that?
It's turned into
Yes. Who's gonna play that? Who's gonna? That dumbass gonna do that?
So yo, I think I know.
I don't see an alarm on my screen. Can you guys? You guys on what? Of our Gall units, west says February 13th. I think you're 51 to a unit, I'm not sure which one.
Snake out the top of the
Wait. He's talking to Deb on this, or?
That's two great teammates. That's strong. James and Russell Westbrook. It's just the Hall of Famers that I can base this right now. It's not me. Some of the guys that I know we have listened to. Great acts. Not the main event. Some of the young guys who are Hall of Famers. The guy who just made me. You saw what happened left. Some of them still add on to the in the game of basketball. Talking basketball.
Yeah, don't let the Black Genesis come to the show.
Impactful winning. They're very strong. This ain't no shot again to the guys. And I know in my shoes, I know how hard it is to win. I'm just lucky that they have your side to win. Play in the gym, like you said. You play in gym every year. And all these guys take it all the way. I know you relate, but as a tough defender, a great defender, the accolades say that you were. Anytime you was on the court, I was never scared of you. I was never scared of you. I promise you. And as you can tell, that even scared me now. And also, let me clarify my tweet for you. Since we're going to do it this way, relax. Let us speak for ourselves. It's simply just that. Let us speak for ourselves. Some of us have different opinions than others. But if you have somebody who's non-All-Star, never been to All-Star, never had a chance, felt like you had a chance when you played in this league, say that guys who were All-Stars to the game compared, can't speak for everyone. Let you know not every All-Star plays. To play the game, plays the game, is to play the way we are doing, is to see the type of performances that we've had. So when I say, let us speak for ourselves, I mean just that, let the All-Stars speak about us, let the All-Stars speak about the game. Everybody has an opinion. You have an opinion, which is going to be disrespectful.
There are 5 things. The first one is never spend more than money. Now, what happens if I give you $100 and you want to spend more money? Right? In order for you to become wealthy, it's almost better that you save a lot of your money and you can go with the rest. And then you invest. So you never spend more money. If it's perfect, you save a portion and you spend another one. Then the second one is never borrow money you can't pay. We were talking about the two types of debt, brother. Good debt and bad debt. Bad debt is the money that most people can't pay. So always remember that only is an action. So that you know that you can invest it in something that you make money. If it's not going to make money, you don't make money. And the third one is never depend on one way to make money. Now, if you only have one way to make money, and there's something that happens, and that money's going to be put in. Exactly. But if you have other ways, and one way stop, it's still not ways. That's why you always want to find multiple ways to make money. Okay? And the fourth one is never use money to show. Now, the vision is this.
description of the victim was, the mother called into the police station and said, "Yo, I think that's my daughter." And they was able to positively identify who the victim was. And the victim was identified as 15-year-old named Celeste Eva Hernandez, who's been missing for a year now. The better situation got progressively worse once we got more information. The mother apparently told the police that before her daughter went missing, her daughter let her know she had a boyfriend, and her boyfriend Dave was David. She never met David, but she remembered her daughter telling her boyfriend David was David. To make things worse for David, him and the victim had the same tattoo on their index finger. It was a tattoo of the word shoot. The beginning of the week, this started as a murder investigation that may have suspected somebody stealing David's car, doing something to fix. Areas of putting a dead body in the vehicle. They're being investigated for murdering a 15-year-old David. If the tattoo on her telephone named it Celeste and David get the close pictures. If the instant that David sees this 15-year-old David, they posted pictures of them. This picture in relation was Celeste, David on the next time.
This right here, it took me 11 months and 50 plus videos to make even just one conversation about it. And that's simply very seriously big knowledge. There is no business to locate this, right? Mine to leave some and keep really asking him, right? So someone needs to even get into a business service, not a personal finance, we know somebody, right? This is what we're talking about, great passion. This is an and you grow
with one of their friends. The friend screenshotted it and posted it at that particular time. They called the friend at 3:51 a.m. Why was he chilling with a then 13-year-old at 3:51 a.m.? Their situation without the murder is already prepared. Their situation without the murder is already a situation that's serious enough to where I don't ever want to see this man make another phone. This man needs to be locked away from life attributes. this is disgusting, right? What were possession to do this? This was not just a normal event. This was a 13 or 15-year-old fan of his that he began dating, and Harper actually ran away. That's what the accusations are. Now, before we even get to the possibility of him murdering her, let's get to this relationship, okay, between Celeste and David, because it gets even nasty. The receipts that had surfaced gets even nasty. And oh, by the way, that entire excuse of maybe somebody stole the vehicle and did something bad, he didn't know the vehicle got stolen, you can throw that out there. There's a 0% chance that somebody stole David's vehicle and then go looking for the closest person to David to murder. Cut it out, bro. Cut it out. They stole his vehicle, murdering his 15-year-old girlfriend, and put her body inside the back of his vehicle. That doesn't make sense whatsoever. Celeste went missing April 5th of 2024. But the friends posted messages of them talking to Celeste April 29th of 2024, where they're expressing like they know she's on the run, but telling them, hey, don't delete this burner Instagram.
And you know every time you go to what? So then why is it okay when you listen to terrible video? You know he's a president. He's a terrible businessman, actually a con man. Do you know how confidently dumb you sound? You're saying it's bad that he went bankrupt 6 times, he's a billionaire, and he's the president, and you still not terrible businessman in cons. Are you known as a good businessman?
How are you a president? I didn't know what you're doing. At that point, you know the system, you know the rules. Any smart thing, you know the playbook. You gotta see like that. Someone that got back, if someone you know that got bankrupt 6 times, at that point you stop tracking.
So you've been doing this every day, your whole life, and you're not making money.
It's not about that. But I don't know what you said. You have new eyes on it.
Like you did. No, you're not like. But you say you need to do. You say you need to fix it. Like that means making it yours.
Okay, that's not what. That is not what we did. But like I said, we love you. All my houses are bigger. This is embarrassing. All my houses are bigger than you.
Can you show me your view right now? You go front and go.
Yeah, man. What a view is. Oh, yeah.
See, when you're in it, let me see. You just now said, let's just go back to how we did the issue. The president filed bankruptcy 8 times, still a billionaire. He said he's a bad businessman. You're just not that smart. And you have to do this thing why you go someplace. What happens when you have to go someplace every day at 4 in the morning? You can't go. You gotta be there. 15 years, it's the whole world. You don't know what you're talking about. And you say you're confidently ignorant now. How to respond? And why you think they keep you here? They want y'all to make us dumb.
Who's the Dave family? The good dancer. My boy said.
Especially
Yeah, God, why did you go there? Why did you go there? That's crazy. How do you say that's why I said, like, they know the people, they know how to use it and pull it out, but going back up same time, it's still a drug, it's still status. Yeah, all this supposed to get. Clearly, he's a smart man. Terrible businessman, but I'm still going to have to do it. Dog off, and you got somebody else that's don't know what you're talking about. I know a regular someone who just got out of bankruptcy, and they didn't really pay anything at all. Yeah, that means he knows the playbook. That's what he's saying. Okay, maybe he did. Let's not say regular. He could have not been straight. Somebody, something like that. But that insider trading one. That's why we're down to that. From the street said yep, lose credit, but say pay something good, go back up. Now you're back to where you left off. About chapter 7. Chapters.
I don't see an alarm on my screen. Can you guys?
Sound like
you guys on west? Some of our Gully units west to 1033. Units at 4 west.
That decision.
Copy option. I think you're 51 to a unit. I'm not sure which one.
Yes, I said. Say if you use that too. That's so simple. That wait. No sir. You said that it was today. Why don't you go and do that this some people flying up for stop that. If you make it, I can just not do that house. Oh my god. Hey man, I'll bump my car, man. Do it. Get somewhere else. So,
I don't see an alarm on my screen. Can you guys? west to 1033.
Yeah, that one, man. Adam 97. Mark, copy option.
Secure 5128 unit, I'm not sure which one.
97 on traffic enforcement relieving.
Thanks, sir. 22 update 10-8.
I'm out. AC is off, no one's answering, and I can hear pets inside.
10-4, we'll set up to have them meet 1025 with you there.
Careful. 423.
423.
Did you see where this?
It's been printed.
I apologize for that.
It's been printed and it'll be faxed to EOC.
26. 321 report.
21.
I'll be out. White male, white female for the JCPenney's next to the Sports Authority. Or it's going to be the Spirit Halloween store now. For bar 80, 41 quarters.
What is it doing?
Bar Rescue 46 up here.
19.
32 Google Beach. Where's 36 at again?
333 North Atlantic. 333 North Atlantic, unit 111.
10-4-51.
10-4. U6 Fire 2 is responding to access that hotspot.
10-4, thank you. 321 Brevard.
21.
I'm your store manager at 290 at Northport.
7.
Okay, Brevard, I want it.
8.
So we still under that alarm for 192.95.
I don't see an alarm on my screen. Can you guys? You guys on what? Brevard all units west to 1033.
Yeah, 10-4, Adam 97. Brevard, copy option.
Secure 5128 unit, I'm not sure which one.
97 on traffic enforcement relieving.
Thanks, sir. 22 update 10-8.
I'm out. AC is off, no one's answering, and I can hear pets inside.
10-4, we'll set up to have them meet 1025 with you there.
Careful. 423.
423.
Did you see where this?
It's been printed.
I apologize for that.
It's been printed and it'll be faxed to EOC.
26.
Daniel has an amazing tool they use to join fencing mesh together. They use a stretcher that tightly pulls the rope, and as he pulls the lever, the gear spins in. Pulling the mesh into a perfectly weak position. For those who are extreme insulation tension to the fence, just enough to secure it with the first screw. That shows them just as well. You can pull and loop all the other points with ease.
32 Google Beach. Where's 36 at again?
333 North Atlantic. 333 North Atlantic, unit 111.
Left.
10-4-51.
10-4. U6 Fire 2 is responding to access that hotspot.
That's good, thank you.
10-4, thank you. 321 Brevard.
21.
I'm your store manager at 290 at Northport.
7.
Okay, Brevard, I want it.
8.
So we still under that alarm for 192.95.
I don't see an alarm on my screen. Can you guys? You guys on what? Brevard all units west to 1033.
Yeah, 10-4,
Scratch his butt. Like Bolito.
Adam 97. Brevard, copy option.
Secure 5128 unit, I'm not sure which one.
Old tap.
97 on traffic enforcement relieving.
Thanks, sir. 22 update 10-8.
I'll check to get up.
I'm out. The AC is off, no one's answering, and I can hear pets inside.
10-4, we'll set up to have them meet 1025 with you there.
Careful. 423.
423.
Did you see where this?
It's been printed.
I apologize for that.
It's been printed and it'll be faxed to EOC.
26. 321 report.
21.
I'll be out. White male, white female for the JCPenney's next to
west to 1033. Figure 51 to a unit, I'm not sure which one.
97 traffic enforcement relieving.
Flight 6322 update tonight.
Amount the AC is also with answering and I can hear pets inside.
10-4, we'll set up to have them meet 1025 with you there.
10-4. 423.
23.
Did you see where this?
It's been printed.
I apologize, and then?
It's been printed and I'll be back to you.
26. 321 mark.
21.
I'll be out. White male, white female for the Daisy Pennies next to the Sports Authority Park. It's going to be the Spirit Hall, Georgia. For bar ready, 41 and 40.
What is doing?
Bar ready, 46 over here.
19.
32 Google Beach. Where's 36 at again?
333 North Atlantic. 333 North Atlantic, Unit 111.
Yeah, 151.
10-4. 26 Fire 2 is responding to access that hotspot.
10-4, thank you. 321 for Mark.
21.
I'll be a store manager at 298 store 4.
10-4.
Okay, Bravado 1. Tell me 51 to the alarm for 19295.
I don't see an alarm on my screen. Do you guys? Do you guys on what? Bravo units west to 1033.
Unit 10-4, please. Adam 97. Mark, copy off.
Figure 51 to a unit, I'm not sure which one.
97 on the traffic enforcement relieving.
Flight 6322 update tonight.
Amount the AC is also with answering and I can hear pets inside.
10-4, we'll set up to have them meet 1025 with you there.
10-4. 423.
23.
Did you see where this?
It's been printed.
I apologize, and then?
It's been printed and I'll be back to you update.
26. 321 mark.
21.
I'll be out. White male, white female for the Daisy Pennies next to the Sports Authority Park. It's going to be the Spirit Hall, Georgia. For bar ready, 41 and 40.
What is it doing?
The back of the
Bar ready,
planes?
46 up here.
Still want to be able to reach you. And the messenger said, and Lisa, do not text. He came back, he's crying, do not text me. We don't know who he is. We can make our assumptions, but we don't know for a fact who he is at the moment. She didn't continue. I'm fixed, I'm staying, no text. Or whatever that is. She says, I fixed him, I don't know how. We both cried to get her, and he changed his mind. I'm happy he did though. And then this is where it gets disturbing, man. And it really made me go up. So she wrote the friend, it can bleed and not bleed during blank because you probably did it when you were younger. She then told the friend that she didn't bleed when she was engaged in intimate acts because she was horny. The friend responded, you said you bled. What? She says, I thought I did, but I just got my period. I only bled with David. She says, yo, bro, this is good. Yo, Adam, bro, this is sick. Yo, I hate the fact that I have to cover things like this. This is just sick. So then the friend tells her, hey, listen, you have to swear here again and stay safe. Are you still going to talk to David or go back with him because I don't want you to get into any more trouble with him? She says, I'm safe. No, I'm not. So she expressed it for some reason. She was not going to talk to David. And
that she was not going to get in any more trouble with David. So this right here, to me, is somewhat of a motive. That they got into it, they were having problems, it was turmoil. Something took place where the friends had even said being with David. So then the friend says, okay, I love you, I'll text you in about a week. Don't really answer. Again, she's on the run from her parents. She's a runaway. The only person who knows where she is apparently David. Why would you as 15-year-old runaway? Why would your 15-year-old runaway friends be talking about her getting in trouble with you? Why do they feel like she's unsafe with you? And most importantly, about a year after these messages are written, she pops up dead in the back of David's vehicle. That's not suspicious to you guys? Like, that's not reasons to pause here and say, this isn't about a stolen vehicle. This isn't about what the other thing is like. This is about somebody being committed cold-blooded murder. Here's your receipts of him communicating with her when she was 13 years old in 2022 in this room. Now, and on the left is more screenshots of people who met on FaceTime with her and David. My thing is, what would this do? What was he doing on FaceTime with security children, bro? Like, you don't have any friends your own age that you can FaceTime with? This is weird. This is sick. He hasn't given any statement. Because the only statement he could really give, to be honest, that he really give is, yeah, that was my girlfriend. That was somebody who I was exploiting while I've been killing, bro. We're going to jail. This is, we are going to rot in a prison cell, bro. We're going to rot in prison, bro. We are going to jail for a very long time. TMZ apparently confirmed that this photo shows the single David in an area where the victim lived before she disappeared. Now, the person who posted this picture alleged that David was paying people to keep Celeste innocent. Again, this is what TMZ is reporting. Not poetic clock, TMZ is reporting. Here's where things get a whole lot smaller. I was talking about why Duff Melly murder about my spooky, like when Melly was arrested for murdering his two best friends, and then the song surfaced of Murder on My Mind, where he's rapping about murdering his best friend. How he wrote the song, like years before the murder. We got something similar, okay? So Celeste, her birthday is September 7th. We know this from the missing person poster. Her birthday is September 7th. David released a song on September 7th titled Romantic Homicide, where he raps about murdering his love interest. The song has about 178 million views, so it's a pretty popular song. Now, the lyrics from this song actually says, in the back of my mind, I killed you, and I didn't even regret it. I can't believe I said it, but it's true. In the era where lyrics is being used in court, sir, you were a cook. You were a cook. What about where this gets a little bit more creepy? A little bit more kind of crazy and sociopathic? It appears she may have been killed on her birthday. She may have been killed on September 7th. The body was actually located in the impound in the back of the Tesla on September 9th. What we do know, right, is it was parked outside for 2 days before they brought it into the impound on the 9th. The stench was just too crazy, they had to check. If the car was parked outside for 2 days prior, that means that he parked the car there on September 7th, and the car was there for 2 days before they brought it to the impound. That could possibly mean he could have murdered this person on September 7th because, like, I would assume they were already dead when the car got parked. So they could potentially have been killed on the 7th on the birthday. I don't see no one on my screen. Foreshadowing in that song. Now this is spooky. This is insane. I don't know what's making this. What I do know is Something does not add up here at all. At all. Well, y'all let me know what y'all think. Alright? Do y'all believe he's involved? Do y'all believe he did this? Now he's staying quiet. Responded back and saying that, everybody was not, he's not speaking. Now he canceled 2 dates. Now he went on a world tour. Okay? Now I'm real. He says something else in North Korea or Russia somewhere, man. When it's all that tradition, right now. If they got a black on a couple, and they have a certain time frame to let me know in the comment section what do you guys think. And if you're still watching, click on this video here somewhere on my screen, here, or here on my screen to find out why I believe the last text messages that was written by Charlie Kirk's killer that the FBI just released. Find out why I believe those text messages are very suspicious. I'll see you guys in this video somewhere on my screen. Out of here, folks. Peace.
632 is responding to access that hotspot.
321 Brevard.
21.
I'll be a store manager tonight in Northport.
Yeah.
Okay, Brevard 1.
There are things pissed off me because I'm going to 100% prove that the singer David did not murder Celeste Rivas, but he's still guilty of 5 felonies, which will still get him life. Let's run this news clip, please.
Has identified this girl. She is a teenager, 15 years old. We're not releasing her name just yet, but she has now been identified. And as you said, she was found in the trunk of a vehicle. This, according to TMZ, it was a vehicle registered to the singer named David. The 20-year-old is currently on tour, and according to social media posts, he performed in Seattle last night. Now, David has millions of followers on social media and is known for the songs Romantic Homicide and Here With Me.
Careful. 423.
423.
Did you see where this?
It's been printed.
I apologize, tonight.
It's been printed and it'll be faxed to EOC.
26. 321 Brevard.
21.
I'll be out. White male, white female in front of JCPenney.
TMZ reports that the vehicle, a Tesla, registered to David Anthony Burke, David's full name, was found in the Hollywood tow yard on September 8th. It's believed the car was originally abandoned in the Hollywood Hills near the intersection of Dukey and Bluebird, according to residents, and it may have been there for some time. Residents saying it was damaged and dusty. It was taken to where we are now, Hollywood Tow, and video shows the black Tesla surrounded by detectives at the tow yard last week. This after employees reported a foul odor coming from the car. Once on scene, investigators found the body of a female in the front trunk. According to the medical examiner, she was about 5'2", 71 pounds, with dark wavy hair and a distinct tattoo on her right index finger. She was also wearing a tube top. Now, we do know who she is now, and she's 15 years old, according to the medical examiner's office. And according to TMZ, the singer has been cooperating with authorities. No cause of death has been given at this point. Now, back here live,
I don't see an alarm on my screen,
this morning, and they did not have any new updates on this investigation. We've also reached out to several representatives for David, but have not heard back. The singer is scheduled to
So the first thing is always going to be automatic suspicion. Just what it is. We believe that this day and age, you got a car. We found anybody in there? It's open. So who did it? Use the details. David had nobody found in his pounded Tesla linked to singer. Law enforcement sources tell TMZ the body found in the Tesla was chopped up and heavily decomposed. The medical examiner will determine the exact cause of death. A Tesla registered to David
the popular singer with millions of streams, is under police microscope after a body was found inside the vehicle at a Hollywood Toyota. LAPD tells TMZ officers responded Monday after receiving a report of a foul odor coming from the Tesla. Cops say human remains were found and the case is now being treated as a death investigation. According to ABC 7, the remains were found in a bag inside the car's trunk. The Tesla has been sitting at the Toyota for the past couple of days. Authorities have not released the person's identity. TMZ confirmed with police the Tesla is registered to Hempstead, Texas, to David Anthony Burke, David's real name. Meanwhile, David is set to take the stage Tuesday in Minneapolis, all a part of his world tour that kicked off last month. The 20-year-old has quickly emerged as a rising star with hits like Get With Me and Entertainment Side, each racking up over 1 billion streams. He also boasts millions of followers across social media. We reached out to a rep for David. So far, no word back. David posted something on social media Monday, saying the car was at the tow yard for 7 days. It would appear the body is not that of the scene. But just like the Queen song, the show must go on. And that's exactly what he said. He said we're going to continue on the show. So, let's see what happens now. Performing after dead body found in his car. Show goes on for David. The singer just took stage for a scheduled concert in Minnesota. One day after the cops found his body in the trunk of his Tesla in Hollywood. David is performing right now at the Fillmore, Minneapolis. They stopped his world tour. The concert's moving forward as a death investigation is underway. Cops were called to a Hollywood impound Monday for a report of foul odor coming from the Tesla. Police found all this stuff. But what you don't know is right here at the bottom of the video. It is unclear if David gave the car to someone to use or if it may have been stolen. We've been told he is cooperating with the police investigation. David also has shows coming up in Missouri, Utah, Oregon, Washington, and California before going overseas for concerts in Norway, Denmark, Sweden, Germany, Netherlands, Belgium, Ireland, United Kingdom, France, Switzerland, Australia, Czechia, assume that used to be Czechoslovakia. I don't know. I gotta screw something on that. Poland and Australia. Now, here's where all of this stuff gets even worse, right? Because the person that I am, I don't say I'm an evil person or an evil man. And maybe you won't. And maybe you won't. If you agree with it. Like, but if not, you're gonna comment why the hell you don't like it. I did some research. And y'all know Seth Nash is a research type of person, right? So I did some research and I wanted to know which one of these countries did not have extradition, right? Meaning, which one of these countries could he potentially just stay in?
Let me go back.
If not, you know, Germany.
I don't see an alarm on my screen. Can you guys? You guys on what? One of our Gall units, west to Signal 3. Unit 10-4, please. 97. Our copy option. I think you're 51 unit, I'm not sure which one. 97 on the traffic enforcement, we're leaving. Good. 6-6. 322, I'll take 10-8. I'm out, the AC is off, no one's answering, and I can hear pets inside. 10-4, we'll set up to have them meet 10-25 with you there. 10-4. 423. 423. Did you see where they? It's been printed. I apologize, and then? It's been printed and it'll be faxed to EOC. 26.
Netherlands, Belgium, Ireland.
21.
Did not have extradition, right? Meaning, which one of these countries could he potentially just stay in? Like, I mean, to us, it looks like this dude did. Like, I ain't gonna argue. It definitely seemed like this man might have this group, right? So, I'm looking, I'm like, yeah, bro. So, none of these have one. And I got to search it. I found out, no, none of these companies have one. Well,
That's not sad, because there's niggas at home.
10-4. Player 2 is responding to access that Knox box. 10-4, thank you. 321 for Mark. 21. I'm the store manager, 1090 at North 4.
Yeah, I can pull the sides back.
I don't see an alarm on my screen. Can you guys?
Many countries have it, but here's the interesting part, right? Norway borders Russia, and Poland
Bravo units, west has 1033.
borders Belarus. Now, some of you
Proxy extension.
I think you're 51 to a unit. I'm not sure which one.
97 on the traffic enforcement relieving.
Thanks, sir. 22, I'll say 10-8.
I'm out. The AC is off. No one's answering, and I can hear pets inside.
So you tell me he can go to Russia or Belarus? I'm like, yeah, he could. Hell, he can go to Czechia and do it that way as well. Because at the end of the freaking day, if you did that and you bounced out, you're going to start thinking to yourself, bruh, you know what, I'm going to try to get away. Because if he did do this, right, some killers come out with this fucking shit. So I'm assuming now, what I'm going to do is show you guys, right? We got it pulled up. What are you noticing? What you should notice is that Norway, Russia, 600 miles, Poland, Belarus is 80 miles, right? So I know what I'm thinking. Russia, 600 miles, Poland, 80 miles. He should go to Belarus. And I 100% get what you're saying. So let's go through that type of mindset, right? You got the border crossing that's going to be multiple direct road crossings, Brest, Tiraspol, Grano, whatever the hell it's called, trains and all of this stuff, buses, cars. That's what it's going to be. But here's the interesting thing. I want to say they're going to war, but they are literally. So it's going to be more interesting for him because he has to go to Russia. Belarus, you had visas, United States citizens need a visa before arrival. You just came up. And since 2020, Belarus has been very restrictive to Westerners. Some entry points, like Ireland, Poland, Lithuania, are trying to control direct flights. From the EU to Minsk, also to cut off the sanctions. So you're going to need your route to Russia.
You're 51 to a unit. I'm not sure which one.
It just is what it is. So if you go there, it's going to be hard. It just is. They got political tensions, they got all this stuff going on. And if you go to Russia, you gotta go through the top. Schwarzkopf, so it's highly controlled. Position more use like the actual routes that you can get in to Russia through it. If you do get there, you're probably gonna get the same. So I just think that the entry points that you have to get into Russia, you're going to take them straight. So it's a city. It's a city called Hercules. Basically, that's the land crossing from Norway to Russia. So there y'all go, bro. If he did it, he gonna have to basically mess around in Norway and get himself to Russia and go about it that way. So y'all start seeing this man with Russian currency and Norwegian currency flashing that in his damn Instagram and that stuff. Just know he's about to make a run. Now they say David canceled the show, but I don't really think that actually happened because I actually can see the show right now.
I don't see an alarm on my screen. Can you guys? You guys on west?
What happened was he tried to do a second show and they just canceled, which means to me, bruh, hey, the people, they kind of pissed off at you, bruh. You might as well go ahead and wrap this up. So here's
that. But let's continue. So, David calls the store after Tesla body on Geek, Seattle show canceled. David's hitting calls on World Tour after authorities in Los Angeles identified dead girl in Tesla. We learned he's not taking the stage tonight for scheduled gig in Seattle. The singer was supposed to perform Wednesday night at the Shadowbox Soto. Sources with the breakdown of stuff is the concert is canceled. David had been touring even while cops in LA were in the middle of a homicide investigation involving Chopped Up, the body that was found earlier this month in Trump's Tesla. And this is where he gets sick. He wrote the story. The body has not been identified as 15-year-old Celeste Rivas. And her mom tells us she had a boyfriend, David. The girl remains were found this week in South Tesla registered to David. The car had been towed all himself. Has been touring for a while. David has not been in LA for more than a month. Cops have not revealed who was driving the Tesla before it was found abandoned and impounded September 8th. The Tesla had not been reported stolen. As we first told you, David has the same finger tattoo as Celeste. They both have SHH linked on their index finger. Cops have not said if they have a suspect. Girl's mom told us that her daughter had been missing for more than a year. Think about that. She's been missing for an effing year. David Tesla case, cops hunting for video showing the abandoned car. David's Tesla was abandoned on the street in the Hollywood Hills before it was towed and impounded with a dead body inside. The cops are scouring the area. The car was parked and looking for a video that would identify the driver and maybe crack the case. Multiple people who live on the block where the singer's Tesla was abandoned tell TMZ, LAPD swept the area and are talking with every neighbor they can track down to see if there is ring camera or surveillance video showing David's car. We're told cops are not only asking residents for videos showing the main street where the car was towed from, they're also searching for videos showing nearby alleyways, suggesting cops believe the Tesla may have driven through the alley before being abandoned to avoid detection. Cops got video of an alleyway from at least one neighbor, but the Tesla was not in the footage. We're told the neighbor who called to have the car towed earlier this month has since talked to the police to turn over the footage, but we didn't know it to be a video with the driver's identity. One complicating factor here: several homes in the area are rehouses, short-term rentals. The cops need to get in touch with the owners. Cops were called to a Hollywood tow truck yard, all of this crap, and let's just go ahead and end it right here, because there's more to it. A Tesla case photographed in area with victim is. I'm just going to click on this one, because this is crazy. Like, this is insane. Man, dude, little as hell. Anyways, singer David was spotted in the immediate area where the victim lived before she disappeared. TMZ line. We examined this photo, which shows David interacting with another man who was holding a bag. Based on Google Maps, David was in Lake Elsinore, California, which is in Riverside County, 70 miles from downtown Los Angeles. According to Google Maps, David was standing 0.3 miles from the home where Celeste Rivas was living with her family before she disappeared back in April 2024. The place David was standing is a 6-minute walk from Celeste's family home. And then you can see right here, 351, Celeste David. That's crazy. This one is just kicking it with this little ass girl. Add this photo, in this photo circulating online appearing to show David with a girl who looks remarkably like Celeste. Side by side looks like we could indeed be Celeste, but authorities have not confirmed that. TMZ reported, found all this stuff and everything, and they contacted Robert Homicide Division, gave them the man's name. Oh, so TMZ is working for them. Wow. Mother said her daughter had that same tattoo. We then contacted LAPD, Robert Homicide Division, gave them the man's name, phone number. TMZ also discovered David has this tattoo on his right index finger. David canceled show in Seattle last Wednesday night. We believe he flew to Los Angeles Wednesday morning. Now, Sadie Nash, you said that you're 100% going to exonerate him. Ain't no way in this world that you can actually do that. Is there? Because you know there's a bunch of stuff that came out. I want you to understand all of this stuff. And we're just going to put it all out there. We're going to put text messages, all of that stuff out there so y'all can have that, because it looks horrible. But this and those text messages that they have about it, I ain't going to hold you. That's what's going to get him life, not the actual crime. 2 people going to go penitentiary in California, state penitentiary California. Don't worry about it. I'm going to prove it all. Wait till the final video. All right? So we had to do some digging and all this crap.
Don't worry about it. Y'all ready? So we had to do some digging and all this crap and everything. And we had to basically go through David's 2025 And the reason I did this is because you can't find it on his website because they get rid of the dates as soon as they happen, right? So there is a little bit of skepticism as to, not really necessarily skepticism, but there's definitely some eyeballs on it because they said that he canceled his show tonight. Well, today is September 17th. So that doesn't make sense. He already did this. I don't know what the heck they thought. Maybe he was going to go back in a second because in the beginning clip they said he did his Seattle show. That was yesterday. So, no, that Seattle show definitely happened. But here's what's even more interesting. He was coming back to California anyways on September 19th. Now, y'all want a closer look? Of course, we'll give you a closer look. So let's look right here. And I want y'all to understand something. This fool has been gone. We're going to do a deeper dive real quick, but look at this. He was in Del Mar. On the 5th, that's California. But then on August 6th, he was in Phoenix. And I'm assuming he drove to Dallas, drove to Austin. You know what I'm saying? So he didn't do a detour, though. So from August 6th, you know what I'm saying? All the way, like, when did he come back to California? Now, there is a possibility that this man drove. But the way in which this is set up and the days, I just find that beyond difficult. Because you could drive from Phoenix to Dallas, no issue. Austin to Dallas, no issue. St. Petersburg from Texas, no issue. And that amount of days, 3 days. Hell yeah. With Atlanta the next day, August, Atlanta, you know what I'm saying? 2 days, Nashville, very next day from Atlanta, you're only taking the freaking 75. It's not like you're going in. So that's only a couple hours driving. In Charlotte, you're just basically taking the 40. Now that Charlotte to New York drive, you're taking the 95. You see what I'm saying? It's not that hard. New York is not far from Philadelphia. You're looking at what, a 6-hour drive? So, yeah, if that. All you gotta do is go from New York. New York is right there, bordering New Jersey. And what do we know? New Jersey borders Pennsylvania. So it's all right there in 287. Then you got Maryland. Well, what's the state that's on the bottom of Philadelphia? Maryland. And then you can definitely drive through Maryland and go to doggone Ohio. You can go through West Virginia, and then Ohio is right there. So, yeah, now that Ohio to Massachusetts, some of y'all may think that's far. It's actually not that far. Cleveland is at the very top, like center of Colorado, and then you just go through there, the small part of freaking Pennsylvania up there, that's Erie and all that, you just take Buffalo, and you're on your way. So, that drive is going to be long, and that's why you see, unless you like, you said it's a short drive. It's not really a short drive, but you can make that drive in a day. So then boom, you got Boston, you got Montreal, then you got Toronto. I'm telling you, they drove. This doesn't make any sense. Now, Detroit, Michigan, to Columbus, Ohio, not that far of a drive. Indianapolis, not that far of a drive. Indianapolis to Chicago, not that far of a drive. And then going from Chicago to Madison, Wisconsin, not that far of a drive. You take to Minneapolis, not that far of a drive. Then once again, you can take that 35 from Minneapolis all the way to KC Mo. You do that, and then you just drive over because Kansas and Colorado, they border each other east to west. Then boom, you do that, you take that freaking drive from Colorado. And that's why that's like that real quick. That's a day drive right there. You know what I'm saying? Then you take to Salt Lake City, and that's definitely a 2-day drive right there. So everything that they're doing, Portland from Seattle is not a far drive at all. And that's why you have the 3-day thing that happens from Seattle all the way to San Francisco. I'm sorry, I think this man is on a freaking plane. I think 1,000,000% this dude is on a bus. If he's on a bus, there's no way he killed that girl. I'm sorry. I know y'all want to believe the theories and all this crap, but based off of his schedule, if he made all of these and he's in a bus, it is impossible. And there's this other thing that I understand real quick too. This song came out September 7th, 2022, right? Alright, cool. I just want y'all to understand that part. So, alright, cool. I just want y'all to understand that part. So, a month after that song was posted on YouTube, right, is when he met the girl. A month and some change as far as weeks go. This is what we're hearing. It's a lesson here. So I'm assuming even if they were talking, that song was recorded way before this interaction right here happened that we have documented. Y'all hear what I'm saying? Now, she was 15. So we're going to assume that
units, West Coast, 1033. Yeah, 10-4, please. 97. Copy option. Figure 51 unit, I'm not sure which one. 9-7 on the traffic enforcement, we're leaving.
3 years ago, she was 12?
I'm out. AC's off, no one's answering, and I can hear pets inside. 10-4, we'll set up to have them meet 10-25 with you there. 10-4.
Yeah. Somehow. But either way it go, bro. Yeah. It's sick, don't get me wrong. It's fucking sick. I need something. Not text. Came back. Not text. Came back. I fixed it. Saying, don't text. That means it. That means, oh, you. What you doing? Mission. Something bad happened. I fixed him. I don't know how. I'm trying to get her to change his mind. I'm happy he did that. So don't know if I started being yeet. What that means is something will fine and dying here again. No food. Mate, can bleed and not bleed. Or an X, because you're probably getting young. Clyde, you don't have to bleed the first time. Get it because it wasn't ready. You said you bled. What? And
321 for Mark. 21. I'm your store manager tonight, you know, more. Okay, Bravo 1. Tell me if you want another alarm for 19295.
I did, but I just got my period. I only bled with David. With Gus, I was just drunk and did it because he got mad at me first time when I had an ex with him. I'm just going to check up on him, sad, teary emoji. I don't want to talk to him. That's it. Okay? Yes, of course. But you had to swear you're going to stay safe. But you're still going to talk to David. We'll go back to him because I don't want you to get in trouble with him. I'm safe. I'm not. Okay. I'll text you in about a week. And we'll text.
I can hear pets inside. 10-4, we'll set up to have them meet 10-25 with you there. 10-4. 423. 423. Did you see where this? It's imprinted. I apologize, it's in that? It's imprinted and it'll be faxed to EOC. 26. 321 for 21. I'll be out. White male, white female for the JCPenney's next to the Sports Authority. Or it's going to be the Spirit Halloween store now. For bar 80, 41 and 40. 46 and wait. Bar 46 up here. 32 Google Beach. Where's 36 at again? 333 North Atlantic. 333 North Atlantic, Unit 111. 10-451.
The wind up Melly case where people get things wrong. Murder happened way before his homeboys, Juvie and Sack Chaser, were killed. So when you guys are looking at September 7, 2022, well, understand that would have been literally years. See what I'm saying? Years. So we talking about 3 years ago?
I don't see an alarm on my screen.
Yeah, no, I'm sorry. I'm just not seeing it. But there's this other thing that I want people to understand real quick too. This song came out September 7, 2022, right? Alright, cool. I want y'all to understand that. I'm gonna do some little quick searching. I'm not gonna edit that part out. I might edit it, so I might not skip it. So, a month after that song was posted on YouTube is when he met the girl. A month and some change as far as weeks go. This is what we're hearing. So listen here. So I'm assuming even if they were talking, that song was recorded way before this interaction right here happened that we had now. You know what I'm saying? Now, she was 15. So we're going to assume that 3 years ago, she was 12? Yeah. Somehow right there. But either way it go, bro. Yeah. It's sick. Don't get me wrong. It's definitely sick. So let's get on with a couple of things. They said the body was in a bag, and presumably we're going to think that it was tied up right? So if she died on, let's say, August 5th, when he was last known in California, and wrapped up in plastic. By September 8th, over 30 days later, the remains will be far more advanced in foul odor plus active decomposition. So you would have seen skeleton. They would have said skeletal remains. That's what you would have seen, bro. Just gonna be fair, bro. So August 5th, his last known day in California. Impossible, bro. It's possible. Impossible. More than likely, she died the week before her birthday. Just gonna be fair. She probably died the day of her birthday. Because the 8th. So I'm gonna assume that she died a week before. So there's 5 days in that damn thing, and it just is what it is, unfortunately. Now, Nash, you said he's still gonna get life. Hold on, I had to write this one down. So let's see. He's gonna get statutory R. That's a felony plus 21. He's with a minor under 16, so that's 2 to 4 per act. Lewd acts with a minor under 16, that's a felony. 2 to 3 years per act. Child endangerment, that's a felony. 2, 4, 6 years. Harboring a runaway child, that's abduction, that's a felony. That's 4 years. And yeah. Then you're gonna get kidnapped, which is gonna be 3 to 5. And the aggravated version of it with extent violence, that's where he gets life. They're going to get aggravated kidnapping with extent. That's going to get him out. Now, more than likely, he's probably going to get 5 to 2. They're going to offer him a deal, for sure. This is California. They're going to offer him a damn deal. Here's a little bit of money that he got. Maximum, looking at 25 years. I think they get pulled out. I ain't gonna lie. I think they get pulled out. But Nash, what do you think happened, man? I know you have an idea, man. You know what I mean? You know, show Nash at times. You call stuff before it even happens. I think this is what happened. That little girl was comfortable. That little girl was comfortable. She was chilling. She knew Buddy was going to be gone for a month. I guarantee you, this is how sharp Tesla is. I guarantee you, dang near, he going to have receipts and all this stuff. When that charger hit, I don't own a charger, but I'm assuming the charging stations, unless he got one at home, then even then that'll still help him out. So if that car was charged a couple of times before he left out and everything, there you go. There you go. So I'm going to think to myself, when they say he's cooperating with authorities, he was automatically saying, look, here's this where the car was, blah, 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 some more stuff. I think in that text message that she was talking about, I think that other dude is what she did. I think she had two. I think David and the other guy, Chris, whatever the hell his name is, I think Chris is the one. She said he got mad at her. She's like, this little girl was fast. I know y'all don't want to hear this because she's dead, and I'm not saying she deserved to die. I'm not saying she did this upon herself. What I am saying is, David did not kill her. It's impossible. I damn near I can go to that man's page right now. I'm gonna do it in real time, and I'm gonna tell y'all, I don't think that man actually killed that girl. I just do not, because let me see something. I don't think that dude was on a freaking bus. One day he you got like 2 of those. Just saying, I was like, yeah, he already made a little thing. That's a little bus right there. Yeah, I'm sorry, bro. David and he will be going. The charges are going to be what I told them. And y'all crazy. I think those videos are going to show maybe 1 or 2 boys. That's what it is. I know that's not true. If you are one of those idiots who's saying that in the comments right now, let me tell you something, man. I don't take pleasure in this crap. I don't. But one thing I'm not going to do, I'm not going to lie on the man. So, it is what it is. Anybody who thinks that he did that because of that song, or that song was written way before then. So, it just is what it is. But hey, y'all, let me know your thoughts on this one. If you think I'm wrong, and you think that he did it, can I ask you a simple question? Just a bit of question. What did I say wrong? You can study the composition of a body, especially when that's wrapped, or assuming that it's wrapped tightly in plastic. Still, now some of y'all might go, man, he had her in the freezer and all this stuff and all that. And even if that's true, you have to say that that car had been sitting there for a month and it defrosted. If it defrosted, right, and she'd been dead for that long, bro, that skin would have been came off way faster. So I hate to tell y'all this, but this one, man, y'all. But if he does get locked up and charged with it, expect him to beat the charges, unfortunately. But hey, I'll catch y'all.
If you wake up tomorrow or the next day and decide to change the mind and you want to say this case, don't chase it. Call it a jury trial. That's not going to happen. You want to have a trial. The trial starts tomorrow. You want to accept the deal. You accept the deal today. But there's not going to be any violence or anything.
A shocking update from the government in a case against rapper YNW Melly. Not only does his murder trial push 24/7, but his alleged accomplice struck a deal for the prosecutors.
And that took only 15 years in place. They certainly can't, before the agreement was able to say, before the case, the tobacco exposure was life in Florida State Prison, followed by
after this, there are going. Hey, look, man, so Lil Durk, I thought this was going to be obvious. I didn't know my video. I seen the comments, and I didn't respond to none of y'all. Because y'all like, well, it's not been approved. It's not been approved. Did you think it wasn't going to get approved? Let's go. The United States makes order continuing trial date and findings regarding the suitable time periods pursuant to speedy trial. Trial date January 20, 2026. Pre-trial. The continuance would be likely to make a continuation of the proceeding possible or result in a miscarriage of justice. 3. The case is so unusual and so complex due to the nature of the prosecution and the number of defendants that it is unreasonable to expect preparation for pretrial proceedings or for the trial itself within the time limits established by the Speedy Trial Act in full. Failure to grant the continuance would unreasonably deny defendant continuity of counsel and would deny the defense counsel the reasonable time necessary for effective preparation, taking into account the exercise of due diligence. Therefore, for good cause shown, 1. The trial in this matter is continued from October 14, 2025 to January 20, 2026 at 8:30 a.m. The court sets the following pretrial schedule. A. Expert disclosure deadline. 1. Government disclosure September 1st, 2025. 2. Defense disclosure November 3rd, 2025. B. Pretrial motions other than motions in limine or motions regarding experts. 1. Motions due October 6, 2025. 2. Oppositions due October 27, 2025. 3. Optional replies due November 10, 2025. The government may promptly supplement its disclosure in/or notice 1 or more rebuttal experts based on disclosures made by the defense on November 1st, 2025. 4. Pre-trial motions hearing November 18, 2025, 10 a.m. C. Government's disclosure pursuant to VED-R Evidence 404B, November 17, 2025. D. Motions in limine, including motions regarding experts. 1. Motions due December 8, 2025. 2. Oppositions due December 22, 2025. 3. Pre-trial conference, MIL hearing, January 7, 2026, 10 a.m. 2. The time period from the date the stipulation to continue was filed to January 20, 2026. Is excluded.
Slap me just 9 trillion and let it slide. Slap me 9 trillion occurrences and let it slide, shit. Alright?
He's going to win in the first move. They're going to survive the movie. It's just freaking character that they've ever had. This is the same thing. How they hide it in plain sight. Remember Connie Wood doing it. She said essentially nobody was cooperating. this right here, they said,
I stopped on this dude, man. You can't say me too. You can't be on this plane. What are you doing here? What do you mean me too, man? You hit on McLaren, huh? That's what's funny. No. Yes. For 3 weeks, yes. Fantastically. 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 You said please, he's running. He's running. Again, he just smacked the car again. He's running.
You have to do this. Like, there is no way in hell that you can
Blast it.
You can't sit up this thing. We have a murder he's not just that won't work either. So it's I think this is bad for understanding. He gets so much from your face, he's going to follow the big W. Well, I still think he's going to be following.
Look at this guy. Look at this GOO. He's stuck. He's on everything is stuck. He's stuck. Oh.
You're going to see exactly what I'm
I'm in the car. I'm in your car now. Surrender. Charlie, what's on it?
They painted Diddy out, and all he wanted to do was have a freaky fun time. It is this or when this.
Yeah.
They crossed the marks.
Yeah, good.
Probably like.
Oh man, this guy is too funny.
The next time. Yeah. So.
What am I time?
43. So we are 43K away from that giveaway. We can bounce back in third, first.
If you get to it's what it is. It's what it is. It's all that's what they should subscribe. I guess if I hype it up, click right here to see what the Christians freaking he say is because Cardi B. He say we know the truth. Click right here and I'll catch y'all for the next one. Alright, so there we go. So let's take that.
Wait. Whoa. That? I didn't see that part. I just did the 22. Nah. Junkie is crazy. But he looked off it. He was just there. Like, if that's Arabia, I'm soggy, you know? The quickest 15 minutes work you can get. What that coming for? Grease does. Honestly, I don't know why he's doing that.
Adrian Brody. What did you expect? Well, let's get to the clip that everybody's seen today. Let's go.
I can't. I mean, all right. You told me to stop. All right. Bro. Look at his face.
Yeah, bro. You're amazing.
Bro, I have that. She's good. Yeah, take it. You got to go. It's time. Here. Nothing they do. I'm not doing it. I'm not doing I can't. She's they're all she should. They good song. Which she did good late. I'm not. No. It's me. It's me. Would you go to wake up on the side? You could.
Not going to knock out the top.
Fucking bread is that gun. That's why I love it. Step up. this point, you go back to stop right. I would know why.
First time, second time, third time, now we got to pay attention. So that was strike one. That's not that. Crazy how time flies, right? So, breaking news, Bad Baby puts Adrian Broner on blast. It's like, now 16. Adrian Broner is about to have an explanation, calling the whole thing his mistake. Nobody wanted to date the kid, Broner told the shade room, but I fought Instagram for not having people's age on their profile. I thought she was wrong. The way she already was Bad Baby, AKA is publicly shaming boxer star Adrian Broner for trying to slide into her DMs. She's 60 years old. He's 30. Not a great look. Rajali posted a screenshot showing an Instagram notification from Broner, which reads text. Crazy girl. And you can see this right here. Alright. She attached the video of the Akon song Locked Up. A clear shot of Adrian Broner for hitting up A minor. Rajali fans on social media lighting up his page saying he should go to jail and even tagged him. Rajali created a social media buzz posted a video of his message seems to be responsive. He reached out for Broner, reached out to him. And everything, but it's clear you weren't gonna stop. And I'm pretty sure Cam behind 6, like Buddy's energy was gonna be on 10, and he gotta explain that because if gotta do it is what it is. She gets sister treatment. So I know Cam probably like, and I don't want to have to explain this to this man.
Exactly. Damn. And why you letting this guy dress up my girl like this?
Strike 3.
Strike 3. Yeah, you gotta go. Yeah, I'm not, bro. You gotta go.
Oh, girl. Bad Baby. Well, actually, no.
How is the stock better than one
page?
What is going on?
So, turns out AB already owes even more to the victim. Because the court awarded pre-judgment and post-judgment interest, meaning Broner owes another $46,000, which brings the grand total to nearly $830,000, and that number will continue to be paid. Boxing star Adrian Broner has been ordered to pay more than $700,000. Shoved his tongue down her throat at a Cleveland nightclub on June 8, 2018. Woman caused assault until his friend pulled out. The woman went to police and
It's different, yeah.
reason why they have NIL. Because that's like Adrian Morton. If I did a real quick Google search of that man's criminal past, I'm fairly certain that it's going to start very young. Let's just try Adrian Broner has faced several where you are making the women uncomfortable. We don't live like we used to 20 years ago, 15 years ago, hell, 10 years ago. The reason no matter what you say, subscribe to the best notified check. Let me know your thoughts. Check. If you want to win one of these, right now, right here on the video. There is no publicly available information indicating Patrick is much stronger as is the response to your call. But relax, previous 4 days February 2024. He is accused of fatally shooting Migos rapper Takeoff. Used to take November to victory. Takeoff impersonating Larry Ball, the rap trio, Migos, dating Nixon for the first time. To location outside, private party, at 8-1. Previous work activity, study some offense, and that his trial is not strong. Go ahead and break some news because that's exactly everybody making that trust them. Take one. Don't worry. If it's 10 minutes in here, then you dive right into it. For those who forgot, let's understand why you have not been able to get your hands on it. Have been lackadaisical filling this information out.
was shot and killed. Now, according to this warrant, Takeoff and Quavo, members of the group Migos, were in town to visit music producer Jay Prince. They played basketball at a local gym and then at a private party at a bowling alley. While there, they played a dice game and someone lost a large sum of money. According to this warrant, 34 people were standing outside of the bowling alley before the shooting started. Quavo argued with several men about the dice game. The warrant states that the spike got physical and releasing video shows two people firing shots. One of them, a man identified as Willie Plant, investigators say is associated with Takeoff and Quavo. They say that the shots were not fired in the direction of Takeoff. Shots, however, they say came from a gun by Patrick Clark. The warrant states that Clark was also holding a .9 at the time, which was linked to the scene. Investigators later had that bottle tested, which showed the fingerprints matched Clark's. The video shows the shots fired in Takeoff's direction. He was hit twice. Investigators believe forensics show the shots that killed Takeoff were reportedly fired by Clark, based off of how both men were positioned. Police later arrested Clark, and he did have a gun on him at the time, but documents state it was not the one used in Takeoff's murder. Now, investigators also used the video as evidence to tie them to this location. At this point, time Clark is currently being held for 2 million. Reporting live in downtown Houston, I'm Jumpers, KPOC 2 News.
That happens, and then we're sitting wondering, all right, he gets charged. We find out this, we find out that. That just seems pretty interesting. There's theories that we can make off of that. But now we need a freaking court date because he may respond. They consider him indigent. Then there's certain monies that are freed up and all this stuff. He gets the bond reduced. People first talking about that. But it is Texas, bro. Like, catch your body in Texas. Majority of the time, they're going to give my Lord his killers and his daughter's killer or have a bond but they can't afford it. So we just gonna leave it right there. Then we had to pop up and find out what the heck is going on. Check it out. The heck is going on? Check it out.
Murdering Migos rapper Takeoff is attempting to be in back in 2022. The case is one of nearly 400 cases in Harris County that horrific failures and led to a
So at the tail end of that video, you heard this 1 minute clip pop out, and everybody in Houston was like, wait, what?
DA's office informed Takeoff's attorney about the forensic analyst's termination last month for their, quote, lack of quality of work. And the filing states the analyst was considered a witness in the Takeoff murder, which happened at a Houston bowling alley downtown back in November 2022. So we've been reporting on issues here at the Houston Forensic Science Center involving black It's something that we have been investigating and will continue to investigate as this goes on. As for the Takeoff murder, Clark was indicted back in 2023. Reporting live from the Med Center this morning, I'm TJ Parker, KPRC 2 News.
But don't worry. We deep dive into that, and trust me, we got lawyers from both sides to speak on it because lawyers like to get on the news and pop what they gonna pop because it leads to claims. But who doesn't want to So as you've seen at the beginning of this long video, you got to see exactly what the heck is going on. That's what is going on. Well, we didn't really get anything. We just heard the stuff in the beginning of the year. We were just wondering what the heck is going on. And nobody could do it, but you know what? The visionary got me in particular, man. We got one of the dopest crews in the freaking world. Pay for me. They will. We are going to break some news today that nobody else can because everybody else is too lazy and want to do this. So let's go ahead and get to the reason why you clicked the video. If you can, man, subscribe to the Landcast, stay notified. You want to win one of these for free? Click that right there right now. And I'll teach you how to win one of these for free at the very end of the video. Let's get to what you can for. Beam me up. So at the left hand right there, November 12th, 2025, that's his next birthday. And what you're going to see, I'm going to just start posting on random years and years because I think these are important. But what you're going to start to see is you're going to start to see basically who got arrested. You're going to see attorney fee vouchers and all of these things, exhibits, DCA case reset forms, Brady notice. That Brady notice is what we were already talking about earlier. in additional orders, amended orders for pretrial supervision of bond conditions, case reset form, DCA case reset form, amended order for pretrial supervision of bond conditions. So they've been busy. Like they have been busy. He's been basically giving his bond restrictions, kind of giving up. I mean, not giving up, but, certain things lifted because you do need to make money. So you get to see a whole different thing. And the last thing is, what I'm going to show you guys, is right here where it says exhibits. Now, mind you, we're going to get into what's been going on. Because Brady violations have been going on, the Brady notices have been going on for a minute. Since April, then we got March, then we got other orders, other documents, exhibits, court attorney fee, expense paying district, court parents, attorney fee, expense paying district. So there are Austin's ability to produce quality work, meet production goals, and determination. So basically, not as expected, can occur as a separate process, and its sources of Austin's testing. To carry out a thorough initial step of verification, a step required by the HFSC in order to prevent the processing of incorrect samples. Finally, Austin was also found to have violated HFSC's chain of custody terms of verification. Now, mind you, this has to do with Patrick Clark. This has to do with Patrick Clark, bro. So, remember the whole bottle theory and all that crap, man? Turns out, that might not even be the deal now. So then we go on in here. This is the freaking April 2nd one right here. Where we're not going to read this, comes down on that crap. A vendor used by Houston Forensic Science Center pointed out a manufacturing issue. Certain reagents used in DNA analysis resulting What we know, and this is crazy part, is we know that first so what's going to end up happening is they can't bring this forensic expert Rochelle to say that she's going to be destroyed. Like, we all talk about how you feel about they're going to say, hey, did you process this correctly? case, final case, laws, say, several additional things. There was a case law, additional things. Pages and notes were created at the date as required by policy, CS leadership, as specified pages and notes, and when they were created to say dishonest leadership of publishing date's origin. God damn, I mean, I'm gonna assume and because I know y'all don't like to subscribe. This basically letting people know this had anything to do with Takeoff's case. I know some people are probably like DNA. Last word about the DNA. Well, it seems like we're good on DNA. Right? We just don't finish it. There you have it. Now, the question is, severe and criminal charges. One of the things that had happened, just gonna keep it out, right, is we didn't know what we didn't know, right? So many theories, every side, certain people's position, we got this, we got that, and I think the police should charge the guy Jim Jones videos. Y'all let me know if y'all want to react to it. I'll tell you exactly where he messed up at, because there are certain things that you do and certain things that you don't. In the case of being from the streets, being from the hoods and stuff like that, every state, certain things you do in jail, certain things you can't do in jail, certain things you can, certain things you can do in the pen, certain things you can say to the police, and certain things you can't say to the police. Patrick Xavier Clark is going to have to take the stand. I don't know what y'all want me to do, but he has to. But Willie Bland, I'm not saying he's from a gang or anything like that, because I truly don't give a damn. He is the one with murder and taking. I'm going to tell you exactly, based off of his statements. Based off of his statements, it sounds as though one of the reasons he's got initiated. So there's that. And then let's react to this stuff. Here's your chance to so what happens is that much happens, and now we're just sitting there. Now we're waiting. We find out two people. Certain things that happen, and it's heading on three. Then you find out our youngest named Lil Cam. Lil Cam is only charged with unlawful possession of a firearm. Some people feel like, but from what we have not seen, this is where people kind of get upset, and I get it, but I understand prosecutors, police chiefs, all these individuals, they know how to sway the public. That's why they have budgets of over hundreds of millions of dollars in these main cities, which always bums me off that some of you people believe that you're smarter than these people, and it's like, no, they have hundreds of millions of dollars. To learn all this stuff and that's why all this stuff. So we find out that individual, okay, everybody starts saying, oh, he's a killer, he's a killer, he's a
We'll set up to have that intensify with you.
So then we get natural. Now, here's the thing. If you cause the practice, this is why I believe ultimately take you found not guilty. Trust me, I don't like saying this stuff because Takeoff's not going to get justice. What's going to, the story that's going to be told, Willie Bland punched somebody's back, or tell this other story. You see like when Kelly was running up on Quavo, and you see Bland put his leg out and basically start shooting like terrible pain. Then you see Patrick Clark try to kill him. That's what's going to show. You can't see the freaking video, but this is more like a story. And what you see is you see Quavo talking trash. He said one of the most disrespectful words that you cannot say to anybody. Man, let me get up on that. No, it could be from Billings, Montana.
I don't see an alarm on my screen. Can you advise?
I could be from Des Moines. I could be from freaking Myrtle Beach, South Carolina. Egerton, Amarillo, Texas. Las Cruces, New Mexico. You say that praise to anybody in America. Anybody in freaking America. Boy, it's like right there. But you did before you heard somebody. So he put out that energy. Allegedly, that was in his comments about being taken. Now, me personally, that's one of the reasons I don't care. So, all in all, we're going to see, but ultimately, I don't think he's going to get justice because at the end of the day, the blame that y'all are going to want to put it on, I'm not going to do it. There's no shade towards that. I feel like the moment that you say something that the public wants you to lie about, they start to feel it. You see that with Young Thug. People attack me, I attack back, people get mad. But with this is sad because he's not going to get his justice back. It's just not going to freaking happen. And at the end of the day, that's what we're supposed to have. The perpetrators, the individuals who start this stuff, Quavos and Banks, they're the ones who get to live with this BS. They still get to live. It's a happy freedom. Patrick Clark is going to be vilified. And he won't be able to really have a social media presence. And then I had to always get part of this. So we're doing something that he technically was supposed to do. Now, what I just said, hey, I could be a way off. They get a little way first. Patrick Clark could absolutely be a cold-blooded killer, and he gets everything he deserves. If that's the case, that's the case. Some of y'all like crazy just speculate, bro. Watch that video and tell me what I just said don't seem like that's what happened. But we will see. And some of y'all be all the time, well, Jay, please, no, I'm just I despise the way they operate. I despise the way that they try to put step by step up. I despise the way that they deal with this situation. They're part of the reason I despise them. It really is chilling because of the way that they responded to stuff. They took that situation and made it about them. And for that, I could never. Because at the end of the day, when somebody and I say, y'all check in, nothing happened to you. Brothers, you have a certain level of respect and disrespect that you will accept. And if somebody like that, I don't care what it is, Quavo felt comfortable enough to say that crap, you tell your people to stay back. And let that man go about his business. I'll holler at him in a minute. And we might have to go, you know what I'm saying, settle our differences in somebody's backyard or the garage. That's how mobbing. So for that, I still can't rock with Prince family.
And we'll see what happens, bro. But I just don't see justice take off. Because at the end of the day, especially in a state like Texas, bro, if you see somebody pull out a gun, firearm to basically neutralize somebody that's a part of your crew, and they're going off an assumption that they're going to go swing on somebody, bro, Patrick Clark ain't in the running. But we'll see if he gets a little tip treatment. We'll see. We'll see. I don't know. But hey, we just broke some news for y'all, all you bloggers. You're welcome. But hey, I'm gonna win this or this for free. Comment right now your thoughts on this video and hit that like button before you do it or afterwards, doesn't matter. And be a subscriber, bro. We already surged 8,000 subs already this month. So, bro, we are going to give it away at 300K. All you have to do is be a member. Make sure you comment on every video, and that's how you are going to hit that there. But click right here and see how Charleston White got doxxed by the American Republicans and Charlie Kirk friends or fans. I don't know what they call them. But click right here, bro, and I will catch y'all in the next one.
Good evening. Welcome to a program devoted entirely to lefties losing it. And I regret to inform you that the weapon grade craze is extra toxic this week because two deranged individuals have come together to spew insane lies. It's lefty losing it Hall of Famer Rosie O'Donnell and former CNN chief White House correspondent Jim Acosta. They are now reduced to this. Let's start with Mad Banshee Rosie's crazy claims about who else but Donald Trump.
He paid $1 billion to Jeffrey Epstein over the time of their friendship. $1 billion. You know, before he brings more troops into Chicago and harasses brown-skinned people, before he breaks more of the Constitution apart, before he starts having people get killed, we have to do something, America. And it's
I agree.
He agrees. Jim Acosta agrees. What is she suggesting there, Jen? More acts of violence, more riots, more assassination attempts? And let's not forget, Jim Acosta served as CNN's chief White House correspondent for years. But even he flinches here when Rosie calls the US president a pedophile. This is incredible, and Rosie, I hope for your sake Donald Trump doesn't sue you for this slander, though you richly deserve it.
Wake up. Wake up. Our president is a serial pedophile rapist, and that's what he is. And in America, you're allowed to have an opinion. You're allowed to say what you think. That's what our country was founded on. Come on.
My dear Rosie, you are entitled to an opinion, but you're not entitled to spew your sick delusional fantasies when they involve defamation. There are legal remedies for that. Now to a current CNN anchor, Abby Phillips, who is schooled here about Social Security by Ben Shapiro. This is embarrassing.
But you're talking about, hold on, when you talk about the government paying, you're talking about Social Security, it's just people's money?
Well, it's not the money you pay in there. It's
that they pay it.
Well, no,
you're calling
yes, but believe me, I pay a lot. I promise you, the amount that people are taking out is not the amount that is going in, which is why we're going bankrupt.
Okay, but it's not the government just handing out a blank check.
No, it's the government borrowing money to pay. Well, you pay in X dollars, then you get multiple times X dollars when you retire. That is how the system works. It is not a lockbox.
Now to another former CNN anchor who is now producing their own online content, Don Lemon. Here he is with Democrat beta boy Harry Sisson, and they're coming to save democracy. While we're on Don Lemon, did he put his foot in it with Democrat Sarah McBride, who is a man who identifies as a woman?
This is my car. I'm headed back to Delaware.
It is, dude. Do you have a Hemi in here? What is it?
This is a beautiful Chevy Equinox.
You got a whole closet back there.
Dude, that's a misgender if I ever heard one. Straight to re-education camp for you, Don. And sticking with Don, he's there trying to save democracy, he calls it, trying to whip up fear about Trump's law and order crackdown. But here a Maryland woman explains what happened to her family because of the lawlessness that's happening in big cities.
My husband was murdered 2 years ago, and nothing was ever done.
Murdered where? At the home?
Right out in front of our house.
Sorry.
It was a carjacking gone wrong, and they shot him in the head. Killed him instantly, so. But again, our lovely mayor didn't do nothing.
Did they ever find the perpetrator?
Nope.
You want to see it?
Yes, I want justice.
And you want to see, you would like to see the troops here in the net?
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Poor Don isn't having much luck on the street. Here he is in New York City.
How you doing, sir? Can we talk to you? Where are you from? You live in New York? Who are you? Don Lemon. You're thank you. So are you.
Yeah, well, that's very nice to meet you. Except you've never heard anything I've had to say, and I've heard a whole bunch of what you...
I'm glad you watched me.
No, I don't.
Why?
Well, you just get clipped everywhere.
I know, but why don't you? You said you don't watch me, but you know who I am, and I get clipped.
Before I realized that CNN and MSNBC were full of everyone's smiling.
You watch?
I watch all sorts of stuff.
Yeah, but why do you say CNN and MSNBC full of?
Because they lie.
But about what? Be specific. What's everything?
Everything.
Imagine you are in the great outdoors, enjoying the fresh air, enjoying the scenery, taking your dogs for a walk when this happens.
And it's up there. You didn't save their lives. You don't care about them. You don't care about anyone else. You are crazy, lady. Get away from me. Get away from me. You want them to me.
Oh dear, all that because that poor guy had purebred dogs, so she was triggered because they weren't adopted, she assumed. Now, if you thought that woman had exhausted her reserves of crazy and indignant rage, well, you'd be wrong. So wrong.
Katie, I went to. Wait for me. I don't know. Well, I'm telling you, I'm right to defend myself, Candace. Get away from me now. This guy is harassing me and his friends. No one is
You know, when people act that crazy, that weird, one assumes that they're on something. Kind of how I felt when I saw this resurfaced vision of California Governor Gavin Newsom.
I've been on a journey like most people. I'm feeling great. I'm feeling stressed. I'm feeling doubtful. In the last 2 days, I don't know what it is. I think it's maybe the dust settling after Madison Square Garden. I've seen how that went. Kind of a roller coaster. Sometime the last few days, I'm telling you that I'm one rush and no matter where Charles put so much time and energy and this world culture and everything else, they don't vote at those numbers. And I think some of the women really have got to reflect the graves in that moment. There's something going on.
There was something going on, all right. Good Lord, do take it easy on the disco treats, as the kids say. Now, somehow we overlooked this charmer earlier in the year. Here is a lefty lady losing it because a Christian preacher dared to hold and share views she disagreed with.
You piss me off. You don't here at the table as a lawyer, and all of you, get your head on straight. You are the reason why we are falling apart in the country.
Gotcha.
And I don't want to hear another percentage of what happens every fucking day.
Take a second.
I don't want that.
That's not, you can't be in the public area.
Okay, so should I break the camera then?
They always resort to violence or threats of violence, don't they? Let's give this lovely lass another chance, though. I'm sure she could make an argument without resorting to threats and violence. Here she tells a Christian preacher he's not really Christian because he's against abortion.
And I have no problem with Christians that actually act like Christians. That's not acting like
Christian. You've been coming here yelling at me.
with you. Are you a woman?
No.
Do you have a
When it's 2025, I could identify as it. You wouldn't be able to tell me otherwise.
So you're anti-trans too?
So,
you just told me that.
Anyways, I'm just gonna stop. I'm just gonna ignore you.
Yeah,
You wanna go to jail?
Time to check in with Democrat Congresswoman Jasmine Crockett, who is, for some reason, dressed like Prince here, and she wants you to know that she is a very serious lawmaker, but she's also ready to throw hands.
Want y'all to know that every day I walk in those halls, regardless of whatever rhetoric they put out about me, I am a very serious lawmaker. At the same
Here, Jasmine shows us what a serious thinker she is. She says this out loud on television that law enforcement isn't there to prevent crimes. It's hard to fathom how idiotic this is, but it's Jasmine.
Law enforcement isn't to prevent crime. Law enforcement solves crime, okay? That is what they are supposed to do. They are supposed to solve crimes, not necessarily prevent them from happening, per se.
Now, last night we spoke about the media's shameful silence on a horrific murder in North Carolina because it does not fit their preferred narratives. The brutal murder of a young Ukrainian woman would have never been properly exposed if not for platforms like X. There was also the likes of CNN potato Brian Stelter. He appears more horrified by the outrage about this murder than the crime itself.
The energy from pro-Trump activists. They picked up on this video from local news and ran with it. It's a little bit like the times when civil rights groups have raised attention about police-involved shootings. In this case, it is Trump-aligned influencers who are posting up a storm about this case on social media. Really, over the weekend, Elon Musk, Charlie Kirk, other Trump-aligned figures succeeded in making this senseless death a symbol of big city crime. And it's being used, if you ever on, as a political symbol, with MAGA media calling for more forceful punishments and more incarceration. I have to say, some of the replies to Musk, some of the comments around this story are baldly racist, stoking fear of African Americans because this man attacked a white woman. The open racism on sites like X today, it's eye-popping.
And we're going to have some shameful antics from CNN shortly. You will not believe how low they have sunk, but let's start tonight with the leader of the free world facing down demented protesters ruining everyone's dinner. President Trump was at Joe's Stone Crab in D.C. to enjoy a meal with VP J.D. Vance. Marco Rubio was there, Pete Hegseth.
Thank you.
But it wasn't long until the usual suspects were ruining everyone's delicious crab meals with their praise screeching about free DC, free Palestine, and they're also calling President Trump Hitler. Watch the president walk towards them as they made spectacles of themselves, now international spectacles. For the diabolically dumb women in that clip, if Trump was Hitler, if he was a modern-day dictator, you would never be seen again. You think you can scream insults to, I don't know, Xi Jinping or Kim Jong-un? If you did, you'd be in a Labour camp or dead in quick time. Now to a delightful clash between Tucker Carlson and billionaire and dimwit Mark Cuban. Yes, is both. Unusual combination, I know. Here they are discussing funding for Ukraine.
Half my family's Ukrainian from my grandparents. And so, personally, I think we should help. But I don't have a studied answer for you.
How much money have you sent to Ukraine? Oh, so what do you mean by we? You're the one whose family's from Ukraine. Like, why don't you send them $1 billion?
Because I'm trying to fix healthcare.
Well, why don't you fix their healthcare if you're like so deep? If you think we need to help, why don't you start? How about you first? I notice it's never like even an option for anybody. It's like, we need to help. That's not what charity is. Forcing other people to help. It's not charity, it's humanity.
Love that. We need more Carlson v. Cuban content in our lives. Now to another clash, but this one was very much one-sided despite the best efforts of MSNBC host Mika Brzezinski. Watch Our Borders Tom Homan demolishes her ridiculous claims and calls out her earlier misleading coverage of ICE operations.
I see on the show this morning you had Governor Haley talking about ICE doing enforcement action outbursts at a church. Influence.
Yeah, they were parked there. They did not do an operation there. She said they were parked in a public space legally.
But to say that, and to push it out there, puts fear in the immigrant community. So
that puts fear in the community. To park the ICE agent's vehicle near a church. They are parked. She said, Pastor,
to respond to a criminal alien release all inside the road. But let me tell you, in the last couple of days, what's happened in Boston? They arrested Victor Gomez Paris, a 33-year-old criminal alien from Guatemala, with charges of aggravated rape, assault and battery with dangerous weapon, indecent assault and battery on a victim 14 years or younger. They arrested Katie Espinosa, a 33-year-old criminal alien from Colombia, with charges of aggravated assault and a pregnant victim. They arrested Joshua Gonzalez, a 24-year-old criminal alien from the Dominican Republic, with charges for trafficking heroin, morphine, opium, resisting police, disorderly conduct, and drug distribution. They also arrested Samuel Armando Barrera, a 20-year-old criminal alien from Guatemala, pending charges for assault and battery on a child. This past year, I've seen innocent Americans raped and murdered by people who are not supposed to be here. So rather than going back and forth saying, well, ICE got to try and park near a church, that is ridiculous.
Ridiculous indeed, but Mika was not done yet. Having hit rock bottom, she decided to start digging.
I would argue that actually the ICE vehicle gets a Spanish mass is a frightening sight given what has happened in this country. I also, with respect, sir, thank you for the information that you have shared on this show, but we would appreciate all of the information, all of it, all of the data that you say you have.
I've done this show several times. Every time on your show, I speak with integrity, I speak with honesty, I speak with facts. The bottom line is, because all is all shared, and you use the term disappearing people, most of
to the group that was
She is determined to make a monumental fool of herself by repeating these debunked Democrat talking points. Even some Democrats, the sensible ones, have stopped making these claims, but not Mika and not MSNBC. They are going down with the ship.
Why a lot of these people have been disappeared. You say you have data. We would love to see it. The American people should see this data.
Well, here's the right up again, right? You just meant disappeared. That's a ridiculous thing to say.
Why?
Because ICE is doing the same thing we've done for decades. But because of the last 4 years, ICE wasn't allowed to enforce the law. But we're doing the same thing right now that we did when I started back in 1984. ICE agents are enforcing the laws enacted by Congress.
Now to CNN disgracing itself again by accusing Donald Trump of seizing on the murder of a young Ukrainian woman, a murder they have refused to cover until now.
Ukrainian refugees murder caught on camera. It is absolutely horrific. Trump is now seizing on this to push his nationwide crackdown.
And it gets worse. Listen to what CNN Kathy Phillip had to say. She seems to be more mad at Charlie Kirk for bringing attention to this sickening crime than the barbaric thug who killed an innocent.
When you are mentally ill, you have a hard time knowing that you are mentally ill. But also, I mean, people like Charlie Kirk, they've been looking for opportunities to make this some sort of like reciprocal George Floyd situation. And that's the part that I think he's almost giving away the game, and it's sad to see a lot of people going along with it.
You know what? I'm almost speechless. Comparing that poor innocent woman to George Floyd is bad enough, but get ready to be truly disgusted. Here is Van Jones.
We don't know why that man did what he did. And for Charlie Kirk to say, we know he did it because she's white, when there's no evidence of that, it's just pure racial mongering, hate mongering. It's wrong. Then he says that if something like that had happened the other way, there would be sweeping changes and pulled on sight. Where is the George Floyd Policing Act? It didn't pass.
Well, No evidence except the killer saying, "I've got the white girl," and the fact that he was seated with 5 others around him who he didn't attack, who all happened to be black, but he targeted Irina pretty much as soon as she sat down in front of him. All of this, White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt fuming when she addressed the media earlier today.
Irina Zarutska was stabbed to death on the rail system in Charlotte, North Carolina, by a savage career criminal. The most enraging and unacceptable part of this story is that her death was entirely preventable. That Carlos Brown never should have been on that train that night. In fact, he should have been behind bars. Previously served 5 years in prison for a robbery with a deadly weapon charge, and he had also forfeited bonds 3 different times, twice in 2014 and once in 2023. Despite all of this past documented criminal history, when Brown was arrested yet again in January of this past year, a Democrat judge, who, well, I will add, was a strong supporter of former Vice President Kamala Harris, released this insane criminal once again without requiring him to pay any bail. He simply had to sign a written promise to return for his court hearing. Think about how crazy it is to ask a career criminal, someone who by definition repeatedly breaks the law, to just sign a written promise and come back again another day. This is madness.
And Caroline Leavitt had a message for those in the media that refused to cover this shocking murder.
And perhaps most shamefully of all, the majority of the media, many outlets in this room, decided that her murder was not worth reporting on originally because it does not fit a preferred narrative. Many of the journalists in this room spilled plenty of ink trying to smear Daniel Penny for defending a subway car from a deranged lunatic in New York City, but none of those same reporters lift a finger to write stories about an actual murderer. Here's the truth that every American must know. Too many innocent people across the country continue to pay the price of the failed experiment known as cashless bail.
Tonight's edition of Lefties will feature some of the ugliness, some of the utter depravity that has followed the murder of Charlie Kirk, a thoroughly decent, principled man brutally murdered today, and the soulless force of the land we're making to celebrate.
There are a lot of people that are like, no matter what side of politics you're on, you should never celebrate something bad happening to someone. I, on the other hand, do cheer when
just got shot. Well, breaking news, folks. Steve, somebody just took a shot at one of the fans of Bass's favorite 5-mile wide mouthpieces, Carl Chuckle Kirk.
And simply, the far left has not been shy about showcasing their ugliness, their utter callous depravity. This is what leftism does to your mind.
Charlie Kirk got shot and killed. How do you feel? Did you see that Charlie Kirk just got shot and killed?
That's good.
Wow, that's good. That's good that people are getting shot just on a political view.
Charlie Kirk got shot and killed today. We're just getting people's opinions. How do you feel about that?
Someone had to do it. That's how I feel at this point in time. But
yeah, I appreciate your honesty. I truly do. So you said someone had to do it.
yes. Try not to get all pulled up into that, but he was a misogynist. He was a disgusting person, disgusting beliefs.
Enough of that trash. Let's look at how the media professionals covered this tragic event, this act of domestic terrorism. Here is MSNBC.
In which a shooting like this happens.
Yeah, and again, that's what you just emphasized. We don't know any of the details of this. We don't know if this was a supporter shooting their gun off in celebration, or so we have no idea.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure we knew immediately it wasn't that. Charlie Kirk's supporters don't go around shooting their guns in celebration like they're attending some wedding in Iraq. And of course, MSNBC had to engage in victim blaming by calling Charlie divisive.
Charlie Kirk is a divisive figure, polarizing, lightning rod, whatever term you want to use. Why?
Well, he's one of MAGA's most prominent voices online. He hosts your daily podcast.
But that was just stupid. What I'm about to play you is straight out depraved. disgusting commentary. This is Matthew Dowd again on MSNBC. Not long after Charlie.
He's been one of the most divisive, especially divisive younger figures in this, who is constantly sort of pushing this sort of hate speech or sort of aimed at certain groups. And I always go back to hateful thoughts lead to hateful words, which then lead to hateful actions. And I think that's the environment we're in, that people just, you can't stop with these sort of awful thoughts you have and then saying these awful words and not expect awful actions to take place. And that's the unfortunate environment we're in.
That was so vile, so hateful and frankly deranged and dangerous that even MSNBC had to take some action, and they've sent him down, but it's MSNBC may be back before the end of the month. And the asinine commentary wasn't restricted to commentators on MSNBC. Governors have joined in. Here is the rotund governor of hybrid Illinois, blaming President Trump, the man Charlie Kirk worked tirelessly to re-elect. Governor Pritzker blames Donald Trump for fomenting political violence.
Political violence, unfortunately, has been ratcheting up in this country. We saw the shootings, the killings in Minnesota. We've seen other political violence occur in other states. And I would just say it's got to stop. And I think there are people who are fomenting it in this country. I think the president's rhetoric often foments it.
Did that nincompoop really mention the Minnesota shooter, the trans-identified lunatic who shot children in a Catholic school and wanted to kill Donald Trump? Yeah, it's Trump who was almost killed by an assassin's bullet who's playing relentless violence, not these lefties.
He insulted the White House. He insulted about Mexicans, rapists, and murderers. He said, well, what do you think our city does? I think you should punch him in the face. I think I've had the right. See what I'm a hero.
I'd like to punch him in the face. Instead of we're in high school, I'd take him behind the gym and beat the hell out of him.
Punch some people in the face.
When was the last time an actor assassinated a president?
They're still going to have to go and put a bullet in Donald Trump, and that's a fact.
Look, it's his character. He's stabbed to death.
To Power Hour. I'm Gabriella Power. Thank you for joining us. Coming up on the show, ABC pulls Jimmy Kimmel Live off the air indefinitely after these disgusting lies following Charlie Kirk's murder.
It's been news over the weekend with the MAGA gang desperately trying to characterize this kid who murdered Charlie Kirk as anything other than one of them, and with everything they can to score political points from it.
Good riddance. President Donald Trump says, great news for America. The ratings challenge Jimmy Kimmel Show is cancelled. Congratulations to ABC for finally having the courage to do what had to be done. Kimmel has zero talent and worse ratings than even Colbert, if that's possible. That leaves Jimmy and Seth, two total losers on fake news NBC. Their ratings are also horrible. Do it, NBC, President Donald Trump. We'll have more reactions to this in a moment. Also on the show, Obama blames Donald Trump while speaking about Charlie Kirk's assassination. Turning Point USA has revealed more details about Charlie Kirk's memorial in Arizona this weekend. And the president makes the king laugh during his state visit to the UK.
That's the first. Maybe that's going to be the last time. I hope it is, actually. But this is probably one of the highest honors in my life.
Joining us now is media strategist for Maha PAC, Caitlin Sinclair. Caitlin, thanks for your time today. You were formerly the official spokeswoman for Turning Point Action during the election campaign last year. We, of course, spoke a lot leading up to November 2024, but look, right now we're seeing the left being just so disgusting about Charlie Kirk's murder. Here's former US President Barack Obama, who cannot help himself but declare that Charlie Kirk's ideas were wrong to a sick audience who were cheering those comments.
Obviously, I didn't know Charlie Kirk. I was generally aware of some of his ideas. I think those ideas were wrong. But that doesn't negate the fact that what happened was a tragedy and that I mourn for him and his family.
Caitlin, Charlie Kirk said this best. You can tell a lot about a person by how they react when someone dies. And listening to the applause there, the cheering in the crowd, it says so much about them that they cannot help themselves. They have to cheer Barack Obama when he declares that Charlie Kirk's ideas were wrong. Charlie Kirk was murdered just a week ago. Can I get your thoughts on this?
I'm in utter shock. I mean, it's disgusting that this is how certain people in this country are reacting to a murder. So Obama thinks that Charlie Kirk's idea, Gabriella, of what? Praying for the guidance of Jesus Christ was wrong. Charlie's idea of rational and polite debate with college students and educating young people was wrong. Or that marriage should be between a man and a woman. You can't change your sex. Obama believes all of that was wrong. What ideas exactly is he referring to? There should have never been a but in his sentence. He's saying that he condemns this murder, but adding the word but. There is no but when it comes to murder. There is no but when it comes to Charlie Kirk and the good that he did for this country. And he also mentioned Donald Trump in that speech. Obama stood on the stage, not only pointed the finger at our president, but pointed the finger at the American people that supported this man, that supported Charlie. Not the shooter. He didn't point the finger at the shooter. Not the system that actually has failed us. So this message and this speech was so backwards on so many levels.
So backwards, and we do have that part of the speech where Barack Obama decides to blame Donald Trump while speaking about Charlie Kirk's assassination. Here it is.
We have to recognize that on both sides, undoubtedly there are people who are extremists and say things that are contrary to what I believe are America's core values. But I will say that those extreme views were not in my White House. I wasn't embracing them. I wasn't empowering them. I wasn't putting the weight of the United States government behind extremist views.
Not in my White House. Look at him. I can't even believe it. But let's talk about Jimmy Kimmel. NBC has announced it's pulling the Jimmy Kimmel Live late night show off air indefinitely after his disgusting lies about Charlie Kirk's death. Now, Jimmy Kimmel's opening monologue from Monday night show suggested that suspected killer Tyler Robinson was alive with MAGA. Listen to this.
We had some news over the weekend with the MAGA gang desperately trying to characterize this kid who murdered Charlie Kirk as anything other than one of them and doing everything they can to score political points from it. In between the finger pointing, there was reading on Friday the White House flew the flags at half-staff.
An ABC spokesman said that Jimmy Kimmel Live will be preempted indefinitely, and a Nexstar media group said that Nexstar strongly objects to recent comments made by Mr. Kimmel concerning the killing of Charlie Kirk and will replace the show with other programming in its ABC-affiliated markets. I mean, good riddance. Why is the left so deranged? They're trying to pretend that this murderous monster was part of MAGA. Caitlin, what do you make of this?
Well, not only are they trying to spin the narrative like they normally do, but now you have leftists and elitists and members of Hollywood taking to social media feeling bad for Jimmy. And just to get some facts straight here, Jimmy Kimmel did not get canceled. This was not quote cancel culture at play, Gabriella. Jimmy Kimmel lost his job because of the clip he just played, because he spread lies, saying that and our people are the ones that are responsible here. This is the exact same type of rhetoric that created the monster that murdered my friend Charlie. If someone had questioned anything about George Floyd in a TV comedy monologue back in 2020, you and I and all of your viewers listening tonight know that he or she would have been fired on the spot. So why should it be different for a conservative? Why should it be different for a young, Jesus-loving conservative like Charlie? And I think this is a warning message to the mainstream media, the legacy media, the left media, whatever we're calling them nowadays, but I don't think they're so mainstream. But pushing or twisted narratives as truth is no longer going to stand. I think the American mind is breaking. We refuse now to let you manipulate us and our kids. So all the comedy specialists and TV monologue writers better be very careful, because I think this is a warning.
Yeah, exactly right. Well, it's interesting, Charlie Kirk seems to be right about absolutely everything. Back in 2017, he wrote this on X: Jimmy Kimmel isn't funny. Well, he's absolutely right about that, and I think ABC has made the right decision by pulling Jimmy Kimmel live off air. Now, although this leftist psychopath has tried to silence Charlie, they of course have made his movement unstoppable. TP USA has received over 54,000 new chapter requests nationwide. Now, Charlie Kirk's life goal was to get to 20,000 chapters, so it's more than double that now. And of course, Turning Point USA is the fastest growing political organisation in the entire world. Caitlin, what are your thoughts on how this movement is just growing, especially after what happened so tragically last week?
Yeah, Charlie would have been so proud. I really think this is the pendulum swinging, and it's coming back with a vengeance. That's what we're seeing across the country, especially on college campuses. I can tell you from my time last year spent with Charlie on these college campuses, young people are done. They're done with being silent. They're done with being punished for being or speaking their conservative views. They're done with being fed lies. They're done with the indoctrination. They're done with trying to have their minds stolen. And they're furious. They're furious at the censorship, the cancel culture. They're furious at a system that told them it was not okay to express their views. So the hard truth is the other side is refusing to accept what this movement is now going to become. They mess with the wrong people. Gen Zers and Gen Alpha are about to be the most conservative generations. I believe this to my core that we have ever witnessed. You cannot stop a movement that was forged in fire. And that's what we're witnessing right now. People are waking up in waves, and they're looking for real leadership, real community, and a real mission. That's exactly what Turning Point USA was.
Absolutely, and Charlie Kirk was a real leader. There was no one like him. But I suppose the silver lining in this is we are seeing right now more and more young people feeling called to go to church for the very first time. And of course, Charlie wanted to be remembered for his faith. Are you seeing that? Are you seeing more and more churches being packed out, people buying Bibles? Talk to us about what you're seeing.
I would love to. I think we should call this the Charlie effect. What we're seeing right now is nothing short of a true revival. In this past week, thousands have shared on social media that for the first time they bought a Bible, or they prayed for the first time, or they visited or walked into church with their family and their young kids for the first time. And Gabriella, I was actually one of those people. I went to church for the first time in years this past Sunday because of Charlie. And I want to tell the viewers, during my time at Turning Point, I shared with some of my family there how I was struggling with my faith. And I want to share the conversations I had. There was never any judgment. These conversations were meant with encouragement. They wanted to uplift me. And those are the kind of people that Charlie hired. That's the kind of culture that Charlie built. That spirit that was trying to fuel everyone's faith. And I think that's what we're witnessing right now. It's inspiring a whole generation to reconnect with something real, something deeper and stronger, because this is so much more than politics.
Yeah.
And I can speak firsthand to that. I was one of those people, and I will continue to work on my faith and honor of Charlie.
Thank you so much for sharing that with us. I know so many people can relate. And I tell you what, right here in Sydney, Australia, it is happening too. So many people are feeling called to go to church for the first time, and that is part of Charlie Kirk's legacy, the Charlie effect, as you put it. Now, this weekend, Charlie Kirk's memorial will be held in Arizona, and Turning Point USA has unveiled the massive speaker lineup, including, of course, Erica Kirk, President Trump, J.D. Vance, Marco Rubio, RFK Jr., Pete Hegseth, Tulsi Gabbard, Tucker Carlson, Steve Miller. I mean, it's going to be powerful, it's going to be moving, and I'm bracing myself for it because I've had a lot of heartbreak, but I think it's going to be a really powerful memorial.
Oh, yes, I will be there alongside my Turning Point family and colleagues and patriots from all over the country. And to just mention, we have leaders and voices that I think will be able to speak to the gravity of what we just witnessed last week. And most in attendance, I think it's fair to say not all, will still be mourning and grieving, but I think also standing this weekend with unbreakable strength and determination is what we're going to see. We've witnessed this incredible resilience among Americans in this past week, and I think this gathering will actually be a chance to feed off of each other's energy, to feed off of that four-letter word that is so important right now, and that is hope. I think we all need that. We all need to spread that message, and we're going to come together to remember that, to heal, and to recommit our determination to the fight that Charlie inspires.
It will. Caitlin, before I let you go, I've got to ask you about the MAHA movement. And Fired CDC Director Dr. Susan Monterez, she's been grilled over recommending the vaccine such as the Hep B vaccine for infants. Now, this was during a Senate hearing on RFK Jr.'s decision to oust Susan Monterez last month. And this was about, of course, the childhood vaccine schedule. Now, here is Rand Paul putting some questions to her, which she just refused to answer.
What is the medical, scientific reason and proof for giving a newborn a hepatitis B vaccine if the mom is Hep B negative?
I want to go back to the assertion associated.
What is the medical reason for giving a hepatitis B vaccine to a newborn? See, everybody's like blithely going along. You can't change the childhood. You're somehow terrible if you want to change the childhood. We should be discussing what is the childhood vaccine schedule, and you should be, the burden should be on you. You want to make all the kids take this, the burden is upon you and the people you wouldn't fire to prove to us that we need to give our 6-month-old COVID vaccine and that we need to give our 1-day-old a hepatitis B vaccine. That's what the debate ought to be about, not whether all vaccines are good or whether we live in a house in one way.
Interesting watching that there, Caitlin. She couldn't answer.
Not because these people have no answers because they've all been bought by big pharma, by big agriculture, and I think what Senator Rand Paul did today is he sent a political earthquake through Washington and a shiver down the spine of every single parent in this country. I truly believe that every young mom was standing there watching this, actually getting the chills. Former CDC director, she showed up today with anti-Trump lawyers and no facts. She was passing notes the whole time, whispering back and forth. And like you just alluded to, she had no answers. She had no answers for questions that every young parent or parent in this country really deserves. And Rand Paul didn't just challenge a bureaucrat, he challenged a total narrative that we've been fed for so many years. So I think this is just the beginning. She also accidentally admitted that our Secretary Kennedy, is going to change the vaccine schedules for kids. No longer will we just accept the status quo, and that means asking the hard questions and continuing to show up and ask these questions. We saw real leadership today, and I think that the American people are going to refuse to accept weak answers. No longer will we accept those when our children's lives are over. So today, truth was demanded, and the accountability has just begun.
Caitlin Sinclair, thank you so much for joining us. It's time for Media Meltdowns, and the media has not stopped lying about Charlie Kirk's assassination. This was Jimmy Kimmel on Monday night suggesting that the leftist monster who killed Charlie Kirk in the most evil way possible was part of MAGA.
It's new news over the weekend with the MAGA gang desperately trying to characterize this kid who murdered Charlie Kirk as anything other than one of them and doing everything they can to score political points from it. In between the finger pointing, there was grieving on Friday. The White House flew the flags at half-staff.
Yeah, he said it, a new low. Jimmy Kimmel Live has been pulled off the air indefinitely by riddance. I've had enough of these lies about MAGA, about Charlie, and of course it's not just Jimmy Kimmel. Here is CNN's Caitlin Collins insisting that we have no idea what could possibly have motivated this monster to kill Charlie.
You've said a lot there, and we don't have a motive yet. We don't know yet. We're waiting. Obviously, we've heard what the governor's had to say, what the FBI director said today.
We don't have a motive yet. We don't have a motive yet.
What's happening with...
Really, that's CNN's position. We just have to fire the gun and celebrate it. You can't tell the motive.
Senator, that's not what I said. And I said law enforcement hasn't laid out a direct motive. They laid out a lot of evidence here. These messages and
actually they have. They said that it's a left-wing activist who hated Charlie Kirk.
Yeah, well done, Ted Cruz. Authorities have spoken publicly about the suspect becoming increasingly political, increasingly left-wing, and of course was in a relationship with a man who was transitioning from male to female. And here is this ABC News reporter describing the text messages between the suspect and his trans boyfriend, where the suspect admits in these messages to killing Charlie. And this AB News reporter describes these text messages as touching.
We have seen an alleged murder with such specific text messages about the alleged murder weapon, where it was hidden, how it was placed, what was on it, but also it was very touching in a way that I think many of us didn't expect. A very intimate portrait into this relationship between the suspect's roommate and the suspect himself, with him repeatedly calling his roommate who was transitioning, calling him my love, and I want to protect you, my love. So it was this duality of someone who the attorney said not only jeopardized the life of Charlie Kirk and the crowd, but was doing it in front of children, which is one of the aggravating circumstances of this case. And on the other hand, he was, speaking so lovingly about his part. So a very interesting and, as Pierre said, riveting press conference day.
I mean, how sweet. This murderous monster was romantic. It's just disgusting. And here are the hosts of Cleveland's largest newspaper's podcast, suggesting that the shooter was probably conservative.
How do we know what the motivation was in most of these cases? We don't really know what it was in Kirk's.
And we don't, exactly. And everyone's trying to put him in a box, and they can't do it.
Right. He came from a conservative upbringing, right? That seems to be a lot where his politics align. And also, look at the shooting of Donald Trump last summer. We don't know what motivated that. So I feel like this really is one of those political knee-jerk reactions where, and then of course, you draw the death penalty into it. We've now ratcheted up the emotions to a level 10. And there needs to be some level-headed thinking around this issue right now.
These lies are obvious, they're intentional, and they have to stop. But finally, let's go to MSNBC, because MSNBC suggests that all the celebrations that we keep seeing on left-wing TikTok accounts, people celebrating Charlie Kirk's murder, well, they're not actually happening.
If you look across media generally, you have seen a lot of people trying to grapple with Charlie Kirk's legacy and what that is as a right-wing agitator and as a provocateur and as, a strategist and the most important GOP figure besides Donald Trump, arguably, ever. And so, or right now, and so there's a lot of grappling to do, but to suggest that the internet is cheering for this is just the opposite, total opposite of what's actually happening.
Joining us now is CJ Pearson, RNC Youth Advisory Council co-chair. CJ, great to see you again. So many lines from the media. I mean, it's absolutely effed up. Can I get your reaction to the decision to pull Jimmy Kimmel's show?
I'm disgusted. To be quite frank about the rhetoric that we just heard in this stuff. So to be quite frank, I thought that it would be funny to host a late night show, and so I think this decision by ABC is long overdue to pull Jimmy Kimmel's show. At the end of the day, if this was something that happened to those on the left, we would be condemning it. We would say that it was wrong. Why can't those on the left do it? Well, it's a lot about them and a lot less than it does about us.
Yeah, it's interesting. Jimmy Kimmel could actually be probed by federal investigators after telling his audience that Charlie Kirk's suspected killer was a MAGA supporter. Federal Communications Commission boss Brendan Carr told podcaster Benny Johnson that he's considering an investigation into Kimmel and his network. And you know what? I support an investigation because there has been so many lies. I'm so sick of hearing from so many different outlets that, oh, the suspected murderer could have actually been a Trump supporter or his parents were conservative. I mean, the evidence is out there. Authorities have made it clear that this person was increasingly political and more left-leaning as a trans boyfriend. I'm so sick of mainstream media outlets just ignoring some of the facts.
Yeah, I'm sick of it too. And as you said, there has been every single strand of evidence that has, arisen throughout this entire ordeal has proven this was a far left-wing radical influenced by the transgender to commit harm and commit violence. Anything else is a departure from reality, a departure from truth. And so, we also saw it here, at the University of Alabama, where I'm currently at, in Tuscaloosa, Alabama, where we hosted a memorial event for Charlie Kirk, where we hired professors. Right-on-right violence was out of control. Right-on-right violence, this was someone who put on a bullet, catch this fascist. I'm sorry, Gabriella, you know this too. Conservatives don't speak like this. Supporters of President Trump don't speak like this. This was someone who was mentally ill, but also too corrupted by the Wolfine virus and used that to commit harm in a way that was absolutely irreparable and absolutely just unforgivable.
100%. And that Wolfine virus, you can see where it's spreading. And Texas State University student has imitated the assassination of Charlie Kirk while threatening TPUSA members with violence at a Charlie Kirk memorial. Let's look at this. Texas State University's president has announced the school has identified and expelled that student. I mean, FAFO, but there's just been so much awful commentary around Charlie Kirk's death, but it's really frightening to see someone go the next step and imitate the assassination.
You're exactly right. I think I've shaked my head more than the second I ever had before on national television. Because this is really sad, the fact that there are people on the left who are absolutely, dancing on the grave of someone who lived their entire life about promoting God, promoting family, promoting the love of the country. And now they're saying that because of that, for some reason, the wartime ideals have been spread across platforms that he was some racist. I'm going to tell you, I've known Charlie Kirk since I was 12 years old. He was never a racist. Being pro-America doesn't make you anti-black. It's unfortunate that so many people across this country have fed into that lie. And I got to tell you, they need to be held accountable. And thank God that Texas State has great leadership and they've expelled that student from their campus because he has no place to be on any campus of higher learning. It's like that has been blatant.
Well said. Now, some Democrats can't even get Charlie Kirk's name right. Here is Jerry Nadler getting Charlie's name wrong multiple times.
The murder of Charlie King to go after free speech is not a legacy I believe Charlie King would have wanted.
CJ, what planet is he on?
What planet is he on? He's one on which doesn't have turbulence. And I think that's exactly what we need. He has no business being in the People's House. He has no business being a member of Congress. And thank God he decided to retire and will soon be no longer a member of that body. But, here's the deal. Everyone will know Charlie Kirk's name. Erica Kirk was absolutely right in her remarks. She will be, her tears will be a battle cry that is heard all around the world. So if Jerry Nadler doesn't yet know her name, trust me, he soon will.
Well, another story that the media refused to cover, and we will not move on from, is of course the murder of Irina Zarutska. Now, a grand jury has indicted the man accused of fatally stabbing Ukrainian refugee Irina Zarutska on a train in Charlotte, North Carolina. And Carlos Brown Jr. has been formally charged with first-degree murder, and the case now advances to the Superior Court, with Brown's next hearing scheduled for October 16. And if he's convicted, he faces a sentence of life in prison, or if sought by prosecutors, the death penalty. But Irina Zarutska's family have expressed their enormous grief. They've said that we're heartbroken beyond words. Irina came here to find peace and safety, and instead her life was stolen from her in the most horrific way. They went on to say that no family should have to go through this. This could have been anyone riding the light rail that night. We're committed to making sure this never happens again. Now, CJ, this case, this horrific case, has also just highlighted the huge issues with crime and basic public safety, or basic safety, I should say, in public spaces.
Yeah, you're exactly right, and yet we still have Democrat mayors and Democrat governors fighting against President Trump's, mission and agenda and his mandate he was given by the American people just last year to make America safe again. People want to live in safe communities. They want to feel safe on public transportation. They want to feel safe as they walk down the streets of their neighborhoods and their communities. President Trump is fighting for that each and every day, and so for all of these progressive liberals and all of these folks that are in these local communities to fight against that, it goes to show they don't actually give a damn about their community. And so I'm glad to see that we have a president who will fight tooth and nail to ensure that we never have another case like what we saw in Charlotte, North Carolina. There's no place for it in this country. It's the United States of America, and a third world dystopia.
Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem has revealed that more than 150,000 patriotic Americans have applied to work at ICE to help the agency carry out deportations. Now, CJ, it certainly seems that Americans are really answering the country's call to serve here.
They are, and I'm going to say again, going back to the president's mandate, this is exactly what he ran on, exactly what he said he would do, right? He said he was going to make America's border secure again, and he was going to make America safe again. And this also, I think, is a benchmark to prove that Americans support exactly what he's doing. They're rushing to the gates to join ICE, or rushing to the gates to secure our border, because they know that border security is national security, and God bless them for it.
CJ Pearson, thank you so much for your time. Really appreciate it.
Thank you for having
me. King Charles has welcomed Donald Trump to Windsor Castle as the president began a historic state visit to the UK. Riley Sullivan is the lifestyle reporter here at skynews.com.au, and he's always across the latest celebrity headlines. Riley, great to see you.
Great to be back.
So Donald Trump, he had the entire state in a laughing. Let's look at this.
It's a singular privilege to be the first American president welcomed here. And you think about it, it's a lot of presidents, and this was the second state visit, and that's the first, and maybe that's going to be the last one. I hope it is, actually. But this is surely one of the highest hours of my life.
You can see King Charles chuckling away there, but talk to us about the highlights so far.
Yeah, what a start to this historic second state visit. Of course, this is really the showpiece for British soft power and foreign policy. There's a fantastic word when we talk about state visits, which is bold diplomacy, which is sort of the power of the UK and the royals to charm their hosts. And I think that this was the perfect example of that. Donald Trump has had a lifelong fascination with royals. I think he gets that from his mother. Of course, his mother, Marianne Trump, she was Scottish by birth. She was from the Outer Hebrides. So I think that was a lifelong connection through his mother. And I think it's such a positive. But, Keir Starmer really kind of pushed this from the very beginning when Trump was re-elected. He made sure to get that state visit invite ready and pencil this in. I think the first day's been nothing but a success.
Yeah, it's so interesting, isn't it? Now, the royal family and the president exchanged gifts before the formal lunch. Do we know what each side gave one another?
Yeah, they were very symbolic gifts. For the Trumps, they gave the Queen a very special Tiffany vintage brooch, which was the perfect gift for Camilla because she really does love a brooch. I think she was pretty excited to receive that. And for the Trumps, they were given three things. They were given a leather-bound version of the Declaration of Independence. They were given a Union Jack that had flown above the palace, and they were also given a replica of the Eisenhower sword. Sorry. The king was given a replica of the Eisenhower sword.
And almost the entire royal family stepped out for the funeral of the Duchess of Kent, including Prince Andrew. Now, how are Charles and William feeling about standing next to the Duke of York rather than dinner?
Yeah, this was such an awkward encounter. It's kind of a funny one, Prince Andrew is very much in exile. He's not really welcome at public events. But of course, you can't disinvite him. You can't, refuse to allow him to attend a funeral of a family member. So naturally, he used that opportunity. I thought very cynically. I think that he was jockeying himself to stand between the King and Prince William. They looked horrified. There was a lip reader who allegedly deciphered what Andrew tried to say to Will. He said something bizarre like, "Oh, we haven't had a good time," which is a bizarre thing to say at the funeral of a family member. It was very awkward.
in every way they can. They don't want poor people to vote. They don't want people of color to vote. They don't want